Some places don't wait for you to enter them. They seem to wait for you specifically. A quiet house at the edge of the woods, a place that feels warm before you've even stepped inside, and somewhere beneath that comfort, something watching from the dark. This is the Magic Cottage, from James Herbert, a storyteller who understood that fear isn't always born from monsters. Sometimes it begins with the places we want to call home. Drawn by his fascination with the hidden darkness that can exist beneath ordinary beauty, Herbert created a haunting world where love, dreams, and terror quietly begin to share the same walls. When the novel arrived in 1986, it became another unforgettable chapter in the work of a writer whose stories would eventually sell more than 40 million copies around the world. Long before this, Herbert had already left his mark with unforgettable works like The Rats, The Fog, and Haunted, earning his place as one of Britain's most influential masters of horror. And while The Magic Cottage never became a major film or television production, its atmosphere was powerful enough to inspire a BBC dramatization years later. Tonight, this is not a word-for-word reading. This is a cinematic third-person retelling a journey through the shadows of the story itself. And as you listen, remember, the visuals in this video are created using today's technology. They may not always perfectly match every scene from the story, but they are designed to help you visualize the world and atmosphere as you listen. So settle in, because as this world unfolds around you, the story begins. He asked the question as if it mattered, as if the answer might reshape everything. Real magic, not the stagecraft of vanishing ladies or floating silver balls, but something older, stranger, the mending of broken bones in a single night, the quiet trust of wild creatures, the impossible breath of life in pigment and canvas. He knew there was more, much more, but the telling would have to wait. Maybe disbelief was the natural response, or half-belief, perhaps even the quiet hope that such things could be true. He'd known a counterfeit magic once, years before the cottage, sparked by powders shared among friends, but that had been delusion, a wasteful trick of the mind. The real thing only came later, when they arrived at Gramarye. That was good magic. Yet every light casts its shadow, and he found that darkness there too. He offered the story to anyone willing to set disbelief aside for a while, as he himself had been forced to do. It began with an advertisement, spotted by Midge. For weeks she'd combed the property pages of the Sunday Times, circling promising entries with a red felt tip, her hunger for escape from the city sharper than his. Each Sunday she'd present him with a constellation of red rings, and they'd weigh each prospect together, discussing merits and flaws, following up the survivors. None had matched their hopes. That particular Sunday only one circle demanded attention, a cottage near woodland, secluded in need of restoration. He wondered what made it special. He called to her from the sofa of their high-ceilinged Baron's Court flat, a spacious, expensive place that allowed her painting and his music to coexist without collision. Yet they both craved something of their own, something rustic. She appeared in the doorway, dark-haired, pixie-eyed, barely over 5 feet, and to him she was exquisite. He tapped the newspaper and asked about the single entry. She tossed the dishcloth toward the sink and padded barefoot to join him, kneeling on the floor and drawing her thin dressing gown modestly over her knees. Her eyes stayed fixed on the advertisement as she answered. It was the only one that interested her. He was puzzled. The description offered little, just a dilapidated cottage and a location he'd never heard of. She'd already looked it up. Cantrip, she told him, was near Bunbury, in Hampshire. He managed to grin at that, relieved it wasn't one of the more remote places she'd been drawn to, but she added that it was a remote part of Hampshire. He groaned. She asked if he knew how vast the New Forest was. Bigger than Hyde Park, she assured him. Much bigger. Cantrip lay not quite at its heart, but close. She smiled then, her eyes gleaming, and reassured him that motorways would let him reach London easily for recording sessions. He was a session musician, he explained, one of those quiet professionals who worked behind the scenes of the pop world, earning a decent living in studios or occasionally backing touring artists. His instrument was the guitar, and his range spanned rock, pop, soul, even punk, with a little jazz and some light classical when the mood struck. But he pressed her again. Why this particular cottage? She fell silent, studying the page as if searching for the answer herself. When she turned to him, her explanation was simple. It felt right. That was all. He sighed, knowing her intuition was usually sound, but he wasn't ready to accept it this time. He warned her with her name, and she matched his tone with his. He told her to be serious. He wasn't driving all the way to Hampshire on a whim. She took his hand, kissed his knuckles, and confessed she liked forests. She reminded him the price was right, even though no figure was printed. Offers were invited, she said, and it would work out. He was mildly exasperated, but not annoyed, pointing out the place was probably run down. She countered, that would make it cheaper. He mentioned the work involved, and she said they'd send in builders first. He told her she was getting ahead of herself. For just a moment, uncertainty flickered across her face, or maybe it was sudden anxiety. He knew that expression now, could read all sorts of things into it with hindsight. She admitted she couldn't explain, promised to ring the next day and find out more, allowed that it might be totally wrong. Her last words were hardly convincing, but he let it go. Strangely, he was beginning to feel good about the cottage himself. He knew the story, everyone did. The young couple finds their dream home, the wife ecstatic, the husband cautiously happy. They move in, the children race through empty rooms, but the audience knows something's wrong. Slowly, things happen. Something nasty lurks in a locked room at the top of creaky stairs, or in the cellar that might be a gateway to hell. At first, the husband ignores his family's unraveling. He doesn't believe in the supernatural, in things that go bump in the night, until something happens to him. Then all hell breaks loose. It was a familiar tale, but this one would be different. The following Tuesday, they drove down to Cantrip. Midge had phoned the number in the ad and learned it belonged to an estate agent who'd given her a few more details, enough to fuel her enthusiasm. The cottage was empty. Its owner having died months earlier, the deceased's affairs had only recently been settled, allowing the property to be put on the market. She was keen-edged throughout the journey, telling him repeatedly not to expect too much, that it would likely disappoint, but it did sound interesting, and it might be ideal. The journey took hours, with wrong turns along the way. But once they reached the New Forest, with its woodlands and heath, the scenery made the drive worthwhile. They spotted herds of ponies, and though they didn't see deer, the warning signs were everywhere. For a city-bred boy, that was almost as good as the real thing. The May weather was fine, the air crisp and bright, and they'd kept the car windows down after leaving the last motorway. Despite her barely hidden apprehension, Midge joined him in singing old rock standards. He was in one of his periodic rock phases. The fresh air made him hoarse by the time they saw the village ahead. Cantrip itself was a disappointment. They'd expected thatched roofs, old inns, a village green with a rustic pumped National Trust charm. Instead, the high street was fairly uninteresting, its houses and shops dating from the late 20s or early 30s. On closer inspection, there were some ancient properties of crumbling character among the newer structures, but the overall impression was drab. He could feel Midge's heart sink. They crossed the low hump of a small bridge and entered the high street, scanning for the estate agent's office while keeping their disappointment to themselves. The office was wedged between a post office grocer's and a butcher's, its frontage so narrow that he drove past before Midge tapped his shoulder and pointed. She announced their find with a burst of excitement, as if she'd uncovered something long lost. A passing cyclist wobbled, scowling at their sudden stop. He offered a shrug and a friendly gesture toward Midge, shifting the blame, though he didn't catch the man's grumbled reply, probably for the best, given the cyclist's sour look. After reversing into a space, they walked to the agent's office, and he noticed Midge had grown nervous as a kitten. That was unusual. He was used to her occasional skittishness, especially around new commissions, but nervous of a property agent? He quickly understood it wasn't the man himself, but the prospect of seeing the cottage that had unsettled her. The mood had been building since Sunday, and he couldn't fathom why. He pulled her to a stop before the door, and she looked at him distractedly, her attention already on what lay beyond the glass. He told her softly to take it easy, reminding her there would be other properties, and they might dislike this one anyway. She took a quick breath, squeezed his hand, and went in ahead of him. Inside, the office was less cramped than expected, narrow but stretching back a fair way. Property pictures and details covered one wall like poorly hung wallpaper. A large secretary was hammering an Adler typewriter just inside the doorway, while farther in, a man in a neat gray suit with thick black-rimmed glasses looked up from behind a cluttered desk. He announced himself as Mr. Bickleshift. Yes, that was really his name, and the man smiled broadly, perhaps more at the sight of Midge than at his own name. Bickleshift rose and waved them forward. He nodded to the secretary, who had stopped typing to give them a once-over. Her expression was as welcoming as a sullen whale's. The agent assumed they were Mr. and Mrs. Gudgeon, shaking Midge's hand and then his, gesturing to chairs. He corrected the assumption, explaining their separate names, and they sat. The agent's eyes moved between them before he followed suit, then suggested that only Miss Gudgeon was looking for a property. Midge corrected him, saying they both were, and clarified that they wanted to see the cottage advertised in the Sunday Times. Bickleshift identified it as Flora Chaldean's roundhouse, offering a knowing smile. They exchanged puzzled glances, and he promised they'd understand when they saw the place. Midge asked about the owner, and the agent described her as an eccentric old lady, a local character who was well known, but not much known about, keeping largely to herself. He confirmed she had died months ago. Her only surviving relative was a niece in Canada, never met, but traced by the solicitor and advised of her inheritance. The niece had instructed the solicitor to see Dad and send on the proceeds. He asked if the niece wanted to see the place herself, and Bickleshift shook his head. No interest at all. But Flora Chaldean had been concerned enough about the cottage's fate to insert a proviso in her will regarding its sale. Midge looked anxious again, asking what kind of proviso. The agent's grin widened, and he dismissed it as nothing to worry about, suggesting they take a look at the cottage first and discuss details later if they were interested. Midge immediately declared they already were, and he flicked his foot at hers, cautioning against appearing too keen before bargaining began. Bickleshift produced a set of 3 old long keys on a labeled ring, explaining the cottage was empty and inviting them to look around freely. He wouldn't accompany them unless they wanted, as clients usually preferred to inspect on their own. Midge reached for the keys, grasping them with a reverence that seemed almost sacred. He asked for directions, and Bickleshift drew a quick map, stressing the importance of not missing the small turnoffs. They set off. As he steered through a winding lane, a leafy canopy overhead subduing the light and cooling the air, he admitted he still didn't understand her reaction. Midge looked at him curiously, but she knew what he meant. He accused her of acting like she was already in love with the place, tapping the wheel and pressing her to explain. Her fingers sank into the hair at the back of his neck, stroking lightly, but her voice was distant, offering only a feeling more a conviction, she said, that it was going to be right for them. The slight pause didn't escape him. He asked why he didn't feel the same. Her eyes shone with humor as she suggested it was because anywhere not within walking distance of a pub, a Big Mac and a cinema wasn't civilized to him. He was hurt, insisting he wanted to get out as much as she did. She admitted, perhaps not quite as much, but acknowledged his values had changed recently, possibly due to their complaining neighbors. He agreed. He needed somewhere to play as loud as he wanted, but that wasn't all of it, and he hadn't appreciated their noise either. She echoed his complaints about traffic, dust, hustle and bustle, and they harmonized together, putting their heads close, dreaming of escape. When her giggling subsided, she confessed that sometimes she felt the whole city was collapsing in on itself. He agreed, busy looking for a left turn one of those Bickleshift had warned them not to miss. She admitted it was strange, lifting the agent's particulars from her lap, but when she'd scanned the paper on Sunday, that cottage had seemed to fly off the page. She couldn't focus on any others. Her eyes kept returning to this one, as if everything else had gone soft and out of focus. He let out a long, low groan, voicing his worry that she might end up disillusioned. She didn't answer, just stared straight ahead. And suddenly, he felt a powerful urge to turn the car around, head back the way they'd come, and keep going all the way to the smoky city. A shiver of premonition? Yes, he thought it was, but such feelings were unfamiliar to him then, and he dismissed it as cold feet about the move. Maybe she was right. He wasn't ready for the little house on the prairie. Of course, he kept driving. What kind of fool would he have looked like making a U-turn without a good reason? He loved Midge enough to change, and he knew that what was good for her would eventually become good for him. He admired her values and motives, and he wasn't too proud to admit he wanted some of those ideals for himself. He'd had too many good times, and not enough right times. She made right times. The turn he'd been watching for soon materialized, and the agent was right, it was easy to miss. He slowed, almost stopping to take the sharp corner. The Volkswagen Passat took up most of the road as it gathered speed, and they were still deep in woodland, trees pressing close to the lane's edge. The road dipped and curved, and Midge loved every yard, her eyes alight, while he concentrated on the bends, stealing glances at her happy face. He began to wonder if they'd taken a wrong turn. Midge consulted the map and assured him it shouldn't be far. Then he slammed on the brakes, his arm instinctively stretching across her chest to hold her back, even though she was belted in. She rocked forward, and turned to him in surprise. He nodded toward the road ahead, pointing out a squirrel sitting upright in the middle of the lane, nibbling an acorn between its paws, its pale tail fluffed behind. The creature didn't seem oblivious to them. It kept darting its head their way, but it also didn't seem bothered. Midge leaned forward as far as her seatbelt allowed, her nose inches from the windscreen, exclaiming over the red squirrel, thrilled to see one in this part of the country. He noted that it was taking up the road and reached for the horn, but she urged him to let it stay, promising it would move on soon. He sighed, though he enjoyed watching the furry creature munch its lunch. She clicked free of her belt and peered out the side window, smiling broadly. That was too much for the squirrel. It dropped its acorn and scampered off. He laughed, commenting that the great noisy metal monster hadn't bothered it, but her grinning face sent it into shock. He had to eat those words when the squirrel streaked back, retrieved its lunch, looked their way for a second, and hopped up to the Passat on Midge's side. She greeted it nicely. He couldn't see, but he imagined it might have smiled back. He leaned over and caught only the stirring of undergrowth as the squirrel departed again. He expected a smug smirk from Midge, but found only immense innocent pleasure on her happy face. He pecked her cheek, amused, and shifted the gear into drive, announcing they were moving on. Midge settled back and scanned their surroundings as they sped by. Soon they cleared the trees, the lane opening onto stretches of heavy green bracken and yellow gorse, pushing back the thick woodland as if to say enough was enough. The sun was high at its zenith, the sky around it bleached a pale blue. They'd chosen a perfect day for a trip to the country, and his enthusiasm was picking up again, despite the disappointment of Cantrip itself. Midge clutched his arm, thinking she saw a splash of white ahead. He squinted but caught nothing. She said it was gone, hidden by the trees. The car rounded a long sweeping bend, and the woodland closed in again, low-hanging branches brushing against the windows. He grumbled about the forest needing a trim, and then they saw the cottage, set back from the road behind a low, weathered fence with many uprights leaning at angles or fallen completely. The small gate was closed, and a peeling sign was battened across the struts. In beautiful but faded script, it read Gramarye. So there it was before them, and on initial observation, the cottage was enchanting. He'd pulled the car onto the grass in front of the crumbling fence, and now they both sat staring at Gramarye, Flora Chaldean's roundhouse, Midge in awe, and him pleasantly surprised. He wasn't sure what he'd expected, but this wasn't quite it. The building was round, though the main section facing them was conventionally straight, only one end curving away. It was on 3 levels if the attic counted, so cottage might be the wrong description. Yet it did look like a cottage, set into a grassy bank that somehow reduced its size. The bank swept around from the sides. Moss-covered stone steps eating into the left-hand slope, leveling down to the front garden. Trees rose above, some branches scraping against the white brickwork, with more woodland beyond. The front windows were small and multi-paned, adding charm, and the roof was made of disc-colored red tiles. Their first glimpse was more than pleasing. Midge spoke in a hushed breath, her gaze roaming the wild colors rampaging through the garden flowers, used to having their own way. He admitted it was pretty, suggesting they take a closer look, but she was already out of the car. She ran around to his side and stood facing the cottage. The brightness in her eyes increased, no disappointment or disillusionment there. She bit nervously into her lower lip, but her small smile remained. He joined her, slipping an arm around her slim waist, studying her expression first, then turning to take in Gramarye more fully. A tiny shock of recognition touched him, but it was fleeting, too vague to understand. He'd never been there before, couldn't recall even visiting this part of the country, yet something felt familiar. He shrugged it off as déjà vu, perhaps a mild backlash of anticipation. There was no need to ask Midge her impression, it shone in her eyes. She left him, and walked slowly toward the gate, and he had to call out to remind her he existed. She turned, and his mind freeze-framed the image. The shot stayed with him. Clear and sharp, almost mystical Midge, small and slender, dark hair falling without curls around her neck, lips slightly parted, and in her sweet blue-gray eyes tilted at the corners, a gleam of wonder and joy, an expression that disturbed him, yet made him happy for her at the same time. She wore jeans, a loose, short-sleeved blouse tucked in, sandals on her small feet. Behind her stood Gramarye, its white walls crumbled and stained, windows lifeless yet somehow observing, the ground sun dazzled with colors, and beyond, the all-encompassing forest. It was a storybook scene, one to be impressed on the mind. She turned back, breaking whatever spell had held him, and leaned over the gate's catch. The entrance squealed open, and she stepped inside as he moved to join her. He reached for her arm, but she was already gone, tripping down the overgrown path like an eager child, heading for the cottage door. He followed at a more leisurely pace, noticing that the late May flowers were not as bright up close as they had appeared from a distance. They had that end-of-summer look, past their prime, petals curled and dry. They looked sick, to be blunt. Weeds flourished everywhere, healthy and vigorous. The path was made of flat, broken stones, with long grass pushing through the cracks, almost smothering the hard surfaces. He found Midge peering through a grimy, curtainless window, one hand shielding her eyes from the glare. The panes were grubby but thick, with smooth ripples near the base where the glass had relaxed before hardening. The frames, however, were rotting and flaky. He remarked that it wasn't exactly house and garden leaning in beside her. She noted it was empty inside. He asked what she'd expected, and she admitted she'd thought there might still be furniture. He suggested it had probably been auctioned off after the will was settled, and that they'd get a better sense of the place without the old lady's clutter. She gave him a reproving look as she straightened, and suggested they look around the outside before going in. He was still peering through the window, wiping at the glass for a better view. All he could make out was a big black range set into a chimney breast. He commented that it would be great for cooking on. She agreed enthusiastically, seeing it as fun. He countered that it was more like a forge, suggesting they could have an electric cooker as well, and noted there'd be no shortage of wood to fuel the thing. She pulled at his arm, pointing out it could be avant-garde in a back-to-our-roots way, and urged him to look around the back. He pushed away from the window, and she planted a quick kiss on his cheek before darting off again. He trailed behind, examining the front door. The wood looked sturdy, though there were thin cracks in the lower panels. Above, set in the surround, were two narrow windows, and a pull bell hung to one side. The entrance was sheltered by an open-sided storm porch that seemed useless to him. A coach lamp hung opposite the bell, its interior smeared with cobwebs. He tugged the bell's handle as he passed. Its chime was dull, but the clunk made Midge look back. He hunched over, pulling a Quasimodo face for her. She called back a warning about the wind changing as she mounted the steps curving around the building. He lumbered after her, catching up on the fourth moss-layered step. Arm in arm, they rounded the curve and began to appreciate the cottage's structure better. The main portion was circular, with the kitchen area where the range was and the rooms above branching off as an extension. The shape gave Gramarye character and odd charm, but its condition was as poor as the garden's sick flowers. The brickwork, once washed white, was now gray and stained, crumbling in parts, pointing missing in several sections. Tiles littered the ground, suggesting the roof was pitted with holes. The steps led to another door, once painted olive green, now blistered and peeling, revealing rotted wood beneath. The door faced south, toward woods about 100 yards away across an expanse of tall grass and bramble, with a few individual trees scattered like a cautious advance party. A clearer area, trampled over the years, spread out near the building with smaller trees, plum and crabapple, he thought standing fruitless and dejected closer to the cottage. On this side, because Gramarye was built into the embankment, the cottage appeared to have only 2 stories and was as round as an oast house. The ground floor windows were arched at the top, and Midge had already left him to press her nose against one. She called him over, exclaiming that it was fabulous inside. He joined her, and was impressed, though fabulous was stretching it. The curved walls accommodated 3 longish windows that would capture sunlight throughout the day. Through an open doorway opposite, he could make out a hallway with stairs leading up and down. Sunlight glowed from the walls with no shadowed corners, even the dirty windows unable to suppress the radiance. It looked warm, happy, and inviting. He suggested they sit for a moment, pointing out a weather-beaten bench tucked in the corner where the straight wall peeled away from the circle. The wooden seat looked as if it had taken root or grown from the earth itself. She wanted to go inside, impatient, but he urged her to take stock of what they'd seen so far. Reluctantly, she moved with him to the bench, where they sat and gazed at the nearby woods. They seemed thick and impenetrable, but not sinister. She sighed that it was wonderful, so much better than expected. He noted that between them, he thought she'd expected quite a lot. A frown crossed her face but didn't diminish her beauty. She admitted she'd just known instinctively it was going to be right. He held up a hand, reminding her they hadn't been inside yet. She insisted they didn't need to. He disagreed, urging caution. The ad had said it needed renovation, which might push it over their price. The outside alone would require a lot of repair, and God knew what the inside was like. She said they could factor that into their offer. He pointed out that the agent had already set a price. Unless they bid under it, they'd struggle to find cash to make the place livable. He knew he was saying all the wrong things, but he had to make her face reality. She studied the ground as if searching for an answer in the soil. When she looked up again, he saw a quiet determination had set in, not stubbornness, exactly, but a resoluteness that surfaced only when she knew she was absolutely right about something, or needed it to carry her through difficult times. He suspected that determination had been born out of bad passages in her life, and Midge had had some. He pulled her close, his arm around her shoulders, and softly urged her not to build her hopes too high, using the tender nickname he reserved for intimate moments. He admitted he liked the place himself, even though the location unsettled him a little. She responded with an earnestness that touched him, insisting it would be good for his work, exactly what he needed, away from all those distractions, those... She paused, and he finished the thought for her friends. She corrected him. So-called friends, and added that Gramarye would be right for her too. She knew she could work there. He asked if she didn't think they'd get lonely. She shook her head emphatically, reminding him they'd often talked about being away from everyone, somewhere out of reach, with no agents or musicians dropping by. Loneliness would be bliss, she insisted, and she was sure there was a lively community nearby. They'd make new friends, she said, of a different kind, ones they could keep at a safe distance. He worried they might be too different for their liking, but she pointed out they were in Hampshire, not outer Mongolia, just a couple of hours from the city, speaking the same language. He countered that maybe not quite the same. She rolled her eyes, teasing him about being a city slicker, promising he'd learn soon enough. He conceded, but reminded her that today the sun was shining, the sky blue. She finished the rhyme for him. He pressed on, warning about rain, freezing winters, being cut off by snow. She snuggled closer, murmuring that it would be lovely they might not leave the cottage for weeks, eating a roaring fire or cuddling under bedclothes for days, imagining the things they could get up to for amusement. She had a knack for hitting his weakest point. He complained, telling her to be sensible. She insisted she was, promising to make things so cozy he'd become a hermit. That was what he was afraid of, he said. She joked that she'd have to force him out into the harsh cold wind to bring back bread. He told her she wasn't helping. She grew serious, but still smiled, urging him to feel the place, to close his eyes and really feel it. Gramarye was so good, so perfect for them. He didn't actually close his eyes, but a peculiar sense of well-being rose inside him, a mild yet filling intoxication, not the kind from drugs, but something more real, more permanent. He could have attributed it to the warmth of the sun, the pleasantness of the day, or even the strength of her conviction flowing into him, a sensation natural enough to true lovers. At one time, he'd have concluded it was only those influences. Not now, though. Not now that he knew so much more. He suggested they look inside, avoiding final commitment, and her smile became knowing. She stood and drew the 3 labeled keys from her jeans pocket, handing them to him with a gesture that seemed to say fate was in his hands, and inside was where he'd find it. He took them and moved to the back door, Midge close behind. He stopped before the marked, tired-looking door, holding up the long keys and pondering which to try first. 2 were cut the same, likely for the front door. He pushed the odd one into the lock. It fitted easily, but wouldn't turn, neither would the next key, nor the second's twin. He groaned, suspecting Bickleshift had given them the wrong set. She suggested trying the front, but he insisted one of these had to be for this door if they were the right keys. They descended the curving steps carefully, moss making them slippery, and soon stood under the open porch. He tried key number 1, then 2 and 3 again, with no luck. The door wouldn't budge, even with shoulder pressure. She pushed between him and the door, and he told her it was no good. The lock was rusted solid, or Bickleshift had made a mistake. He examined the label, which clearly read Gramarye. She took the keys from him without a word, held one of the twins up to her face for a moment, then decisively pushed it into the lock. She twisted her wrist, and he thought he saw her give a little gasp, almost as if the key had turned of its own accord. He might have been mistaken. The door opened easily and smoothly, without even a hint of a horror movie creak. The air that rushed out was musty and damp and seemed glad to be free. He was ready to step inside, still puzzled that Midge had succeeded where he'd failed, but she hesitated. He wasn't sure many details of that moment remained hazy, but there seemed to be a trepidation in her manner now, enough to dismiss any idea of mock gloating. The sudden shift in mood passed quickly, and she disappeared inside before he could voice his concern. Shrugging, he ventured in after her, and the instant coolness was an unwelcome contrast to the warmth outside. They found themselves in a small room, maybe 10 by 12, with an open door ahead and stairs beyond leading to the next level. Through an opening to the right, they could see the kitchen. The floor here and in the next room was quarry-tiled, and he noticed an unnatural darkness to the surface. Crouching, he touched the stone. It felt damp. He searched the skirting, and found a dark waterline staining the opposite wall a couple of inches above the floor, concluding that the far wall must cut into the embankment, letting rain seep through the soil into the brickwork. Midge didn't seem interested, which irritated him. He knew that kind of damp could be serious, and he was thinking in terms of money. She'd already gone into the kitchen. With an exasperated shake of his head, he rose and followed, urging her to take note of these things. They'd decide whether or not they bought the place. She feigned contrition, sliding up to him and resting her head briefly against his chest, then moved to the huge black cooking range, stooping to open oven doors and squawking with delight. She exclaimed more loudly when she saw the skillet hooks filled with long-handled saucepans and a large frying pan. An iron kettle on a trivet stood on the floor in front of the range, adding charm. She called it something out of an old fairy tale. He joined her, asking if she meant the kind where the witch boiled frogs and babies' legs for spells. She admonished him, saying nothing so nasty. She leaned into the recess to squint up the chimney, and he pulled her back when he noticed a dangerous crack in the massive stone lintel above the range. She looked surprised, until he pointed it out, warning it looked ready to collapse. She backed away, doubting it ran all the way through, but he said why take the chance another item to be taken care of? She frowned, not liking the list he was compiling. He added that the chimney was probably blocked, and nobody would clear it until the stone was made safe. He felt someone had to be realistic. She hoped the damp and this were the worst faults. He shrugged. They'd only seen the ground floor so far. He wandered to a deep earthenware sink under the window, and turned on the taps. Both ran brown after clunks and spats, and even after a minute the color hardly changed. He commented that the tank was probably rusted through, or maybe that's how they drank it around here. He was beginning to feel gloomy. Meanwhile, she opened cupboards and drawers. The wooden units were early fare but in decent shape. He investigated another door, expecting a larder or broom cupboard, but found a toilet with a high-mounted chain flush. At least they wouldn't have to use a shed in the garden, he remarked. He pulled the rusty chain, and the system groaned, flooding with brown water that took a long time to gurgle away. He noted the leaflet mentioned cesspit drainage, and wondered when it had last been emptied, if ever. She stood in the middle of the kitchen, undeterred, and asked if they could go upstairs. He answered with dry enthusiasm. She urged him to keep an open mind, and he asked her to do the same. There was no annoyance in their words. They trusted each other too much for pettiness. They were both tinged with apprehension, fearing the other might be disappointed. He knew she wanted him to want this place, and he'd do almost anything to please her. But it wasn't just a financial wrench. It was a social one, too. If it was going to work, it had to be right. They mounted the stairs holding hands, Midge leading as if drawing him up with her. The stairway doubled round into a mini hallway. The outside door he'd first tried to their right, and the round room doorway to their left. Sunshine hit them like a softly exploding shell, and for an incredible instant he felt as if he were floating. The sensation was so strong he became giddy, and only Midge clutching his hand and pulling firmly saved him from toppling back down the stairs. He blinked rapidly, blinded by the sudden dazzle, her sweet image sweeping in and out before him, as if in a dreamy, slow faint. He remembered concern in her light eyes, yet warmth too, a confidence that encompassed and reassured him. His vision cleared, and he was vaguely aware that no more than a second or two had passed, yet a vast expanse of time had swayed before him. He found himself in the round room, though he couldn't remember actually entering. Sunlight blazed outside, and the landscape through the large windows looked microcosmically clear, every leaf visible singly, every blade of grass a separate entity. The sky was the cleanest, purest blue he'd ever witnessed. He mistakenly thought he understood that abrupt, unnatural lucidity. He'd heard that drug effects could spring back unexpectedly, even years later, and the notion brought him no pleasure, only a withering sense of shame. He assumed the sudden shift from cool shade to dazzling light had triggered lingering chemicals in his mind. Strobe lighting could do the same, sending him on a short, confusing trip. That's what he thought then, and he still wasn't discounting that possibility. His eyes quickly refocused, or perhaps defocused back to normality, everything losing that peculiar linear depth. Midge had both hands around his face, studying him with warm concern. She asked if he was okay. He assured her he was fine, the unexpected shift in perception already gone, leaving hardly any after-effects beyond the memory. He joked that he'd felt faint from the change in altitude. She pressed him again, and he promised he was all right. He looked around, seeing the room itself now, not the landscape outside. He let out a low, appreciative whistle, remarking that it was something else. She beamed, her smile threatening to split her face, and skipped away to do a quick tour, ending at a quaint fireplace with a rough brick surround. She leaned an elbow on the narrow mantelpiece, grinning, her eyes sparkling with merriment, and declared it put a different complexion on things. It did. There was a glow to the room that he realized came from the sun's unhindered rays reflecting off the curved walls, yet contained within was something more, a liveliness, a vitality, intangible but very real. A tiny voice at the back of his mind whispered that he had to be open to it, had to want to feel it. Cynic though he could be, he had finer feelings too, and the atmosphere of the room, coupled with Midge's enthusiasm, was unleashing them. God, yes, he did want to feel it. He did want this place. Yet the other side of him asked whether it would be the same in winter, when rain clouds hid the sun. Would the energy inside be lost? Would the magic the word had sprung into his mind for the first time, though he hadn't realized its significance, be gone? But at that moment, he didn't care. The present, and the yearning so suddenly induced, was all that mattered. He walked over to Midge, and held her so tight she gasped. He told her it was beginning to work on him without really comprehending what he meant. The rest of the cottage was anticlimactic. They found a long, jagged crack running floor to ceiling in the more conventional room next door, and mold on the walls in the one after that. The tiny bathroom was functional at best, with dark stains discoloring the bath. The staircase led up to attic rooms, oddly shaped because they were built into the roof, with small windows providing inadequate daylight. The ceilings were squared off, and a trapdoor led into the loft area. He didn't bother climbing up, but imagined there were gaps open to the skies, judging by the tiles scattered on the ground outside. They poked around on levels 2 and 3, finding rotting window frames, warped cupboard doors that wouldn't close, more damp and more cracks in the walls, though less serious than the floor-to-ceiling one. Even the stairs protested their weight, one board bending badly enough that he quickly hopped off, fearing collapse. Dust lay everywhere. They deliberately avoided entering the round room again, perhaps subconsciously feeling its effect was too much to take twice in one day, or maybe wanting to remain more objective after inspecting the rest. He had no trouble turning the key when he locked the front door behind them, and they walked back down the path more slowly than they had walked up it. Beyond the gate, they turned and leaned against the bonnet of the Passat, his arm around her shoulders, both lost in their own thoughts for a while. The ragged state of the garden and the cottage's poor condition were impressing themselves on him strongly, and when he looked at her, he was sure he detected the merest flicker of doubt in her eyes too. He'd been disturbed by the waxing and waning of his own enthusiasm, and had sought reassurance from her. Her uncertainty was the last thing he'd expected. He glanced at his watch, and suggested they discuss things over a beer and a sandwich. Her eyes never left Gramarye as she climbed into the car, and she craned her neck to watch through the rear window as he drove away. He didn't turn around but headed in the same direction they'd been searching, remembering they hadn't passed a pub on the journey from Cantrip. 10 minutes later, he found what he was looking for, and the sight cheered him. Considerably stout oak timbers and gleaming white paintwork, a shaggy thatched roof, rough wooden tables and bench seats in the front garden with no bright umbrellas to spoil the rural charm. The Forest Inn was his kind of watering hole. The interior didn't disappoint either. Low beams, horse brasses and thick leather belts on the walls, a huge inglenook fireplace big enough to roast a pig, and a cigarette machine tucked discreetly in a darkened corner. No jerkbox, no arcade games, not even a microwave on the bar, though a chalked menu advertised hot snacks. The inn was nicely crowded without being full. He ordered a pint of bitter for himself and orange juice for Midge from a thick-set barman with mauve-veined cheeks and thin strands of hair flattened sideways over an otherwise bald scalp. The man had the bearing of a landlord. The barman asked if they were passing through, without much curiosity, as he filled the glass jug. He answered abstractedly, then added that they'd been looking at a place for sale nearby. The man raised his eyebrows and asked if it was old Flora Chaldean's place, a faint burr in his accent. He nodded, confirming it was Gramarye. The barman chuckled as he reached for a small bottle of orange juice, and they exchanged surprised glances. He prompted that it was a nice little cottage, but the man only told them the price of the drinks. Midge, usually reserved and sometimes shy, spoke up clearly and coldly, asking if there was something funny in that. The barman reappraised her, and he could see the man was not unmoved by her good looks. He felt a knot of tension in his gut as the barman leaned forward, apologizing and insisting he hadn't meant to be rude, then strolled to the other end of the bar. He silently warned the man to watch it, then told Midge patiently that the idea was to get on with the natives, and they hadn't even ordered food. She said she wasn't hungry anymore and asked to sit outside. Only a few tables were occupied in the garden, and they sat at one some distance from the others. He placed their drinks on the rough-hewn surface and slid onto the bench opposite her, where they could maintain eye contact. He squeezed her hand and grinned, suggesting the locals were just keeping visitors in their place, letting on they knew more. She dismissed the barman, saying Flora Chaldean was probably just the local eccentric, a lonely old woman they could chuckle over because she was different. No. She was thinking of Gramarye itself. He asked if she wasn't so keen now. She looked startled, insisting she was more than keen, but there seemed to be conflicting elements in the cottage. He asked what she meant. She pointed out the peculiar emptiness. No spiders or webs, no insects, no signs of mice, no birds nesting in the eaves, despite being surrounded by woodland. Gramarye was just an empty shell. He hadn't noticed, but she was right. It should have been a haven for creatures, yet the round room had been so vibrant. Something had happened to him in there. He dismissed it as dizziness from hunger, but she pressed if there was more. He didn't want to get into it, claiming the sun had hit him hard and disrupted signals to his brain. She studied him for a moment, then simply accepted it, either believing him or accepting he didn't want to discuss it further. That's what made her easy to live with. He drained half his bitter as she watched him, tilted eyes, dark hair, delicate pointed chin, and he was reminded why he sometimes called her Pixie. He asked where they went from here, admitting he was worried about the cost of putting the place right. She leaned across the table, her words almost conspiratorial, fixing him with that smile again, asking if he liked the cottage, and didn't he think the location was ideal? She imagined the work they'd do there, her paintings, his music. She just knew he'd do so much, and maybe he'd finally write those children's stories for her to illustrate. They'd make a wonderful team. He mulled it over. Sometimes she escaped into a world of her own, on a plane far removed from choking cities and avaricious mortals, and she had the ability to draw others into it if she wanted them along. He had to remain the pragmatist most of the time, though it never ceased to amaze him how down-to-earth and practical she could become when the occasion demanded. He laid out his plan. They'd return to the agent and be upfront about everything, pointing out every fault, major and minor, and submit a lower bid to cover the renovation costs. If Bickleshift accepted, fine. If not, they'd have to face reality. She couldn't argue with that logic, but he hated himself for putting anxiety behind her eyes. So that's what they did. They finished their drinks and drove back to Cantrip, him with a grumbling stomach, and her in moody silence. When they passed Gramarye, her eyes locked onto the cottage, and she craned her neck until it was out of sight. It was well after lunchtime when they reached the village, and Bickleshift seemed to be wondering how to occupy the rest of his day. He explained their position, telling the agent they loved the cottage and were extremely keen to buy, but there were nasty faults that needed attention that would burn a sizable hole in their finances. He proposed knocking off at least $4,000 from the asking price. Bickleshift sympathized, understood perfectly, but said no. The ad had mentioned the cottage needed renovation, and costs would likely be high, but he didn't have the authority to accept a lower offer, nor the professional inclination. It was a desirable property in a desirable location. He could feel Midge's spirits slump, and his own took a nosedive too. Despite his mixed feelings about the place, learning they couldn't afford it left him more frustrated than he'd thought possible. He tried $3,000. Bickleshift held firm, explaining the executors had set a minimum price, and they were only the first in a line of others interested in viewing. He was friendly about it, but estate agents weren't known for generosity. Their problem was that they'd have to live and work in Gramarye, so conditions had to be reasonable for both of them. He'd also wanted to build a mini recording studio, nothing fancy, just bare essentials requiring ready cash. It was no use kidding themselves. Nice idea, but impractical. Goodbye to their cozy country love nest. They left with lead-weight hearts, and Bickleshift's promised to be in touch if there were developments. Midge was silent all the way back to the city, and he could find nothing to console her. That night, she wept in her sleep. The next morning, the doorbell woke them around 8:30, an hour he rarely acknowledged. Midge crawled out of bed to answer it. He glimpsed her puffy face and red-rimmed eyelids as she pulled on her nightshirt and left the bedroom. He groaned and pushed his head deeper into the pillow when he heard a familiar growly voice. Val Harradine, her agent, had arrived at dawn. Their voices drifted into the kitchen, Midge's barely audible and Val's grinding like an asthmatic cement mixer. Val was okay, though a bit bullish. What irritated him was how she sometimes forced work on Midge that Midge didn't want. When he learned her mission that morning, he could have kissed her big head, mustache and all. Midge came flying back into the bedroom and leapt onto the bed, her thighs straddling his stomach as she shook his shoulder. He yelped and tried to shift her weight. She urged him to guess what had happened, but he protested it was too early. She explained that Val had tried to reach her all day yesterday because they'd been out and couldn't phone last night because she was out herself. She got to the point Val had met with the art buyer at Gross & Newby, an agency she actually loved despite his mistaken assumption. The agency had a huge presentation next week, and the account's art director wanted her illustration style for posters. They wanted 3, and were willing to pay heavily. His head cleared of sleep as pound signs flashed. Val's gruff voice announced 500 each from the doorway, her broad visage peering around the door, not a pleasant sight on an empty stomach, but welcome that morning. He confirmed that was lesser 20%. She agreed without smiling. He blew her a kiss, staying decently covered. His hands rested on Midge's thighs as he asked when they'd need them. Monday, she told him. He worried she'd knock herself out, but she insisted she'd work through the weekend, and if the campaign went through, the agency would double the price. The thought of Midge's workload was already nagging at him. She'd be burning through the weekend, her meticulous style making those 3 illustrations a brutal slog, and now the echo of his own muttered calculation hung in the air. When he pointed out they'd still fall short by 1,000 even with the full poster fee, he expected her bubble to burst. Instead, she just beamed that infuriating serene certainty back at him, brushing off his pragmatism as if it were lint on her sleeve. Before he could press further, her agent cut in with a sharp reminder about the briefing, and Midge was off like a shot, leaving him with a damp kiss on his cheek and a churning mix of hope and dread. Alone now, he went through the motions shaving, showering, blankly staring at his muesli. But the numbers kept tumbling through his head. He'd promised to call the estate agent to deke her over the price, but his resolve to act was still forming when the phone beat him to it. The estate agent's voice on the line carried a peculiar weight, and he listened with growing bewilderment as the man explained that this was no ordinary sale. The solicitor handling the deceased owner's estate, a Mr. Osborne, needed to vet potential buyers to ensure the property went to the right kind of person. The agent wanted both him and Midge to travel to Bunbury, and something about that request made his instincts prickle. He had the distinct feeling she was the one they really wanted to see. He hedged, citing Midge's workload, but the agent gently insisted, stressing the solicitor's eagerness to meet them both. He took down the number, his mind already racing through the logistics, and hung up feeling strangely numb, the implications of this bizarre condition settling like a cold stone in his gut. He was still staring into his cereal, puzzling over the whole affair, when the phone rang again an hour later. It was an old friend, Bob, whose voice crackled with its usual gruff cheer. Bob's question cut straight through the fog. Was he free for a full week of work? The Everly brothers were reuniting again, and the backing band needed a guitarist. His old friend's blunt certainty was infectious, and he felt a grin spread across his face as he mentally cleared his calendar. The fee was a solid 1,000, and as he hung up, the sheer absurdity of the morning's fortune washed over him, from a desperate financial scramble to a cushioned safety net in the span of a few hours. He couldn't help but smile at the thought of Midge's face when he told her. The next day they made an early start for Bunbury, and he still couldn't quite shake the oddness of it all. Midge, when he'd relayed the miraculous phone calls, had merely smiled a knowing, almost resigned smile and murmured something about it being meant to be. She'd spent the previous night sketching roughs for her posters, and now, despite the lost time, she seemed utterly unbothered by the looming deadline. He'd already phoned the solicitor, Ogborn, and arranged the appointment. The man had sounded almost eager to meet them. Bunbury itself was a pleasant surprise, a bustling market town with real character, a stark contrast to the drabness of Cantrip. The solicitor's office was tucked away in a quiet, cobbled cul-de-sac, the building itself a dignified but austere relic. Inside, the atmosphere was just as sober, and Mr. Ogborn, a thin, stooped man with a prominent nose and the palest gray eyes he'd ever seen, seemed to have stepped straight out of the last century. The man's handshake was surprisingly firm, though he held Midge's hand a moment longer than necessary, his pale eyes scrutinizing her with an intensity that felt almost invasive. He tried to push aside the uneasy feeling, but the impression lingered as they settled into the chairs opposite the leather-topped desk. The old solicitor's voice, dry as dust, thanked them for coming before explaining that the estate agent had told him of their interest. He wanted to confirm they were genuinely keen on the property. Midge's answer was immediate and emphatic. They were in love with the place. The man then turned his pale gaze on him, noting the financial strain they were under. He jumped in, listing the cottage's flaws, but Ogborn interrupted, acknowledging the deterioration and suggesting a price reduction might be possible. The man spoke of money and goodwill, and when he looked baffled, the solicitor smiled, explaining his belief that homes live through their occupants. He didn't argue, but Midge eagerly agreed, and he felt a flicker of something suspicion. When Ogborn's attention focused solely on her, asking about her career, and appearing genuinely pleased to learn she was a children's illustrator. When he volunteered his own profession, the man's smile thinned, and he felt a quiet rankle at the obvious favoritism. Midge steered the conversation toward the cottage's previous owner, and Ogborn obliged with a potted history, Flora Chaldean, an orphan taken in before the First World War, a brief marriage cut short by war, and a distant niece in Canada who had no interest in the property. The old woman had survived on a small inheritance and a widow's pension, supplementing her income through barter, trading her homemade remedies and animal cures for food and supplies. The solicitor spoke of her reputation as a healer with a kind of quiet awe, and he couldn't help but think of Witch's Brews, suppressing a smirk while Midge drank it all in. He steered them back to the price, and Ogborn's manner became sharper, more businesslike. The solicitor was willing to accept a reduction, acknowledging the cottage's decline over the winter. When he pushed for a £4,000 cut, Ogborn corrected him. The agent had mentioned 3, and he had to admit the lower figure, pivoting to argue they needed the savings for renovation. The solicitor mentioned another interested couple, but he pressed on, sensing the deal was within reach. Ogborn then revealed the old woman's peculiar stipulation: the property had to go to the right kind of people, not speculators or weekenders, and the man's gaze lingered on Midge as he said it. The offer came a £1,500 reduction, and they both accepted without hesitation. A wave of relief washed over him as he breathed out, and Midge's joy was infectious as she kissed his cheek. The deal was sealed with a handshake and a promise of a deposit, and they were on their way, the car filled with excited chatter and plans for the future. But as they drove, a quiet, persistent question nagged at him. Why them? The solicitor had admitted other buyers were willing to pay full price. When he'd pressed, Ogborn had been evasive, dismissing his curiosity with a vague remark about some buyers having altogether different purposes for the place. He let it slide, too caught up in the momentum of the deal, but the unease lingered like a splinter he couldn't quite dig out. They drove back to the city, jabbering about their good fortune, pushing aside the practicalities of the work ahead, and telling themselves it would all be worth it. The weeks that followed blurred past in a rush of activity and good fortune. The Everly Brothers tour was a sell-out success, and he found himself riding a natural high that had nothing to do with anything artificial, just the pure energy of performing, of tearing across the country for 6 shows without a hint of fatigue. Before hitting the road, he'd seen Midge's finished posters, And even allowing for his own bias, they were stunning fairy tale landscapes with modern children superimposed, the whole thing balanced on a knife edge between nostalgic and crass, yet somehow working. He figured the campaign's success would owe a lot to her artwork. Securing a mortgage turned out to be straightforward, thanks to their steady incomes and the healthy savings they'd tucked away over the years. They managed only a couple of visits to the cottage during that time, and though the weather was overcast both days, the place seemed to have improved a detail that pleased him more than he'd expected. He arranged for a local builder to start work as soon as contracts were exchanged, handing over a list of urgent repairs and another for lesser issues. The morning the builders were due to begin, he was rest-stringing his guitar when the foreman, O'Malley, called with a peculiar report. The man couldn't find half the faults on the list. The crack in the lintel? Perfectly sound. The dangerous stairboard? Nowhere to be seen. The bedroom's floor-to-ceiling split was minor at best. Only the kitchen damp and the roof were genuine problems. He hung up, equal parts relieved and baffled, and when Midge returned from her shopping trip drenched and bewildered, he told her the news. They'd written the list together. There was no question they'd imagined it. They spent the evening puzzling over the mystery, falling asleep without any answers. The next few days were a whirlwind of recording sessions and preparations, and the mystery was pushed aside by practical concerns. Bob came through with a cheap removal truck and a couple of burly helpers, and they set a moving date. They'd cleared a full month with no work commitments, confident their finances would hold. On moving day itself, the morning was fine as they stood in their empty apartment, the van loaded below. A wave of nostalgia washed over them. They'd had good times here, but they hugged, took one last look, and left. They drove down to Hampshire with the removal van following close behind, arriving at Gramarye by evening. The helpers were paid and gone by 6, leaving them alone at last. They stood at the door, watching the truck disappear, and he let his gaze drift over the woodland and grassy stretches, wondering if the silence might eventually drive him mad. But the feeling was good, exhausting, but good. He pulled Midge close, and she leaned into him, her happiness palpable. She murmured how much Gramarye meant to her, and he kissed her forehead, agreeing they'd made the right decision. The garden looked revived, the flowers vibrant, and she reminded him that the recent rain must have done the trick. He teased her about finding inspiration right beside him, and she laughed, asking if things were really going to work out. He assured her they would, his mood lifting into something close to giddy. She threatened to put the kettle on, and he made a joke about tea instead of beer. She laughed and skipped inside, leaving him grinning on the doorstep. He wandered to the front gate, the quiet already settling in, and a passing car provided the only break in the stillness. The occupants gawked at him, and he offered a friendly wave. A girl in the back smiled back before the vehicle disappeared, leaving nothing but a trace of exhaust. He sauntered back down the path, soaking in the view, the cottage with its woodland backdrop, the wildflowers bursting with color. A deep contentment washed over him, a sense that this new life, though daunting, was already weaving its spell. He could feel Midge's presence within those walls, as if she'd become part of the place itself, and he had to shake himself, reminding himself it was just bricks and mortar, not a shrine. He stopped again at the doorstep. A chaffinch was there, its back to him, peering into the gloomy interior with jerky, curious movements. He waited, not wanting to scare it. Midge appeared in the doorway, cooing softly as she knelt, and the bird didn't flee, it watched her with bold interest. She offered breadcrumbs, placing them just inside the door, but the chaffinch only cocked its head, ignoring the food. It hopped to the edge of the step, seemed to consider entering, then skipped back and flew off with a loud chirp. They both laughed as it swooped around the garden before disappearing into the woods, and he could see how much that small moment had lifted her spirits. He joked that the animals would be expecting a housewarming party now, and she beamed with joy. Inside, he checked the walls, running his fingers over the surface, pleased to find no dampness. He asked about the crack upstairs, and she confirmed it had been painted over, completely invisible. She was already rummaging through a box of food, offering options for a light meal, and he settled on soup, wanting an hour to settle in first. The water ran clear, the place felt solid, and when he took the mug of tea from her, his grin had gone slightly sappy. He reached for her neck, and her eyes glistened. No words were needed. Later, they relaxed on the old bench at the back of the cottage, watching the sun sink into the darkening woodland, their bread dunked in hot soup. The evening was warm, the white walls of Gramarye bathed in soft pink as the light faded. Most of their things were unpacked. His music gear in an attic room, her art equipment in the round room, where she'd decided to work. They'd set up the bed next door, moving it later when the paint smell faded. Big Val had called to check on them, but the line was awful, so the conversation was mercifully brief. He finished his soup, smacking his lips, and told her it was fine. She teased him about the forest looking mysterious and creepy, and he admitted it did, noting the rising mist. They joked about the cold and the darkness, and she stretched out, settling back with a comfortable sigh. Then her mood shifted, and she wished her parents could have seen Gramarye, knowing they would have loved it. She spoke of their hopes for her marrying a country vet or a parson, and he took her hand, reassuring her that her father would have liked him, that they were alike in many ways, and he would have loved the man from everything she'd told him. She tried to lighten the mood, predicting her mother would have called him a rascal and enjoyed the label, but the smile faltered, and a tear slipped down her cheek. She whispered that it had all been so cruel, and he pulled her close, telling her she had to try to forget that part, to remember the good times instead. She shook her head, saying it was impossible to forget what happened, and he urged her to accept the cruelty alongside the good, to think of how proud her parents would be now. That only deepened her hurt. They would never know about her work, about him, about this place. He held her as she wept, letting her grieve, knowing he could only be patient and wait for the tears to do their work. After a while, she apologized for spoiling everything, and he kissed away her tears, telling her it was a good time to cry, that he wished he could do more. She acknowledged how much he'd always helped and understood, and he reminded her there was no time limit on grief, no clock to switch off. He lifted her chin, repeating what the doctor had said, not to let sorrow taint everything else, that she had a right to be happy. She asked if she was that bad, and he said no. It was only when she was most contented that memories crept in. That's when she missed them most. He felt inadequate, offering only comfort and his own feelings for her, but her weeping eased, and the darkness in her spirit began to relent. Her kiss was tender, overwhelming him with a familiar intensity, and when they broke apart, he felt dizzy, as if surfacing from a deep dive. She was shaky too. He made a weak joke about the country air, and she agreed, suggesting they go inside. They both recognized the unspoken need between them. He stood and brought her up, murmuring about the long, busy day, and she nodded, leading him towards the door. But they stopped, startled by what they saw through the cottage window. The round room was ablaze with the sun's dying rays, the curved walls reflecting a vivid, peaceful radiance that was more calming than frightening. Their shadows softened into the redness. He turned to her, and for a moment thought he saw tiny fires dancing in her eyes, but then they were gone, leaving only reflected warmth. She looked serene, a knowing smile on her lips, her hair turned a rich auburn by the light. He felt an inexplicable unease, a flicker of something he couldn't name. This time, he led her away. They went inside, locking and bolting the doors. Drowsiness fell over them like a heavy blanket, making their movements sluggish. They undressed and climbed into bed, sleeping deeply. When they woke together, it was as one, in total darkness, and she reached for him. They moved together, then drifted back into sleep. Sharp tapping broke through his dreamless sleep, and he opened his eyes to find Midge already awake, smiling down at him. She was peering past him at the window, where 3 or 4 birds perched on the ledge, pecking at the glass, as if indignant they were still in bed. He groaned, asking if she'd set an alarm, and she laughed, saying the birds had taken it upon themselves. When she told him it was just after 6:30, he pulled the pillow over his head, complaining that quiet would be lovelier. She countered that it beat traffic noise, and he conceded grudgingly. She crawled across him to reach the window, and he rolled into the warm space she left behind, admiring the delicate curves of her body as she stooped close to the glass. She cooed at the birds, tapping the pane, and they only chirped louder, demanding attention. She guessed they were used to being fed by the previous owner, and he grumbled that the new management wasn't offering freebies. She pounced on him then, straddling him and tweaking his nose, teasing that beneath his rough exterior lay a heart of stone. Her breasts hovered inches from his lips, and he warned she was embarrassing the wildlife. She kissed him, her tongue soft and probing, and his hands found her hips, but she pulled back, whispering they had a lot to do. She suggested she'd start breakfast while he got ready, but he argued it was their first morning and deserved celebration. She embraced him, and he pulled her under the sheets, her cold body delicious against his. Their lovemaking that morning was more intense than anything before. He could only call it magic. Later, dressed in his usual uniform, he found her on the kitchen doorstep in her dressing gown, feeding a multitude of birds. They showed no caution, some pecking from her hand, a wren even perching on her wrist. He waited until the last crumbs were gone before stepping into the room. The fresh morning air was invigorating, and he noticed the breakfast table set with champagne and orange juice. She explained she'd smuggled the bottle inside a packing case, and he hugged her so hard she gasped. She then broke the news that the birds had eaten his breakfast. She'd given them the last of the bread. He feigned horror, and she promised to go shopping as soon as the shops opened, offering only stale biscuits in the meantime. He opened the champagne while she retrieved the biscuits, and they made a feast of it, toasting each other and their new life. Even the birds watched from the doorway. After breakfast, he washed the mugs and recorked the champagne, taking another look at the lintel over the range. The hairline crack seemed to have sealed itself, and he rationalized that it must have been a cobweb in the dim light. He started unpacking and found the transistor radio, but when he switched it on, static roared out. He tried tuning it, adjusting the aerial, even plugging it in, but the interference persisted. He muttered to himself, switching it off just as Midge came down the stairs. He explained the reception problem, and she seemed unconcerned, heading off to the village. He watched her go, enjoying the bright morning air, feeling light-headed from the champagne. So far, so good. The rest of the morning was spent unpacking and organizing, the usual chaos of moving. Eventually, he found himself in the attic room where his musical equipment was stored, the intended location for his recording studio. He squatted on an amp, considering the setup, the space finally taking shape. The morning began with a sharp, rhythmic tapping that pulled him from a deep, dreamless sleep. His eyes opened with an unusual clarity, and he turned to find Midge already awake, her gaze fixed on the window with a delighted smile. Following her line of sight, he spotted the culprits, several birds perched on the ledge, pecking at the glass, as if affronted by their late rising. He groaned, questioning if she had somehow arranged the alarm, but she laughed it off, suggesting the birds had taken the initiative themselves. The time was barely past 6:30, and while she found it charming, he would have preferred the quiet. She argued it was a vast improvement over the city's din, though he remained unconvinced. Midge threw off the covers and crawled over him to reach the window, and he rolled into the warm hollow she left behind. He admired the sight of her as she stooped to coo at the birds, tapping the glass and holding a conversation with them. They only grew more insistent, and she surmised they were used to being fed by the cottage's previous owner. He joked that the new management had canceled the freebies, but his protest was short-lived, as she suddenly straddled him, her expression mischievous. Their playful banter turned into a passionate kiss, and despite his joking complaint about embarrassing the wildlife, she made it clear there was work to be done. She intended to start breakfast while he got ready, but he persuaded her to delay, arguing their first morning deserved celebration. She yielded, and their intimacy that morning felt deeper and more profound than ever before. Later, dressed casually, he found Midge on the kitchen doorstep in her dressing gown, surrounded by a multitude of birds. Wrens, tits, wagtails, and chaffinches pecked food from her hand with remarkable boldness, and he was amused to see a wren perch on her wrist. He waited until she had finished feeding them before stepping into the room, where he noticed a bottle of champagne and orange juice on the table. She had smuggled it in a packing case for their celebration. He hugged her tightly, his voice thick with emotion, but she confessed that the birds had eaten his breakfast. The bread meant for toast was gone. He feigned dismay, but they both knew he was only joking. She promised to shop soon, and after a kiss, he opened the champagne while she fetched some stale biscuits. Their makeshift breakfast was a delight, with even Midge partaking in the champagne. They toasted each other and their new home, the birds watching from the doorway. Afterward, he washed the mugs and examined the lintel over the range, still puzzled by how a crack he had clearly seen had apparently sealed itself. He rationalized it. Might have been a cobweb, or a trick of the light, satisfied enough to move on. Unpacking, he found the transistor radio, but turning it on produced only roaring static. Even after attaching the mains lead and adjusting the aerial, the reception was terrible. He muttered about needing an outside aerial, just as Midge appeared, ready to head to the village. She was unconcerned by the radio issue, and after a warning to be wary of the locals, she left, waving from the gate before the car disappeared around the bend. Alone in the cottage, he lingered in the doorway, enjoying the fresh morning air and feeling light-headed from the champagne. The rest of the morning was a blur of unpacking and organizing, tasks that felt endless but necessary. Finally, he found himself in the attic room, itching to set up his music studio. He considered the challenge of soundproofing against outside noise, mentally planning a layout of fiberglass panels and plasterboard. The atmosphere in the room felt good despite a hint of mustiness, and he reached for his prized Martin 28 guitar. To his surprise, it needed little tuning, and when he played, the sound was rich and full. He lost himself in the music, running through progressions and intricate licks with a mastery that felt exhilarating. But the music stopped abruptly when he heard noises from the loft. He froze, listening, and when the sounds returned to scratching, scurrying that was difficult to define, his heart began to race. He tried to rationalize it as mice or birds, but the cottage had seemed empty before. Fighting his unease, he dragged a chair under the hatch, climbed up, and listened intently. Silence. He pushed the trapdoor open an inch, then slowly widened the gap, but his nerve faltered when Midge's voice called from downstairs. He banged the hatch shut, startled, and called back that he was coming. Relieved to have an excuse to delay the investigation, he rationalized the noises as mice in the rafters, something to check later. Hungry and glad for a reason to leave the attic, he jumped off the chair and went down to lunch. They sat down to lunch, and though the pasties Midge brought from the village had cooled to lukewarm, they were still delicious and filling. He devoured two while she ate one, then reached for the bag of apples she had also bought. She mentioned cooking a proper meal that evening, and he agreed the pasties were great. He asked about her trip to Cantrip, and she explained that the shopkeepers had been reserved at first, but became friendly once they learned she was a local resident, not just a passerby. When she mentioned they had moved into Gramarye, their attitude warmed considerably. He asked if anyone had spoken about the previous owner, but she chided him for his disrespectful nickname. He apologized to the cottage's spirit, and she relayed that Flora was considered a local legend, a recluse. He commented that such isolation wasn't surprising, but she felt the village was not that far. They wondered about the cause of her death, guessing old age, and he hoped she hadn't suffered alone. Midge, however, seemed certain that Flora had never truly been lonely at Gramarye. He teased her for becoming weird, and she laughed it off, reminding him of his own eccentric past, including a New Year's escapade with a policeman's helmet and no trousers. He deflected the subject, claiming the egg-eating incident was a bet from his youth, and suggested they get back to work. She proposed a walk instead, arguing they had earned a break to explore their surroundings. He pretended to consider it, but she saw through his act, and they decided to head into the forest. Stepping outside, he felt the warm air envelop him, and a bee buzzed nearby. He noticed birds nesting in the eaves, and realized they might have been the source of the loft noises he had heard earlier. Midge was amused by his realization, and after a moment of playful resistance, he followed as she led the way up the embankment. They pushed through a tangled barrier of bracken and blackberry bushes, eventually finding a way into the woods. The cottage soon vanished from view, and the air grew damp and cool. Their feet sank into a spongy layer of leaf mold, and Midge explained how the forest thrived on decomposition, each dead thing contributing to the life of another. He found the concept both fascinating and slightly unsettling. As they walked, Midge pointed out various trees and explained the forest layers, from the topsoil to the canopy above. She was clearly trying to involve him in his new environment, and he played along, genuinely interested in embracing this different world. They stopped by a fallen tree, its interior rotted to powder, and he noticed a cluster of bright red toadstools with white spots. He crouched to examine them, joking about pixies and elves, but Midge warned him they were poisonous fly agaric mushrooms. He tapped one, amused by their fairy tale appearance, but she cautioned that elves were shy of humans. When his curiosity wandered toward other kinds of magic mushrooms, she firmly discouraged him, reminding him of a past overdose that had nearly killed him. He was shaken by the memory, but reassured her he had no intention of touching anything like that. She admitted the thought frightened her, and he vowed he would never cause her such worry again. The quiet of the forest calmed them both, and he held her close, stroking her hair. He asked if she still trusted him, and she answered without hesitation that she did. He promised he would do anything to avoid putting her through that fear again, and for a moment, the forest felt like a sanctuary. After his dramatic promise, she sniffled, but a small smile crept back onto her face. She asked where she would even keep a spare leg, and he replied she would find leg room somewhere. Her groan of mock disgust was so loud, it startled a bird from a nearby bush. She scooped up broken leaves and flung them at him, calling his pun truly awful. He dodged and brushed the debris from his hair, running as she gave chase, scooping up more handfuls of forest litter. She stumbled over a hidden branch and fell in a shower of crumbly leaves, cursing as she hit the ground. He waggled a finger, teasing her about what her young fans would think if they heard such language, comparing her to Enid Blyton or Christopher Robin. She threw the branch she had tripped on at his head, and he ducked, tutting and questioning if her publisher knew about her vicious streak. She threatened him, describing what she intended to do to his delicate anatomy once she caught him, but he kept out of reach, mocking her with fairy tale comparisons. She corrected his mention of a newt to a frog, and he shrugged, not caring. She scrambled to her feet and charged, and he ran, laughing as missiles bounced off his back. They had traveled deeper through the forest than he realized, following a vague path with many tributaries, when suddenly they burst into open sunlight. He blinked, raising a hand to shield his eyes, and found himself looking across a broad sloping meadow. At the bottom, backed by more woodland, stood a large gray mansion. It had 2 main stories with dormer windows and a hipped roof, chimney stacks like upended boxes, and a wide flight of steps leading to an entrance framed by square columns. The isolation of the house and the grayness of its walls gave it a brooding quality, and despite the beautiful setting, he felt something deeply uninviting about it. Soft footsteps approached from behind, and Midge's arms pincered around his waist, her hands reaching for his vulnerable parts. He grabbed her wrists before she could do any damage, crushing her to him and biting her small nose. She jerked her head away, laughing and breathless, her struggle subsiding as she realized she was powerless. She called him a bully, but he could tell she was enjoying the playfulness. He asked if she was going to behave, and she gave a muffled response. He pressed her, and she finally nodded against his chest. He let her go, still wary, and she immediately stepped away and kicked his shin. He yelped, hopping and rubbing his injured leg. She taunted him, claiming her father taught her how to deal with creeps long ago. He lunged, grabbing her ankle and bringing her down on top of him. They rolled down the meadow, giggling and cursing, until they came to a panting stop. Lying on his back with Midge resting half over him, she remarked on the strange house. He agreed. It looked grim. A breeze swept up the meadow, ruffling the grass, and he shivered despite the warmth. She wondered who lived there, and he guessed someone wealthy who valued privacy, but she insisted the house looked not just empty, but bleak and unfriendly. He joked about trespassing, and she immediately scrambled to her feet, anxious. He reassured her. It was only a joke, but she still felt uneasy, as if they were being watched. He tried to dismiss her anxiety, but when she pleaded to leave, he agreed, taking her hand and leading her back toward the trees. He took one last look at the house, and from that distance, it seemed innocent enough. They found an injured missel thrush along the path as they returned through the woods. Midge crouched and gently soothed the frightened bird, which had a clearly broken wing. She insisted they take it home to keep it safe, and he was skeptical, noting the break was too severe. She was undeterred, promising to take it to a vet the next day. She cradled the thrush against her chest, and he felt a familiar tenderness as he watched her care for the creature. They continued on with him scanning the woods. He thought he glimpsed a figure standing among the trees, a dark shape, perfectly still, watching them, but when he tried to focus, it was gone. He dismissed it as a shadow or a bush, but the impression of being observed lingered. That evening, they settled into the round room as the sun sank behind the trees, casting a mellow, soothing light through the windows. He cradled his concert Spanish guitar, a glass of wine within reach, while Midge lay on the carpet, propped on cushions. The injured thrush rested downstairs in a lined box, and Midge had coaxed it to take a little milk-soaked bread. Now the bird's recovery was out of their hands. He began to play, and the notes resonated beautifully against the curved walls. As he launched into Paganini's Grand Sonata in a piece he had always struggled with, his fingers moved with unexpected confidence. He made small mistakes, but they were lost in the flow of bright music, and when he finished, the wonder on Midge's face was enough reward. She crawled over and rested an arm across his knees, struggling to find words for how brilliant it was. He held up his hands, amazed at his own dexterity, breathlessly agreeing he had been incredible. She urged him to play more, but he laid the guitar down, explaining he felt drained, partly not wanting to spoil the moment, but also because the effort had exhausted him physically and mentally. He slumped back, eyes closed, smiling at the satisfaction of it. Midge snuggled beside him, resting her head against his chest, and murmured that there was magic in Gramarye, working on them both. He wasn't sure he heard her correctly, but he reached for his wine, content to sit in the peaceful stillness with her close. By then, he had dismissed the figure he thought he'd glimpsed in the woods, reasoning it away as a trick of light or his imagination. Another distraction had occurred. When they returned to the cottage, they found a red squirrel in the kitchen, finishing off the lunch crumbs. The squirrel had shown no fear of Midge, even seeming to smile at her, but became skittish when he approached, leaping onto the dresser and then out the window. They laughed at its boldness, wondering if all red squirrels in the area were so tame, or if it was the same one they had seen on their first visit. He noted they were lucky to see any, as an epidemic had nearly wiped them out. He joked about keeping windows closed to prevent an invasion, but she countered that such company would be nice, not if it were rats or mice. He defended his practicality, and she smiled at him. They found a box for the thrush, lining it with an old sweater and scarf, and Midge tried feeding it again. The rest of the afternoon was spent organizing their belongings, and he was pleased with the work O'Malley's men had done on the cottage. After dinner, they retreated to the round room, but the TV picture was snowy, so he switched it off. They listened to music instead, and the stereo worked fine. When the album ended, she asked him to play for him, something he often did. He fetched the guitar while she opened another bottle of wine. Now, slumped on the sofa with her head against his chest, his fingers still tingling from the strings, their mutual warmth quickly turned into mutual desire. That evening, they settled into the round room as the sun cast a mellow, soothing glow through the windows. He cradled his concert Spanish guitar, a glass of wine within reach, while Midge lay on the carpet, propped on cushions. The injured thrush rested downstairs in a lined box, and Midge had coaxed it to take a little milk-soaked bread. Now, the bird's recovery was out of their hands. He began to play, and the notes resonated beautifully against the curved walls. As he launched into Paganini's Grand Sonata in a piece he had always struggled with, his fingers moved with unexpected confidence. He made small mistakes, but but they were lost in the flow of bright music, and when he finished, the wonder on Midge's face was enough reward. She crawled over and rested an arm across his knees, struggling to find words for how brilliant it was. He held up his hands, amazed at his own dexterity, breathlessly agreeing he had been incredible. She urged him to play more, but he laid the guitar down, explaining he felt drained, partly not wanting to spoil the moment, but also because the effort had exhausted him physically and mentally. He slumped back, eyes closed, smiling at the satisfaction of it. Midge snuggled beside him, resting her head against his chest, and murmured that there was magic in Gramarye, working on them both. He wasn't sure he heard her correctly, but he reached for his wine, content to sit in the peaceful stillness with her close. By then, he had dismissed the figure he thought he'd glimpsed in the woods, reasoning it away as a trick of light or his imagination. Another distraction had occurred when they returned to the cottage. They found a red squirrel in the kitchen, finishing off the lunch crumbs. The squirrel had shown no fear of Midge, even seeming to smile at her, but became skittish when he approached, leaping onto the dresser, and then out the window. They laughed at its boldness, wondering if all red squirrels in the area were so tame, or if it was the same one they had seen on their first visit. He noted they were lucky to see any, as an epidemic had nearly wiped them out. He joked about keeping windows closed to prevent an invasion, but she countered that such company would be nice, not if it were rats or mice. He defended his practicality, and she smiled at him. They found a box for the thrush, lining it with an old sweater and scarf, and Midge tried feeding it again. The rest of the afternoon was spent organizing their belongings, and he was pleased with the work O'Malley's men had done on the cottage. After dinner, they retreated to the round room, but the TV picture was snowy, so he switched it off. They listened to music instead, and the stereo worked fine. But the album ended. She asked him to play for him, something he often did. He fetched the guitar while she opened another bottle of wine. Now, slumped on the sofa with her head against his chest, his fingers still tingling from the strings, their mutual warmth quickly turned into mutual desire. Their love-making that evening was languid and exquisite, a slow, savored intensity that built into something far beyond the physical. As their sensuality deepened, the room seemed to spin around them, the fading sunlight dissolving into a spectrum of colors. The experience expanded into an eruption of energies, a fusion not just with each other but with the air, the walls, the very essence of the cottage itself. They sensed the aura of Gramarye, an immense goodness, an outflowing of earth purity, and also a dark lurking badness on the fringes, a dormant power that existed but had little strength. The perception was fleeting, fading as their physical pleasure subsided. Afterward, he joked about the stroganoff being laced with something, but she wasn't laughing. She asked what had happened, still bewildered. He smiled lazily, putting it down to making love, but she insisted it was something more. He rationalized it away as the country air, and they both yawned, exhausted. He helped her with her clothes, her coordination gone, and she mumbled she couldn't think straight. He kissed her, insisting they were both tired, and carried her to bed. She teased him about being nervous of the countryside, mentioning wolves and wood demons. He shuddered at the thought, kissed her forehead, and left her to sleep while he locked up. He bolted the doors and windows, and as he stood at the kitchen window staring out at the pitch-black night, a cool breeze made him shiver. He felt the isolation of the cottage keenly. He went back upstairs, but later woke suddenly, alert and apprehensive. Midge slept soundly beside him. He heard noises from above, familiar sounds coming from the loft. He tensed, his mind racing. Birds wouldn't be moving in the middle of the night, so what was up there? Rats? Mice? He dismissed the heroics of investigating, deciding it could wait until morning. He lay there, heart jolting with each sound, but soon tiredness overcame fear, and he sank back into sleep, keeping his fingers crossed against the boogeyman. The insistent voice and the hand shaking his shoulder pulled him from sleep, daylight flooding his senses before he could properly register the intrusion. He mumbled something unintelligible in protest, but she was already dragging him toward consciousness. Midge's face hovered close, transformed from the previous night's exhaustion into something radiant, almost electric. Her touch seemed to jump-start his system, and he experienced that same startling alertness he'd felt the morning before, a second dawn of unnatural vitality. The old morning inertia had somehow abandoned him. He made a grab for her, trying to pull her back into bed, but she swatted his hands away with laughter, already crossing the room to snatch his robe from a chair. The garment sailed through the air, landing across his chest, as she whipped back the covers with theatrical urgency. He swung his legs over the side, pushing his arms through the robe's sleeves, and grumbled a question about the source of her excitement, though his tone betrayed no real irritation. She offered no explanation, only that he needed to see for himself. She tugged him through the bedroom doorway, her borrowed nightshirt one of his old collarless shirts, with the sleeves rolled up flapping around her bare legs as she moved. Passing the window, he noted the brightness of the morning, the usual avian chorus already in full voice outside. She dismissed his observation with an offhand remark about the weather, and he let it go without mentioning they'd only been there 2 days. The new stair carpet felt soft and springy under his bare feet. The wood beneath solid and dependable O'Malley's work had been thorough. Midge guided him into the kitchen dining area, then stepped aside with a theatrical flourish, inviting him to see whatever revelation awaited. He stood there, hands shoved into his robe pockets, scanning the room. Nothing seemed different. Before he could voice his confusion, a flutter of wings made him flinch. A bird sailed across the space and landed atop the dresser, chirping a brief greeting. His eyes went to the window, still closed, still latched. She announced, "It was the missile thrush from yesterday, the one with the broken wing." He stared from her face to the bird, which hopped along the dresser with easy confidence before launching itself to a new perch above the window. He refused to accept it. "No, it couldn't be the same bird." He repeated his disbelief, and she challenged him to check the cardboard box still tucked in the corner. He crossed to it, peered inside, and found it empty. The thrush settled on the table, pecking at a pile of breadcrumbs she'd apparently left there earlier, its appetite vigorous and unbothered. He studied it, a flicker of suspicion crossing his mind. Was she playing some trick? Had she brought in a substitute from outside? But then he noticed the ragged wing, the missing feathers, and a cold certainty settled in his stomach. It was the same bird. Its recovery defied everything he knew. He replayed the previous day in his mind, certain the injury had been severe, certain the bird shouldn't have survived the night. Yet here it was, healthy and bold. The wing must have been locked in a grotesque position and simply worked itself free. That was the only rational explanation his mind could grasp. This moment marked something shifting in him, an unease that had been building since their arrival now pushing toward conscious awareness. He couldn't point to any single thing and declare it impossible. There was always some reasonable alternative, some gap in his understanding. The music had been good, their love-making transcendent. The cottage's cracked lintel hadn't been cracked at all. The round room exuded warmth and serenity, but that could be explained by sun and love and new beginnings. And yet, the thrush hopped onto Midge's hand, trilling contentedly. Her joy infected him, the doubts receding as she cooed to the little creature, who responded, as if they shared a language. She raised her hand slowly, bringing the bird level with her face, and blew a gentle breath that ruffled its feathers and made it blink. He watched, transfixed, as she padded barefoot to the door. She turned and caught his eye, a silent request. He moved carefully, easing back the bolts and turning the key with as little noise as possible. She stepped onto the threshold, lifted her hand high, and gave the bird its freedom. It hesitated, reluctant, until she dipped her hand in a gentle prompt. The thrush launched upward, soaring above the garden, circling back once with a fierce call before sweeping across the flower beds and rising again, heading for the woods where she had found it. He stood beside her, arm around her shoulders, grinning and cheering as the bird disappeared into the trees. When it was gone, he hugged her close, mussing her hair. He asked if she had healed it, and she deflected the question, saying the bird had healed itself through its own magic. That word again. She had used it twice now since they'd moved in. He opened his mouth to press further, but the doorstep was suddenly swarming with other birds, all demanding breakfast with noisy impatience. They retreated inside, laughing, and Midge grabbed bread from the loaf on the table, calling out to the crowd to form an orderly line. They wouldn't, of course. A chaotic melee of feathers and screeching erupted on the step, the smaller birds darting in and out with stolen prizes. He left her to it, and went upstairs to shave, but his thoughts circled back to the thrush's impossible recovery. The wing must have unlocked itself. There was no other explanation. When he returned 10 minutes later, breakfast was waiting. Muesli and toast, strong coffee, a single rose from the garden brightening the table, and across from it, Midge's face beamed with a radiance that outshone everything else. He mentioned again how sick the bird had looked, but she dismissed the question with genuine unconcern. It was healed now. That was what mattered. She seemed to resist any deeper inquiry, and he let it go, accepting his own flimsy rationalization. She asked about his plans for the day, and he said he wanted to investigate the loft. The noises from the night before weren't birds nesting, they came after dark, when birds should have been asleep. She seemed slightly alarmed, but he assured her he'd handle it himself in daylight. When she offered to come with him, he refused, insisting he could manage alone, though the mockery in her tone wasn't lost on him. She brushed off his suggestion that mice might frighten her, then pivoted the conversation toward the practical work ahead. There was scrubbing and cleaning to do, and O'Malley's crew had apparently left more mess than they'd cleared. He conceded. The builders had done decent work overall, though there was still plenty of painting and decorating left for them to handle themselves. Less than he'd anticipated on that first inspection, actually. He asked about her vision for the round room, calling it the priority space. She resisted any change, preferring it exactly as it was, and he let it go, observing that Flora might have redecorated shortly before she died. She mentioned curtains white, or beige, since the sun provided all the color they needed, and pointed out how the walls shifted through the day. He agreed, describing the progression from bright white yellow in the morning to fiery gold at sunset, then that warm red after the sun dropped. He compared it to that famous Australian rock that changed color. She mentioned Ayers Rock's mystical reputation among the Aborigines, and he cracked a joke about whether they'd ever seen the round room. Her fingers found his nose in response, a familiar tweak that made him wonder if his nose had been a different shape before they'd met. She complained about getting a serious conversation out of him, and he suggested talking about himself. She dismissed that as boring. His hand slipped up inside her nightshirt, fingers finding the ticklish zones between her ribs. He asked if she'd called him boring, and she protested, knowing what was coming. He squeezed anyway, hard and quick, and she shrieked, trying to leap off his lap, but his other hand held her in place. He repeated the question with exaggerated pleasantness, and she pleaded with him to stop. His fingers twitched mercilessly, and she squirmed and hiccuped with laughter, gasping out a cascade of corrections, interesting, exciting, fascinating, until she was slipping from his grasp, nightshirt riding up as she sank toward the cold quarry tiles. Her bare bottom hit the floor, and she screamed at the chill, the rest of her words dissolving into helpless laughter. He buried his face in her hair, his hand sliding down to clasp beneath her breasts, the memory of the previous night's lovemaking stirring as he nuzzled her ear. She greeted someone else brightly, and he looked up to find their squirrel visitor had returned, perched in the open doorway, apparently amused by their antics. He invited the animal in, and she quickly pulled her nightshirt down over her thighs, cautioning him not to frighten the creature. The squirrel hopped inside, coming within a few feet of them, and she chattered back at it, reassuring it that the big bear-like creature holding her was actually quite nice. It studied him with obvious suspicion. He gave it his best smile, which earned him a swish of the tail. He addressed the squirrel directly, reminding it that he lived there too, then caught himself he was talking to a squirrel. The animal's jerky head movements and hunched shoulders looked like mocking laughter. He complained that the creature had no respect, and she observed that it was the same one from yesterday. He asked if that one had looked more Jewish, earning a painful bang on his sneaker. He argued that squirrels all looked alike, and she insisted she could tell this one had personality. She climbed off his lap and announced she'd find something for the squirrel to eat, who needed no further encouragement. It leaped onto the table, chattering eagerly, and she broke off some of his toast, offering it. The squirrel took it without hesitation, licking the butter first, then nibbling. He leaned on the table, chin in hand, watching the scene and admitting he didn't believe it. She agreed, noting that red squirrels were rarely this tame. He corrected her. No outdoor animal was tame, except maybe in zoos. She suggested they'd gotten used to Flora, that she'd been feeding generations of animals, making Gramarye a natural habitat for them. He called it a local fast food counter and worried about potential damage. She insisted the animals were as much a part of Gramarye as they were, that they'd been there first. They had to adapt, feed them, help them survive, treat them as friends. He drew the line at snakes and lizards. She allowed him to close the door on rats. That reminded him of his loft investigation. He kissed her, then addressed the squirrel as a voyeur. He offered a deal, all creatures welcome, as long as they weren't too great or small enough to bore holes in woodwork. She agreed, adding elephants and woodworm to the exclusion list. They shook on it, and he winked at the squirrel, telling it was in, but not to make him jealous. She asked why he'd named it Rumbo, and he said it just looked like a Rumbo, more like Rumbo than Rambo. The squirrel's convulsive jerking and chattering seemed like agreement, which she found hilarious. He called it a clown. He stood slowly, careful not to startle their guest, announcing he had work to do. She had work too. He asked if the squirrel would mind eating alone, but she said they were friends, not servants. It could make its own conversation. They left it feeding happily, and as he climbed the stairs toward the loft he felt a warm contentment, thinking about the constant freshness of real love. Their relationship hadn't always been perfect. There'd been stormy patches, times they'd nearly broken up, but they always found their way back, learned to accommodate each other's faults. They'd both learned to not take themselves too seriously. He approached the chair still standing beneath the loft hatch, flashlight in hand. The chair was steady, the hatch ready. Time to investigate. So why was he hesitating? There were no noises now, nothing to investigate. But something was telling him he didn't want to look into that loft. The urge to back away was immense. He scolded himself internally, telling himself to rout whatever was up there. He stepped onto the chair, switched on the flashlight and pushed the hatch open a couple of inches. No menacing eyes peered down. Nothing stirred. No sounds. He pushed it wider. The morning sun flooded the bedroom, as Midge's voice and insistent hand pulled him from sleep. He grumbled something unintelligible, but she kept tugging at his shoulder, until he opened his eyes to the invasion of daylight. She wanted to show him something, her face close to his, and already bright with an energy that seemed to leap across the gap between them. Her touch jolted him fully awake. This was the second morning he'd felt this rush of vitality, this unnatural alertness that contradicted his usual sluggishness. He reached for her, tried to pull her down, but she laughed and resisted, breaking free to grab his robe from the chair. She tossed it at him and swept back the covers. He swung his legs over the edge, pushing his arms through the sleeves, and grumbled a question about the source of her excitement. She just laughed and tugged him toward the door, wearing one of his old shirts as a nightshirt, the fabric flapping around her bare legs as she moved. He noticed the fine weather through the window, the birds already making their presence known. She dismissed any concern about how long they'd been there, only 2 days, and hauled him toward the stairs. The new carpet was soft underfoot, the underlying wood solid and well constructed. In the kitchen, she stepped aside with a theatrical gesture, inviting him to see for himself. He stood there, hands in his robe pockets, scanning the room. Nothing looked different. A flutter of wings made him jump as a bird sailed across the space and landed on the dresser, chirping. He noted the window was still closed. She told him it was the missel thrush from yesterday, the one with the broken wing. He stared from her face to the bird, which hopped along the dresser with easy confidence. He couldn't accept it. It wasn't possible. She told him to check the box, and he crossed to the cardboard corner, peered inside, and found it empty. The thrush flew onto the table and pecked at breadcrumbs she'd apparently left there. He studied it, a flicker of suspicion crossing his mind. Was she playing a trick? But then he noticed the ragged wing, the missing feathers, and something cold settled in his stomach. It was the same bird. Its recovery made no sense. His unease shifted to a more conscious level. He couldn't pinpoint anything specific, just a vague disquiet over the accumulating strangeness. The wing might have been locked in a grotesque position and worked itself free overnight. That was the only rational explanation he could grasp. The rest good music, glorious lovemaking, a crack in the stone lintel that hadn't been a crack at all. The round room exuded warmth and serenity, but that could be explained by sun and love and new beginnings. And yet... The thrush hopped onto Midge's hand, trilling contentedly, and her joy was infectious. Her eyes shone as she cooed to the creature, which responded, as if they shared a language. She raised her hand slowly, bringing the bird level with her face, and blew a gentle breath that ruffled its feathers. He watched, entranced, as she padded silently to the door. She caught his eye, a silent request. He moved carefully, easing back the bolts and turning the key with minimal noise. She stepped onto the threshold, lifted her hand high, and gave the bird its freedom. It hesitated, reluctant, until she dipped her hand in a gentle prompt, and then it launched upward, soaring above the garden, circling back once with a fierce call before heading for the woods. He stood beside her, arm around her shoulders, grinning and cheering. When it was gone, he hugged her and asked if she'd healed it. She deflected the question, saying the bird had healed itself through its own magic. That word again. Before he could press further, the doorstep was suddenly swarming with other birds, all demanding breakfast. They retreated inside, laughing, and she grabbed bread from the loaf, calling out to the crowd to form an orderly line. They wouldn't, of course. A chaotic melee of feathers and screeching erupted on the step, the smaller birds darting in and out with stolen prizes. He left her to it, and went upstairs to shave, his thoughts circling back to the impossible recovery. The wing must have unlocked itself. There was no other explanation. When he returned 10 minutes later, breakfast was waiting. Muesli, toast, strong coffee, a single rose in a tiny vase brightening the table, and across from it, Midge's face beamed with a radiance that outshone everything. He mentioned again how sick the bird had looked, but she dismissed the question with genuine unconcern. It was healed now. That was what mattered. She seemed to resist any deeper inquiry, and he let it go. She asked about his plans, and he said he wanted to investigate the loft. The noises from the night before weren't birds nesting, they came after dark. She seemed slightly alarmed, but he assured her he'd handle it in daylight. She offered to come with him, but he refused, insisting he'd manage alone. She brushed off the suggestion that mice might frighten her and pivoted toward the practical work ahead. There was cleaning to do. O'Malley's crew had left more mess than they'd cleared. He conceded the builders had done decent work, though there was still painting and decorating left. Less than he'd anticipated, actually. He asked about her vision for the round room. She resisted any change, wanting it exactly as it was. She mentioned curtains white or beige, since the sun provided all the color they needed, and pointed out how the walls shifted through the day. He agreed, describing the progression from bright white yellow in the morning to fiery gold at sunset, then that warm red after. He compared it to the Australian rock that changed color. She mentioned Ayers Rock's mystical reputation among the Aborigines, and he cracked a joke about whether they'd ever seen the round room. Her fingers found his nose in response, and she complained about getting a serious conversation out of him. He suggested talking about himself. She dismissed that as boring. His hand slipped up inside her nightshirt, fingers finding the ticklish zones between her ribs. He asked if she'd called him boring, and she protested, knowing what was coming. He squeezed anyway, hard and quick, and she shrieked, trying to leap off his lap, but his other hand held her in place. He repeated the question with exaggerated pleasantness, and she pleaded with him to stop. His fingers twitched mercilessly, and she squirmed and hiccuped with laughter, gasping out a cascade of corrections until she was slipping from his grasp, nightshirt riding up as she sank toward the cold quarry tiles. Her bare bottom hit the floor, and she screamed at the chill. He buried his face in her hair, his hands sliding down to clasp beneath her breasts, the memory of the previous night stirring as he nuzzled her ear. She greeted someone else brightly, and he looked up to find their squirrel visitor in the open doorway, apparently amused. He invited it in, and she quickly pulled her nightshirt down, cautioning him not to frighten the creature. The squirrel hopped inside, coming within a few feet of them, and she chattered back at it, reassuring it. It studied him with suspicion, and he gave it his best smile, which earned him a swish of the tail. He addressed the squirrel directly, reminding it he lived there, then caught himself he was talking to a squirrel. The animal's jerky head movements and hunched shoulders looked like mocking laughter. She observed. It was the same squirrel from yesterday, and he argued that squirrels all looked alike. She insisted this one had personality. She climbed off his lap and announced she'd find something for it to eat, and it leaped onto the table, chattering eagerly. She broke off some of his toast and offered it, and the squirrel took it without hesitation, licking the butter first, then nibbling. He leaned on the table, watching the scene and admitting he didn't believe it. She agreed, noting that red squirrels were rarely this tame. He corrected her. No outdoor animal was tame except in zoos, she suggested. They'd gotten used to Flora, that she'd been feeding generations of animals, making Gramarye a natural habitat. He called it a local fast food counter and worried about potential damage. She insisted the animals were as much a part of Gramarye as they were, that they'd been there first. They had to adapt, feed them, help them survive. He drew the line at snakes and lizards. She allowed him to close the door on rats. That reminded him of his loft investigation. He kissed her, then addressed the squirrel as a voyeur. He offered a deal, all creatures welcome, as long as they weren't too great or small enough to bore holes in woodwork. She agreed, adding elephants and woodworm to the exclusion list. They shook on it, and he winked at the squirrel, telling it it was in. She asked why he'd named it Rumbo, and he said it just looked like one. The squirrel's convulsive jerking and chattering seemed like agreement, which he found hilarious. He stood slowly, careful not to startle their guest, and announced he had work to do. She had work too. He asked if the squirrel would mind eating alone, but she said they were friends, not servants. It could make its own conversation. They left it feeding happily. As he climbed the stairs toward the loft, he felt a warm contentment, thinking about the constant freshness of real love. Their relationship had weathered storms, but they always found their way back. He approached the chair beneath the loft hatch, flashlight in hand. The chair was steady, the hatch ready. Time to investigate. So why was he hesitating? There were no noises now, nothing to investigate. But something was telling him he didn't want to look into that loft. The urge to back away was immense. He scolded himself internally, telling himself to rout whatever was up there. He stepped onto the chair, switched on the flashlight, and pushed the hatch open a couple of inches. No menacing eyes peered down. Nothing stirred. He pushed it wider and shone the light through, standing on tiptoe. He couldn't quite see over, but he was sure there was daylight coming from low down. He switched off the flashlight to check, and confirmed that daylight was coming through the eaves around the roof. Birds must have squeezed in. That was the answer. He switched the light back on and swung the hatch fully open, letting it fall backward where something caught it with a bump. He grabbed the sides and hauled himself up, cursing his lack of athletic grace. Resting on the edge with his feet dangling, he caught his breath, and immediately regretted it. The air up there was foul, an acidy stench wrinkling his nose. He thought he heard movement nearby. The light pointed to one side, but he could make out the dim shapes of rafters and crossbeams. The roof was sound. The builders had done their job, but there was something else on the crossbeams, dark objects in the gloom hanging from the timbers, and more, many more, on the sloping rafters. He reached for the flashlight and shone the beam upward. A trembly revulsion washed through him as he saw what seemed like hundreds of dark furry bodies hanging upside down like withered fruit, crammed into the loft space and filling it with their stench. Even as he watched, a wing twitched, stretched outward in a quivering movement, then tucked back into the dark body. He murmured in shock, frozen there. In the still silence, he imagined he could hear their tiny heartbeats, pulsating as one, a regular rhythm that unified the creatures. He shivered, and quietly lowered himself from the loft, afraid that the slightest sound would send them into a frenzy. In the bathroom, he doused his face with water, scrubbing his hands vigorously as if contaminated. He felt sick, the nausea locked in his chest. Bats, ugly, sinister creatures, a plague of them, and O'Malley must have known. He regretted not sending in a surveyor to discover their presence. He dreaded telling Midge, not wanting to spoil her idyll, but she'd have to know. He wiped his face dry, his head buzzing with flesh-crawling thoughts. He wondered how long the creatures had been there had they arrived after Flora's death, or while she was still alive. The latter was hard to imagine, but she'd been an eccentric. The new management reserved the right to evict unwelcome tenants. He walked through to the adjoining bedroom and went to the window, intending to throw it open for fresh air. He stopped when he saw a group of figures by the garden gate. Midge, now dressed, had her back to him and was in conversation with 3 others, 2 men and a girl, casually dressed. The girl had long blonde hair and looked vaguely familiar. A Citroën was parked on the grass verge behind them. Their voices drifted up, but he couldn't make out what they were saying. Feeling receptive to human company, he left the bedroom and went downstairs. The scent of flowers cleared his head as he strode down the path. The 3 strangers looked past Midge as he approached, and she turned to greet him. She announced they had visitors, their first human ones, as he corrected, smiling at their puzzlement. She explained his reference to the animals that had dropped by, and smiles broke out all around. The blond man introduced himself as Hub Kinsella, and his companions as Gilly Slade and Neil Joby. He shook hands with all 3, noting they were in their early to mid-20s. The girl, Gilly, mentioned they'd seen him when they passed by the other day. He remembered her waving from the car. She was English and pretty in a wan way, with freckles and a nervous skittishness. Joby was short and thin, dressed more formally with a tie, sharply creased trousers and polished shoes. His grip was too tight, as if he were trying too hard. Kinsella asked if they were from London, and he admitted they had that look. He joked about being ducks out of water, but Kinsella said he just felt the countryside was new to them. Midge had been raised in the country, he was the novice. Gilly assured them they'd soon come to love it. Midge mentioned the grey house they'd seen on their walk, and he realized that was where these 3 came from. He asked if it was a hotel or health farm, but Kinsella said neither, and invited them to drop by sometime. Gilly reached out with both hands, touching their arms, urging them to visit. Midge seemed pleased with the idea, and he agreed, though he felt warning pressure from her hand on his arm. He mentioned their bat problem, thinking the locals might have ideas. Their faces lit up with eagerness to help. He pointed back at the cottage with his thumb and explained the bats had taken over the penthouse suite. That was the noise she'd heard last night. They were up in the loft now, sleeping off their party. She repeated the word with surprise, and he confirmed it. The American dismissed his concern, assuring him the bats were no problem. He admitted they made him uncomfortable. He didn't want to wake up one night and find them toasting each other's health with their blood. They laughed, though Gilly looked queasy. Joby folded his thin arms and explained they hunted at dusk and dawn. Vampire bats weren't a concern in Hampshire. Leave them alone, and they'd stay out of the way. He pointed out they were already bothering him, and Midge dismissed his worry, comparing them to hamsters with wings. Her reaction surprised him. He knew she adored animals, but all animals. Joby continued, explaining they couldn't do much about them by law. Bats were protected, nearly wiped out by pesticides and ignorance, with conservationists stepping in just in time. He could barely believe they couldn't touch the creatures. Joby bowed his head gravely, and clarified they were mammals, either pipistrelle or long-eared bat depending on size. He hadn't taken a close look. Joby noted the pipistrelle favored woodlands but adapted to residential areas, while the long-eared bat preferred caves, cellars, or lofts. That sounded like they're squatters. Joby promised they were no danger. They ate insects and moths, might even be doing them a favor. He was doubtful, but the man seemed to know what he was talking about. He shook his head slowly, and accepted they were stuck with them. Kinsella leaned in conspiratorially, offering to help smoke them out if it became a real problem no one else need know. He agreed to see how it went. Kinsella flashed his perfect teeth and invited them to visit any time. Gilly asked if she should fetch the gift, and Kinsella remembered. She ducked into the car and produced a square red biscuit tin, holding it over the gate toward Midge. She explained one of their sisters was a fantastic cook and had made them a welcoming cake when they learned they'd moved into Gramarye. Kinsella called it their small way of welcoming them to the neighborhood. Midge beamed, accepting the gift and suggesting they might invite them over once they were settled. Kinsella assured them they'd be saying hello regularly once they'd made friends. They didn't like to lose them. The geniality of the remark should have been reassuring, but something about it made him uneasy. Kinsella noted there was a lot to put right in the cottage. The previous owner too old to maintain it properly. Midge asked if they'd known Flora Chaldean, and Gilly said most people knew of her. Kinsella added that no one got to know her. They'd only spoken to her a couple of times. He thanked them for the bad information, though it didn't help much. At least he knew where they stood. They shook hands formally, then climbed into their car and drove away, waving through the windows. They waved back, watching until the Citroen disappeared. Midge exclaimed how nice they were, holding up the cake box. He thought they might be too friendly. She called him a cynic, insisting they were just being neighborly. He wondered what they were, how a mixed bunch lived together in a manor house, and noted Gilly had referred to the cake maker as sister. She dismissed his concern, saying they probably belonged to a religious organization. He shrugged, admitting he felt a bit crowded, like they were too keen to get to know them. She reminded him again that country people were friendlier, and he apologized, blaming the bats for upsetting his peace of mind. Her tone softened, assuring him bats really were harmless. He quipped that it would be good if the bats knew that too. A breeze rustled the trees and flowers. She tucked the cake tin under her arm and linked hers through his, and they strolled back to the cottage, the sun warm on their faces. She coaxed him to take her up to see the monsters he was so afraid of. He was surprised she wanted to go up there. She was indignant, of course she did. She studied wildlife, painted animals for stories, enjoyed watching them. Besides, the little devils might give her an idea for a future book, one he could write for her. It was about time he put that talent to use. He suggested a horror story for tiny tots, but she insisted there was nothing nasty about bats. He warned her to wait until she saw them. She left the cake on the kitchen table, and they went upstairs, him muttering about socializing with Dracula's kin while she prodded his buttocks and warned him to quit his craven rambling. In the attic room, he picked up the flashlight from the chair and confronted her with a sober expression, asking if she really wanted to go through with it despite knowing what happened to Pandora. She poked his chest and put one foot on the chair, challenging him. He admitted he honestly didn't feel like going up there again. She said he didn't have to just help her up. She struck a pose, grinning grimly. He groaned and pulled her away, climbing onto the chair himself. He told her he'd open the hatch, then lift her through. She folded her arms and waited. He pushed at the hatch, and it sucked open. He quipped to the bats that it was just the landlord come to check the air conditioning, though his forced lightness betrayed his nerves. The hatch slammed back, and he ducked at the sudden bang, catching her hiding a smile. He stepped down and made a stirrup of his hands, instructing her to catch the side of the opening with one hand and put the light inside. Then he'd lift her through. She called him her hero, resting a foot in his hands. He straightened, and she rose easily, weight no problem, switching on the flashlight and placing it through the opening in one graceful movement. She sat as he had, legs dangling. He scrambled up after her. Inside, he asked if she saw what he meant, the familiar smell wrinkling his nose. She swung the beam around and dismissed his concerns there weren't that many. He blinked, following the light, certain there had been more before. She suggested he'd been so alarmed. He'd imagined more, even so, there were at least 30 or 40. He insisted they'd been crammed together last time, but she reasoned, they must have taken flight, or the light beam cast shadows. She patted his thigh reassuringly, teasing that when you're basically chicken, things have a way of becoming exaggerated. She pointed the light under her chin, making an evil relief of her grinning face. He snatched the flashlight and crawled further into the loft, keeping to the joists, reluctant to put a knee through the ceiling. He shone the beam into the further recesses but found nothing skulking anywhere else. She joined him, walking rather than crawling, making him feel foolish. He stood, grabbing a crossbeam for balance, careful not to brush against a sleeping bat. He expected mockery, but she was intent on studying one of the dangling bodies nearby. She reached out and gently tugged at a folded wing. He hissed at her to stop, demanding to know what she was doing. She told him to bring the light closer. She wanted a good look at the creature. He warned her. It might be dangerous, even mentioned rabies, but she dismissed his concern, reminding him there was no rabies in the country and urging him to think of them as hamsters with wings. He moved the light closer grudgingly, stepping carefully along the joists, and warned her not to blame him if she got bitten. The bat twitched, trying to retract its extended wing, but she held it firm. Its mouth opened in annoyance, revealing tiny teeth, though it didn't fully wake. He kept his distance, stretching his arm to provide the light she wanted. She pointed out the long fingers, explaining the wing was just skin stretched between them, extending down to the bat's foot and tail. He remarked that it was fascinating but suggested they let it sleep. She commented on its furry little body, calling it cute. He disagreed emphatically, calling it ugly as sin, and immediately regretted raising his voice when the bat's eyelids quivered open for a second. She observed that it was offended. He said it would have to live with it, pointing out its horrible squashed nose and pointy ears. She noted that was its radar, and he dismissed it as uncosmetic, asking if they could go down now they might have to cohabit with the hanging prunes, but didn't have to fraternize with them. She let the wing fold back and squeezed the flesh above his hip, admitting she hadn't known he was so allergic. He confessed he hadn't either, just had a funny feeling about them. She pointed out there weren't as many as he'd first thought. He insisted there had been more, but the shock must have made him see double. She suggested treble. They held hands crossing the joists, and he stood with legs across the hatchway to lower her onto the chair below. He dropped the flashlight into her waiting hands and eased himself through, catching the side of the hatch to close it with less panic than before. He hopped to the floor and slapped dust off his hands, glad to be out of the gloom. She'd gone to one of the small windows in the attic and was trying to open it, saying she wanted to let air circulate. He joined her, noting it might be paint on the outside. The builders should have left them open until dry. Before he could thump the sash, she held his arm and asked if the bats really bothered him, reminding him they could follow Hub's suggestion and get rid of them without anyone knowing. He gazed at her steadily, asking if she'd like that very much. She said she didn't like the idea of them spoiling Gramarye for him. His happiness was more important, so if it was a choice between that and the bats staying, they were the losers. They touched foreheads briefly, and he agreed. The bats would probably be no trouble at all. He turned back to the window but warned that any midnight orgies and they were out the sound of frenzied wings would drive him crazy. He banged a palm against the sash, then tried again, biting his lip at the smarting. On the third try the window jutted open an inch, and he pushed it wide, catching the casement stay. The other half was equally difficult, but on the third thump it budged open. As he widened the gap and drew in a deep breath of sun-warmed air, he stiffened. Was that a figure standing in the shade just beyond the first line of trees? Someone watching again? He called to her, his voice strained, and she moved closer. She peered into the forest but saw nothing. He pointed, whispering that there was a dark figure just inside the trees, looking directly at the cottage. But when he looked back, the figure had disappeared. She still saw nothing, and he turned to her speechlessly. then looked again at the trees. Definitely nobody there. He began to wonder if the country air was so fresh it caused hallucinations. The next couple of weeks flew by, keeping them both busy and free of any more hallucinations. They spent days stripping old wallpaper and replacing it with new painting walls and woodwork. 1 or 2 evenings turned chilly, and they discovered sneaky drafts. He did his best to seal them. They washed, scrubbed, polished, cleaned. He fixed the front doorbell so it clanged rather than clunked. They had the chimney swept and the cesspit cleared. The smell was awful, and they were warned to keep every door and window shut. A plumber came to do various jobs, including plumbing in the washing machine and getting the hot water to run hot, which required a new immersion heater and cut heavily into their budget. The water ran clear thanks to O'Malley's tank, and even the TV and radio reception cleared up after the first week, though the picture still wasn't brilliant. He set up his music studio, dreaming of expensive equipment, while she prepared her art studio beneath one of the large windows in the round room. She was itching to get back to painting, just as he yearned to get back to serious music. His head was swimming with ideas for songs, stories, and the glimmerings of a full-scale rock musical, but they resisted temptation and persevered with preparing Gramarye for a comfortable and productive future. They did their best with the garden, or, rather, she did, particularly the flower beds, but it seemed to be thriving on its own. Even the rabbits left the flowers alone. They cleared the beds and were relieved to find many weeds had disappeared on their own. He bought a hover mower from the village hardware store and enjoyed working in the sun, stripped to the waist. He fixed the fence, replacing missing struts and painting over rotting wood. They made several trips into Bunbury, buying second-hand furniture and knickknacks. Rumbo became a fixture at the cottage, visiting so regularly that he felt like part of the household. He'd chatter away endlessly, and while they sometimes felt he understood them perfectly, his toothy monologues remained largely unintelligible to his human hosts. They imagined he had a family somewhere in the woods, a Mrs. Rumbo, and perhaps little Rumbos, and that he returned to them after each day's adventure with them. He loved games, chasing tennis balls across the grass, leaping onto their shoulders when they least expected it. He'd snatch books or magazines and tear them to pieces, sending them on frantic chases through the cottage in a ridiculous game of keep away. There was something almost dog-like about him, a dopey intelligence mixed with craftiness that they found alternately amusing and exasperating. He was good company. Phone calls came in regularly from friends and business associates, many with tempting offers of work, all of which they declined. They'd committed to a full month free of professional engagements and intended to stick to it. The line was crackly at first, as if the wires had rusted from disuse, but the more calls they received, the clearer the voices became. Their bird friend, the missel thrush with the damaged wing, returned. The feathers on that wing were still missing, confirming it was the same bird, and it flew straight into the kitchen without hesitation, perching on the table or chairbacks. Others followed its example, their initial wariness giving way to trust. Birds and the squirrel weren't their only visitors. Mice, bees, a fox, even a stoat appeared one day. They grew accustomed to the odd spider or snail inside and carefully relocated them outside on newspaper. Their 3 new friends from the Grey House kept their word, visiting occasionally with small gifts, food, homemade wine, inexpensive ornaments. They never imposed, never overstayed, and were pleasant and informative about the area, offering useful tips on country living. They were okay. After a few nights, the loft noises stopped bothering him. He found it fascinating to sit outside at dusk and watch the bats skittering from the eaves toward the forest, the sight becoming less eerie the more they watched. As they'd been told, they were harmless, unsociable creatures that kept to themselves. They pressed on with the work, determined to accomplish enough before taking things easy. There were only a few overcast days. The rest were brilliantly sunny, the air clear and revitalizing in the mornings, comfortably sluggish in the afternoons. They made progress. Life was good. He drove to the village hardware store for nails, oil mix for the mower, electrical plugs, more white paint, general bits and pieces. Familiar faces nodded hello as he walked through the village. Word had spread about their new occupancy, and it was nice to be acknowledged. Mid-morning the store wasn't busy. He took a basket and browsed the aisles, grabbing what he needed and adding extra items he thought might come in handy, though they rarely did. He was examining superglues when a gruff voice broke his concentration. The shopkeeper, Hoggs, usually genial, was in a brusque mood. A girl stood at the counter with her back to him, braided hair, loose shirt, long patterned skirt. She was holding 2 items, apparently asking which was better for a particular job, and Hoggs's response was curt. She'd have to find out for herself. The girl merely handed one tin back and returned the other to the shelf. Hoggs caught his eye and looked heavenward in vexation. As the girl turned, he saw she was pale, almost sallow, her expression blank, either disguising her chagrin or genuinely vacant. She paid meekly after Hoggs barked the amount, gathered her purchases, and hurried out without glancing at him. He placed his basket on the counter and regarded Hoggs with some trepidation. The shopkeeper greeted him warmly, the friendly tone restored. He jerked his head toward the door and asked if there was a problem with paying her bills. Hoggs assured him, no, she was one of that mob. He asked which mob, and Hoggs explained she was from the temple, one of the synergists. Hoggs called them crackpots, said they brought funny ways and ideas that the locals didn't want them. He asked if they were a religious cult, already connecting the girl to Hub, Gilly, and Neil. Hoggs said something like that. They sold things people didn't want, baskets and mats, then tried to convert the young, dragging them off to their temple. He asked if they all lived at the manor house in the forest. Hoggs confirmed Crowton Hall, now the Synergist Temple. He groped for his wallet, and remarked that they seemed harmless enough. Hoggs looked through him, told him the amount, and went to find a box for his goods. He left with his purchases tucked under one arm. His slight unease about their newfound friends hadn't been unjustified. Still, they appeared innocent enough, and it was probably just the media's poor image of such cults that made him wary. The girl in the store had been innocuous, even with good cause to retaliate against Hoggs' rudeness. He supposed it took years for outsiders to be accepted in a quiet village like Cantrip, so an obscure religious organization was bound to have problems. What exactly was a synergist? He'd never heard of it. Was it genuine or lunatic? Kinsella and his companion seemed sane enough, hardly religious zealots, though their forceful sincerity was a little off-putting. But Midge and he were no longer young and impressionable, so what did it matter if they dropped by from time to time? It didn't matter at all. He rounded the corner into the car park, heading for the Passat at the far end, when he spotted the girl from the shop again. She was standing by the familiar Citroën, its hatchback open, and she wasn't alone. Gilly Slade was with her, both of them stony-faced, as 3 youths paid them unwanted attention. The boys were young, no more than 15 or 16, with spiked hair, torn and bleach-stained jeans, lace-up boots. One wore a studded leather jacket despite the heat the others had ripped to shirts. Leather Jacket was dancing around the braided girl, tugging at her hair and chortling at his companions. Another was snatching at the basket Gilly was trying to load into the car, while the third stood picking his nose. He considered turning back, pretending he hadn't seen anything. He'd run a mile from trouble any day, but Punk 2 tipped Gilly's basket onto the ground and lunged for something that caught his eye. Gilly pushed him, and he shoved her back hard, sending her sprawling. Her face reddened, tears threatening, and then she spotted him. Relief and pleading stayed those tears. He groaned inwardly. Caught. No way out. He strolled over with forced nonchalance, knees quivering, and asked in his best low voice if she was okay. The punks turned, Leather Jacket's grin still on his achned face. Gilly picked herself up, the other girl watching with interest. Gilly confirmed she was all right, and stooped to retrieve her scattered items. Punk 2 kicked one away from her fingers, shrieking with glee. He walked up to him, glad he was shorter, and told him to get lost. The cocky grin faltered as the boy glanced at his companions for support. Leather Jacket sidled closer, taller than him, breathing heavily and asking what he was going to do about it. He replied that they didn't want to find out, his voice cracking slightly. Up close, he saw they were just kids playing tough, not real hard cases. That encouraged him, but there were 3 of them. Leather Jacket seemed to struggle with forming a sentence, so he saved him the trouble, telling him to leave these people alone or he'd flatten him. He tried to look mean. It frightened him, but had the opposite effect on Leather Jacket, who grabbed his shirt and tried to headbutt him. He ducked reflexively, and the kid's mouth and chin connected with the top of his head. The howl of pain cheered him, though his skull had gone numb. Leather Jacket held his hands to his mouth, blood seeping through his fingers. He warned there was more where that came from, refraining from rubbing his scalp. Punk 2 realized the injury had been accidental and charged him. He stepped aside, and the boy's stomach ran into his clenched fist. The kid's own momentum did most of the work. He threw him across the bonnet of the nearest car, the hot metal scalded his cheek, and he yelped. He pushed the boy's head back down, holding him against the sizzling surface. Punk 3 had stopped picking his nose and moved on to scratching his armpit, a bewildered expression on his face. Leather Jacket was still making muffled noises. He smiled laconically, warning them again. But the other 2 began closing in, the injured one gurgling curses, the one he held pinned kicking out behind, trying to rise. A new voice cut through a small head jutting from a car window. The vicar looked shocked, asking if that was Miles Carver he saw. He smiled, beginning to enjoy himself. The cleric stepped from the car, demanding to know what was going on. He was short, with a youthful face and plastered-down hair, wearing a tweed jacket over black shirt and white collar, trousers bunched around his ankles. Miles mumbled something unintelligible. Punk 2 had stopped wriggling under his grasp, straining to keep his face off the hot metal. Punk 3 had shoved his hands deep into his pockets. Gilly spoke up, saying the boys were trying to steal from them when Mr. Stringer stopped them. He was surprised steal was a bit strong, the vicar exclaimed, asking if it was true, ignoring the incoherent protests. He warned Miles he'd have to speak with his father again. Miles blanched visibly. He volunteered that no real harm was done, things just got out of hand. The vicar turned to him, sizing him up coldly, and suggested he let go of the boy. He released his grip, and the boy sprang away, rubbing his neck and regarding him morosely. He had driven to the village hardware store for supplies, nails, oil mix for the mower, electrical plugs, more white paint parking in the small car park behind the high street. Familiar faces nodded. Hello word had spread about their new occupancy, and it was nice to be acknowledged after the occasional odd stares. Mid-morning the store was quiet. He browsed with a metal basket, grabbing necessities and extras that rarely proved useful. He was examining superglues when a gruff voice interrupted his thoughts. The shopkeeper, Hoggs, usually genial, was in a brusque mood with a girl at the counter, braided hair, loose shirt, long patterned skirt. She was holding 2 items, apparently asking which was better for a particular job. Hogg's curt response suggested she'd have to figure it out herself. She handed one tin back and returned the other to the shelf. Hoggs caught his eye and looked heavenward in vexation. The girl paid meekly after he barked the amount and hurried out without glancing at him. He placed his basket on the counter, and Hoggs greeted him warmly. He asked about the girl, and Hoggs explained she was a synergist from the temple crackpots, bringers of funny ways, beggars who sold unwanted goods and tried to convert youngsters. Hoggs confirmed they lived at Crowton Hall, now the Synergist Temple. He remarked they seemed harmless enough, but Hoggs' look made him feel foolish. He paid, and left, his goods in a cardboard box. His unease about their new friends hadn't been unjustified, but they seemed innocent enough. The media gave cults a poor image, and villagers took years to accept outsiders. Kinsella and his companions were sane enough, hardly zealots, though their sincerity was off-putting. What did it matter if they dropped by? It didn't matter at all. He rounded the corner into the car park and spotted the girl from the shop again, standing by the familiar Citroen with Gilly Slade, both stony-faced as 3 youths harassed them. The boys were young, spiked hair, torn jeans, lace-up boots. Leather Jacket tugged at the girl's braids, Another snatched at Gilly's basket. The third picked his nose. He considered turning back, but Punk too tipped Gilly's basket and lunged for something. Gilly pushed him, and he shoved her back hard, sending her sprawling. She spotted him, relief and pleading in her eyes. He strolled over with forced nonchalance, asked if she was okay. Leather Jacket sidled closer, taller, breathing threats. He warned them to leave, his voice cracking. Leather Jacket grabbed his shirt and tried to headbutt him. He ducked, and the kid's mouth connected with the top of his head. Leather Jacket howled, blood seeping through his fingers. Punk too charged. He stepped aside, and the kid's stomach met his fist. He threw him across a hot car bonnet, holding him there. Punk 3 had stopped picking his nose to scratch his armpit, bewildered. Leather Jacket was still muffled. The other two began closing in when a vicar's voice cut through. The Reverend XIII stepped from his car, a short man with a youthful face and plastered down hair. He recognized Leather Jacket as Miles Carver and demanded to know what was happening. Gilly said the boys were trying to steal from them when Mr. Stringer stopped them. The vicar scolded Miles, threatening to speak with his father. He volunteered that no real harm was done, and the vicar coldly told him to release the boy. He did, and Miles sprang away. The vicar dismissed the other two, and they lumbered off, Miles leaving a blood spot trail. Gilly and her friend Sandy thanked him, and the vicar reappraised him when he learned he was the new occupant of Gramarye. He introduced himself as Peter Sixsmith and welcomed him to the parish. Gilly and Sandy kissed his cheek before leaving. The vicar asked if he knew the synergists. He said they'd drop by occasionally. Sixsmith asked to visit tomorrow, and he agreed. The vicar warned him to be very careful of those people. He left, unsure how seriously to take the warning. Perhaps the vicar just didn't like maverick religions, or maybe there really was something sinister about them. He had a feeling in his bones. That evening, Kinsella arrived alone with 2 bottles of homemade wine. He was sitting on the doorstep, tossing bread crusts to Rumbo, who was storing them nearby. Kinsella pulled up in a red Escort and waved from the gate, waiting for an invitation. He sauntered down the path, and Kinsella thanked him for helping in the village, offering the wine. He invited him in, and Kinsella stepped through the gate with uncharacteristic hesitation, almost as if nervous. The evening had settled into a quiet dusk, and Mike was seated on the doorstep, tossing bread crusts to the bold little squirrel who'd become a regular visitor. The creature, Rumbo, was a whirlwind of energy, catching each piece mid-air and dashing to stash it, chattering all the while as if scolding Mike for the slow pace of the game. The sight was so absurd, a squirrel hoarding bread like treasure, that Mike found himself grinning, amused that the rascal would eat just about anything offered to him. Midge's voice drifted out from inside, the clatter of dishes as she cleared the table. A red Escort pulled up beyond the gate, and Mike's attention shifted. When he recognized the driver, a familiar wariness settled in his chest. The vicar's warnings from earlier had left a residue of unease, and seeing the blonde American again, all sun-kissed charm, only sharpened that feeling. Kinsella called out a cheerful greeting from the other side of the fence, but he remained there, bottles dangling from one hand, grinning, but making no move to enter. Mike noted the hesitation with mild puzzlement. This was the first time one of the group had waited for an invitation. He dusted off his hands, leaving the last crusts for Rumbo, and ambled down the path. The conversation was easy enough. Kinsella waved off Mike's modest dismissal of the earlier scuffle, insisting the rescue had earned the girl's gratitude. He held up the wine bottles, urging Mike to open one, a peace offering, it seemed, for their kindness. Midge appeared at the door, wiping her hands, and the exchange grew warmer as Kinsella praised her garden. Yet Mike caught something off in the man's demeanor. When Mike finally swung the gate open and invited him in, Kinsella moved with a strange reluctance, pausing on the threshold like a man about to step into cold water. His eyes darted around the dimming kitchen, blinking as if the shadows oppressed him. He rubbed his arms, claiming a sudden chill, though the evening was not yet cold. Inside, the mood shifted. Mike opened the wine while Midge fetched glasses, and they settled around the table. The conversation meandered, but Kinsella soon steered it toward his community. He explained the Synergist Temple with a practiced patience, describing it as a way of life built on cooperation between human will and a kind of universal spirit. His words were careful, polished, intended to disarm. Mike listened, skeptical, catching Midge's eye but finding her absorbed, her questions earnest. The American's talk of divine power and regeneration seemed to charge the air. He leaned in, gesturing broadly, his enthusiasm palpable. But Mike noticed the way Kinsella kept glancing around the room, his composure fraying at the edges. He drank his wine too quickly, his fingers restlessly twisting the glass, his gaze flickering toward the open door and the deepening darkness outside. When Midge asked about his own role in the temple, Kinsella admitted he was a first officer, a lofty title, he implied. He spoke of fosterlings and private funds, of the temple's growing numbers, and he urged them to visit. Mike deflected the invitation, citing the endless work at the cottage, but Kinsella pressed on with an easy, almost dismissive laugh, insisting there was no pressure to convert. Yet the atmosphere grew stranger. Kinsella's speech became disjointed, his focus wandering. He shivered more, blamed the coming storm, though the night remained still. Mike tasted the wine, found it unremarkable, and wondered if the man's nerves were getting the better of him. Midge tried to steer the conversation towards safer ground, but Kinsella's eyes kept straying, his answers growing clipped. He seemed to shrink into himself, his earlier bravado dissolving into something close to anxiety. Mike felt a prickle of unease, the sense that their guest was no longer entirely present, trapped, perhaps, by something beyond the simple walls of the kitchen. The shadows lengthened, and the silence between them grew taut. Mike realized, with a start, that a storm was indeed building not in the sky, but in the air around them, thick and oppressive, as if the very room was holding its breath. Kinsella downed the last of his wine in a single gulp, and Mike instinctively raised the bottle to offer more. The American refused with a wave, insisting he needed to leave before the storm broke. His chair scraped loudly against the tiles as he stood, and he was already moving toward the door before Midge and Mike could fully rise from their seats. At the threshold, Kinsella paused, delivering a parting invitation with a twitch at the corner of his smile, urging them to visit the temple any time. He edged out the door hastily, waving them back when they tried to follow. His skin gleamed with sweat in the dim light, yet he shivered, as though caught in a draft, and then he was gone, hurrying down the path with an urgency that seemed almost desperate. Mike and Midge exchanged bewildered looks. She voiced concern for their guest's well-being, but Mike could only shrug, uncertain what had just transpired. When he stepped outside to check, Kinsella was already in his car, the escort tearing away so fast it left ruts in the grass. The gate stood open, abandoned. Mike called out, but the vehicle had vanished around the bend before he could finish. He closed the gate and turned back, noting that the storm clouds they'd all anticipated had apparently passed. A few dark patches lingered on the horizon, but the sky above was mostly clear, and a gentle breeze stirred the flower beds. A bat flitted from the roof, beginning its nightly hunt. Mike stood there, puzzling over why they'd all sensed a storm coming when nothing had materialized. Then a cold draft touched him, raising goosebumps. His gaze was drawn beyond the garden toward the forest's edge, where a figure stood motionless in the deepening twilight. Its features were indistinct, just a blur in the gloom, but he recognized it instantly. It was watching him, waiting. When it took a single step forward, Mike's composure shattered, and he fled back inside. He didn't mention the apparition to Midge, not wanting to alarm her and feeling a twinge of shame for not investigating. He slipped upstairs and peered out from the round room's window, but the figure had vanished. It couldn't have crossed the clearing in time, so it must have retreated into the trees. When Midge asked what he was looking for, he made up a story about spotting a deer, a lie that only made her excited and forced him to talk her out of going outside to search. He rationalized the evening's events as best he could, the earlier scuffle, Kinsella's strange behavior, the phantom storm, telling himself that the stress had made him overwrought. But the image of the watcher stayed with him, and sleep that night was fitful, broken by the smallest creak and whisper, each sound magnified into a threat in his imagination. Morning came as a relief. He was mowing the grass when the Reverend XIII arrived, cycling up with cheerful formality. Midge had been working in the front garden and welcomed the vicar warmly, though she shot Mike a bemused look that suggested he'd neglected to mention his visit. The vicar was effusive, complimenting the garden and the cottage, and when he learned Midge's full name, he was delighted to discover she was the well-known children's illustrator. He launched into a rambling welcome, pointing out the appropriateness of Gramarye's name, a word, he noted, that meant magic. Mike hadn't known that, and the revelation gave him pause. They settled around a small garden table, the vicar sipping lemonade while Mike scanned the tree line, still uneasy. XIII apologized for the previous day's disturbance, dismissing the local youths as merely bored and unsettled, not truly malicious. The conversation drifted through pleasantries, but Mike sensed the vicar was biding his time, waiting for Midge's return to steer toward weightier matters. When Midge rejoined them, carrying a tray of drinks, the talk grew more personal. She spoke of their decision to take a month off from work, a chance to settle into their new life. The vicar was curious about Mike's profession, seeming mildly disappointed when Mike described himself as a guitarist. Midge quickly defended him, explaining that he was a session musician and a songwriter with a musical in the works. XIII pressed on, hinting that life in the countryside might grow dull for two such creative people. Midge assured him they'd come precisely to escape the chaos of the city, and the vicar conceded that many locals were far from boring. He mentioned Flora Chaldean, describing her as a recluse, but a figure of quiet fascination. The villagers, he said, often sought her out in secret, finding in her a comfort he himself sometimes failed to provide. Midge leaned forward, intrigued. She asked what kind of help Flora had given, and Mike felt a shift in the air, as XIII prepared to share something more significant. Mike had never considered himself a hero, and the previous evening had done little to change that opinion. After Kinsella's hurried departure and the unsettling sight of the figure at the forest's edge, he'd retreated inside without investigating, too unnerved to confront whatever was watching. He'd lied to Midge about spotting a deer, deflecting her curiosity while his own anxiety festered. Sleep had been fractured, every creak and whisper magnified into a threat, and morning came as a welcome relief. The Reverend XIII arrived while Mike was finishing the lawn, his oversized trilby making him look almost comically boyish. Midge, caught off guard by the visit, nevertheless welcomed him warmly and led him around to where Mike worked. The vicar was effusive, praising the garden and the cottage, and when he learned of Midge's profession, he was genuinely thrilled, recognizing her name from his own children's bookshelves. He remarked on the appropriateness of Gramarye's name Magic, he pointed out, and Mike found himself surprised that Midge had never shared that detail with him. They settled around a small table, lemonade in hand, and the conversation drifted through pleasantries. The vicar apologized for the previous day's incident with the local youths, dismissing them as restless rather than malicious, and assured them that the village was usually peaceful. Mike found himself scanning the tree line as they talked, the lingering unease from the night before refusing to fully subside. When Midge rejoined them, the talk turned more personal. She explained their decision to take a month off from work to settle in, and the vicar expressed interest in Mike's profession. Learning that Mike was a musician and songwriter, he seemed mildly disappointed, but Midge quickly defended him, mentioning his work on a musical. Mike deflected further discussion of his projects, explaining their mutual agreement not to discuss creative ideas prematurely. The vicar pressed on, suggesting that country life might seem dull to such creative people, but Midge assured him they'd moved precisely to escape the city's chaos. He conceded that many locals were far from boring and mentioned Flora Chaldean, describing her as a recluse, but a figure of quiet fascination. The villagers, he said, often sought her out in secret, finding in her a comfort he himself sometimes failed to provide. Midge leaned forward, intrigued, and asked about the kind of help Flora had given. The vicar described her as a great healer, of both spirit and flesh, with a gift that seemed centuries old. He spoke of her potions, and her ability to cure through touch or words alone, noting that even animals responded to her powers. He admitted that her effectiveness couldn't be explained simply by faith, since animals had no such belief to draw upon. Midge was captivated, and Mike could see her mind working, connecting the vicar's words with the strange occurrences they'd already witnessed. The vicar warned them that such knowledge was kept secret among the locals, bound by promises of silence, but he hinted that Flora's powers were real and profound. Then his tone shifted. He reminded Mike that the synergists had visited them, and revealed that they had also visited Flora, but she had despised them, going so far as to complain to the village constable. The vicar explained that the synergists were strange and secretive, led by a man named Mycroft, who had never been seen by the locals, and that they had been recruiting followers, particularly the young, drawing them away from their families. Midge questioned the vicar's concerns, pointing out that the synergists they'd met seemed friendly and harmless. The vicar conceded that he had no concrete evidence of wrongdoing, only a gut feeling shared by many in the parish. He urged them to be cautious and promised to help if they ever felt threatened. As the conversation wound down, the vicar tried to smooth over the tension by praising Gramarye's beauty and the loveliness of the forest, even inviting them to Sunday services. But Mike could tell that Midge was unsettled, her earlier enthusiasm dimmed by the vicar's warnings. They walked him to his bicycle, and as he pedaled away, Mike felt a weight settle on his shoulders, a growing sense that they were caught between forces they didn't fully understand. Mike opened the gate for the vicar, watching as he fastened clips around his trouser cuffs and hoisted his bicycle upright. Just as XIII swung his leg over the frame, Midge called out, her voice carrying a note of hesitation. The vicar turned, curious, and she asked the question that had clearly been weighing on her mind: how had Flora Chaldean died? The vicar's expression flickered with concern, as if worried he'd alarmed them unnecessarily. But Midge pressed on, insisting she'd wondered for some time. XIII explained that Flora had been very old, likely in her late 80s, and had simply died of a weary heart. The complication, he admitted, was that no one had known for weeks afterward. Some passers-by had claimed to see her in the garden just days before her body was found, but the reality was quite different. He grew more somber, his gaze drifting toward the cottage as he recounted his own discovery. As part of his pastoral duties, he'd visited Flora regularly, and on one overcast winter day, he'd peered through her kitchen window. She was sitting at the table, a cup and saucer before her, as if she'd just brewed tea. But the windows were grimy, the light poor, and when he received no response to his knocking, he grew anxious. Finding all the doors and windows locked unusual for Flora, he called the village constable. When the constable broke in, his pallor told XIII something was terribly wrong. The vicar hesitated, then described the scene. Flora's body was at the table, but the cup contained a thick green mold, and her remains were so corrupted, crawling with maggots, that it was clear she'd been dead for weeks. Mike's stomach turned, and he felt Midge's grip tighten on his arm as she pressed closer. The vicar seemed lost in his own recollection, noting that the passers-by couldn't have seen her days before the coroner confirmed she'd been dead at least 2 or 3 weeks. He offered a subdued farewell, pedaling off without a backward glance. The rest of the day was shadowed by the vicar's revelation. The kitchen no longer felt quite so charming, and Midge retreated into a quiet melancholy, spending much of the afternoon alone in the round room. Mike's own unease simmered. Though a phone call from Bob brought a welcome distraction, Phil Collins wanted to record one of their co-written songs, and Mike was invited to sit in on the session. The news lifted Midge's spirits somewhat, and they spent the rest of the day and evening celebrating, their enthusiasm carrying them through the night. But sleep brought its own horrors. Mike dreamed of taking tea with Flora's maggot-ridden corpse, her decaying hand dropping wriggling white things into his cup. He woke before he could drink, the image of a decomposed finger floating in green mold still vivid in his mind. The following Sunday they drove to the Forest Inn for a belated celebration. Mike indulged in a couple of pints, feeling light-headed, while Midge stuck to orange juice. The pub's noise and bustle, once familiar, now felt jarring after the tranquility of Gramarye. They soon left, walking arm in arm to the car. Midge suggested a drive to explore the area, and Mike readily agreed. They turned off onto a quiet lane that wound through dense woodland, the leafy canopy providing welcome shade. Neither voiced it, but they both knew where the road might lead. Curiosity about the synergists had been kindled more than cooled by XIII's warnings. They'd concluded the group was no real threat, and the vicar's gruesome story had only made them more inclined to dismiss his concerns. The weather had been unusually fine, and Mike had neglected to check the car's coolant levels. As they sped along the secluded lane, steam began to rise from the bonnet. The temperature gauge climbed into the red, and a warning light glared. Mike muttered a curse, pulling over as clouds billowed from under the hood. He'd have to face the consequences of his negligence. Mike saw the steam billowing from under the bonnet and cursed under his breath, his mind scrambling to recall when he'd last checked the radiator. The temperature gauge was buried in the red zone, a warning light glaring at him like an accusation. Midge, never mechanically inclined, asked what was wrong, but Mike's glare was answer enough, and she quickly turned away with a muttered apology. He pulled over and let the engine idle, the steam rising in thick clouds. Midge watched the spectacle with an almost detached curiosity, asking if he could fix it. Mike forced himself to relax, offering a sardonic reply about spitting in the radiator. He studied the steam himself, but his mind was already running through possibilities. A fan belt. Maybe he asked if she was wearing tights, but a quick flash of bare legs dashed that hope. He got out, grumbling, and had Midge release the bonnet catch. He raised the hood, turning his face from the escaping steam, and checked the fan belt. It looked fine. Perhaps the beer had dulled his judgment, or maybe it was just a moment of carelessness, but he made a critical error. He bunched his handkerchief over the radiator cap and twisted it. The cap gave way, and boiling water erupted like a geyser. Mike's left hand shot up to protect his eyes, but the scalding jet caught his arm in hand. He screamed and fell, writhing on the road. Midge was at his side, trying to steady him, but the pain was overwhelming. His face and neck had been splashed, but the real damage was to his hand and forearm. He sat up, blinking through tears of agony, and saw the skin on his arm already beginning to bubble. Midge waved frantically at a passing red car. Two figures got out, a man and a young girl, and hurried over. The man helped Mike to his feet, while the girl looked on anxiously. Mike managed a grim smile for Midge's sake, but it came out as a pained grimace. They guided him into the back of their car. The girl, Sandy, recognized him as the one who'd rescued her and her friend from the village punks. She explained they were taking him to the temple, just a minute away. Midge insisted he needed a hospital, but the thin, balding man in the front seat argued that the nearest hospital was too far and that Mike needed immediate treatment for the pain. They could decide about a hospital afterward. Sandy executed a quick turn and drove back toward the gray house. Mike recognized the car as the same red Escort Kinsella had used. The skin on his arm was swelling, mottled with fierce red patches, and he was beginning to tremble from delayed shock. They arrived at wrought iron gates set between gray pillars, the massive house looming beyond. Sandy swung the gates open, and they drove through, passing around the side of the building. Mike struggled out of the car, cradling his injured arm, and looked up at the cold, imposing structure. Despite the pain, a reluctance to enter gripped him, but Midge, tugging at his elbow, urged him on. As they mounted the wide steps, Kinsella appeared at the door, his expression shifting to alarm when he saw Mike's clawed hand. He threw the door open, ushering them inside. Mike was shaking badly now, the pain intensifying, and he was barely aware of the dim, cool interior of the hallway. Midge clung to him, demanding they get his arm into cold water. The scene was a blur of fear and urgency. Kinsella dismissed the idea of cold water, his voice dropping to a murmur as he sent Sandy to fetch Mycroft and instructed the bone-thin man to gather the others. He ushered Mike into a large, musty room lined with books, the air thick with the smell of old paper. Sunlight sliced through the tall windows in sharp angled beams, and Kinsella drew the curtains, dimming the room to a dim, focused glow. Mike, feverish and trembling, was seated at a polished oval table, the pain in his arm growing unbearable. Midge stood over him, her hands on his shoulders, urging action while Kinsella calmly examined the burns, remarking that Mike was lucky the worst had hit his arm rather than his face. Mycroft entered, and Mike's expectations of a sinister, imposing figure were confounded. The man was unremarkable medium height, paunchy, with smooth, almost characterless features. He wore a maroon cardigan and beige tie, his eyes gentle rather than piercing. He leaned over Mike, studying the damaged arm, and his concern seemed genuine. He reassured them they would waste no time. Sandy and Gilly entered carrying a rectangular bowl of greenish liquid. Mycroft directed Kinsella to summon the others, and the room began to fill with silent, watchful figures of all ages and nationalities. Mike tensed, rising from his seat, but Mycroft's firm hand on his shoulder pressed him back down. He urged trust, his voice shifting to a soothing, commanding tone that was difficult to resist. Mycroft rolled up his sleeves and immersed his own hands in the liquid. The room's occupants joined hands and closed their eyes, swaying slightly as if in prayer. Midge, too, seemed caught in the trance, her expression a mix of peace and excitement. Mike felt his burnt arm lifted and guided into the greenish fluid. The sensation was immediate. The searing pain vanished, replaced by a cool, numbing relief. Mycroft's fingers stroked his skin, and Mike sensed a tingling trail in their wake, the room's energy flowing through the linked followers. When Mycroft lifted Mike's arm from the liquid, the swelling had subsided, and the blisters had disappeared. The skin was still red and puffy, but the pain was gone. Mike stared at his arm in disbelief. Mycroft simply said acceptance was all that was required. The followers released each other's hands and applauded, but Mycroft quieted them with a raised hand, urging them to reflect on what they'd witnessed. Gilly and Sandy dressed Mike's arm with gauze and bandages, and Mike suggested they should still see a doctor. Mycroft dismissed the need, assuring him the pain wouldn't return. His attention shifted to Midge, his smile minimal but knowing. He addressed her directly, his gaze lingering with an intensity that reminded Mike of the lawyer Ogborn's interest in her. Mike felt a flicker of unease, but the relief from his injury dulled his wariness. For now, he was simply grateful to be free of pain. Kinsella refused the offer of another drink, insisting he needed to leave before the storm broke. He was already moving toward the door, his farewells hurried, his smile twitching at the corner. Mike and Midge rose to see him out, but he waved them back, his skin damp with sweat despite the chill he seemed to feel. He was gone before they could protest, the escort tearing away with such speed it left ruts in the grass. Mike closed the gate and turned back, noting that the storm clouds had passed. A bat flitted from the roof, and he stood puzzling over the strange tension they'd all felt. Then a cold draft touched him, and his gaze was drawn to the forest's edge, where a figure stood motionless, its face a dim blur. It watched him, waiting. When it took a single step forward, Mike fled inside, his composure shattered. He didn't tell Midge what he'd seen. He made up a story about spotting a deer and spent a restless night, every creak and whisper magnified into a threat. Morning came as a relief, and he threw himself into mowing the grass, hoping the physical work would ease his unease. The Reverend Sixsmith arrived, full of cheerful chatter, and Mike found himself drawn into conversation despite his lingering disquiet. The vicar's warnings about the synergists had stirred something in him, and the discussion of Flora Chaldean's powers only deepened his sense that Gramarye held secrets he didn't fully understand. The vicar's description of her healing gifts, her ability to cure animals and people alike, resonated with the strange occurrences they'd already witnessed. But it was the vicar's account of Flora's death that unsettled him most. The image of her body, corrupted and crawling with maggots, sitting at the kitchen table as if she'd just brewed tea. The rest of the day was shadowed by that grim revelation, and Mike's sleep was haunted by nightmares of decaying fingers and green mold. The following Sunday they drove to the Forest Inn for a celebration. Mike drank 2 pints of bitter, feeling lightheaded, while Midge stuck to orange juice. The pub's noise and bustle soon grew tiresome, and they left, walking arm in arm to the car. Midge suggested a drive to explore the area, and Mike agreed, turning onto a quiet lane that wound through dense woodland. The car overheated, steam billowing from under the bonnet. Mike tried to open the radiator cap, and boiling water erupted, scalding his hand and arm. He screamed, falling to the road, the pain unbearable. Midge flagged down a passing red car, and Mike recognized the driver as Sandy, one of the synergists. They took him back to the temple, where Kinsella met them, his expression shifting to alarm. Inside the musty library, Kinsella laid Mike's arm on a polished table. Mycroft entered unremarkable, paunchy, with gentle eyes, and examined the burns. He summoned his followers, and they filed into the room, joining hands and closing their eyes. Mycroft immersed Mike's arm in a greenish liquid, and the pain vanished, replaced by a cool numbness. The swelling subsided. The blisters disappeared. Mike stared at his arm in disbelief. Mycroft assured him the pain wouldn't return, and Mike, though skeptical, felt a grudging gratitude. He mentioned the recording session he'd have to miss, and Mycroft predicted his hand would be fully healed by Wednesday. Mike dismissed the claim as absurd, but he couldn't deny the relief he felt. They left the temple, and Kinsella drove them back to their car, fetching water for the radiator. Midge asked about his hasty departure the previous week, and Kinsella brushed it off with an awkward excuse. As they drove away, Mike looked back at the gray house, which now seemed far more ominous than before. Midge, however, watched with a faint smile on her lips. Her curiosity piqued. The next morning Mike woke with a jolt, his mind racing with thoughts of his injured hand. He'd expected it to be swollen and painful, but when he peeled back the bandages, he found the skin only slightly reddish, the flesh supple and mobile. The pain was gone. He called out to Midge, who woke with a start, her eyes widening as she saw his hand. She hugged him, insisting she'd known he'd be all right. Mike wasn't sure what to believe, but for now, he was simply grateful to be whole again. The next morning, Mike's first conscious thought was of his injured hand. He'd expected a swollen, painful mess, but the bandages felt loose, the discomfort minimal. He'd slept deeply, dreaming of Gramarye's flowers and sunshine, and now as he lifted his arm from beneath the sheet, he found the exposed fingers only slightly reddish, the flesh supple and mobile. He flexed his hand, waggled his wrist, and the movement was free, the pain completely gone. He called out to Midge, who woke with a start, her eyes widening as she saw his arm. She hugged him, insisting she'd known he'd be all right, though she couldn't explain why. Mike, still disbelieving, had her remove the bandages slowly, and when the gauze fell away, the skin beneath was tender and blotchy red, but there were no blisters, no scald marks. It was, he thought, the most beautiful arm in the world. By Thursday afternoon, Mike was back from the recording session, exhilarated by the experience. He'd worked with Phil Collins, who'd made their song sound better than it deserved, and the session had been relaxed and professional. Mike had stayed on for extra tracks, catching up with Bob and the other musicians afterward, the buzz of the work and the relief that his hand had held up carrying him through a night of drinking and reminiscing. Bob, predictably, dismissed the accident as minor, and Mike's account of the synergist's green liquid only earned a dismissive "fucking crazy." He'd phoned Midge from Bob's place, and they'd exchanged the usual endearments, missing each other despite the short separation. Now, driving back to Gramarye, the hangover fading, Mike felt a rare contentment. The recording session had been a reminder of the life he'd left behind, but the closer he got to the cottage, the more he realized he was glad to be returning. He passed through Cantrip, resisting the urge to honk at the vicar, and turned onto the familiar lanes. The forest closed in, and soon Gramarye appeared, a splash of white in the distance. Mike pulled onto the grass verge, tooting the horn to announce his return. He hauled out his guitar cases, stepped over the fence, and trudged through the flower beds, expecting to see Midge's face at the doorway. But the cottage was silent, the upstairs windows dark and lifeless. A scratching noise drew his attention to the front door, where Rumbo was gnawing at the paintwork, his expression seeming to ask where Mike had been. Mike chuckled, but the cottage's stillness unsettled him. He'd told Bob about the animals and the flowers, but Bob had scoffed, dismissing it as exaggeration. Now, standing in the quiet, Mike felt the weight of the real world pressing in, and he wondered if he'd imagined the magic of Gramarye. Logic took over once outside the cottage's embrace, and he was left with a nagging unease that the place he'd come to love might be more fragile than he'd thought. The drive back to Gramarye had been a slow shedding of the city's weight. Each mile closer to home had lightened his mood, the hangover receding with the familiarity of the winding lanes. A flash of white through the trees, the sight of the cottage, had pulled a grin across his face. He'd honked the horn, a jaunty hello, before hauling his guitar cases from the car and vaulting the fence. He'd expected Midge to appear in the doorway, but the house was silent, its windows dark and unseeing. A familiar scratching drew his attention down to the front step, where Rumbo was industriously gnawing at the paintwork. The squirrel's expression seemed to ask where he'd been. He chuckled, gently nudging the animal aside with his foot, though Rumbo found his shoelace far more interesting. He reached for his key then, on a hunch, tried the door. It swung open easily. Midge, of course, had left it unlocked. The thought brought a wry shake of his head as he stepped inside, Rumbo scampering past him into the gloom. The interior was unnaturally dim, and an unwelcome image flashed through his mind, a rotting figure at the kitchen table, a lipless grin. He forced the thought away, chiding himself for letting the vicar's gruesome tale get under his skin. He called out for Midge, his voice echoing in the empty space. The quiet was almost oppressive. She was out then. Disappointed, he set down his guitars and went through to the kitchen, filling the kettle. Rumbo was already there, darting along the top of the old iron range. He warned the squirrel about the chimney, joking about how black he'd come down, and the creature seemed to take the advice, hopping over to the fridge and chattering for a treat. He knew the routine. He fetched a biscuit, tossing one to Rumbo, who caught it with practiced ease. He watched the squirrel nibble, amused by its dainty, possessive way with the food. It was still hard to believe how tame the animal had become, how clever, always turning up at mealtimes. He remembered finding it asleep in their bed, and another time, when it had thrown bacon rind at him in a fit of squirrel pique. The kettle boiled. He made his coffee, the familiar action grounding him. Pouring the water made him think of his scalded arm, the pain that had so quickly vanished. He'd been lucky, he told himself, lucky to have had it dipped in that green liquid so soon after the accident. But that antiseptic-only line Kinsella had given him was a joke. There was more to it, he was sure. If they could bottle whatever it was, they'd be millionaires, which, come to think of it, might explain how they could afford a place like Croton Hall. He sipped the coffee, burning his lip, and left the kitchen, Rumbo racing ahead up the stairs. The whole cottage felt unusually gray, the absence of sun draining the life from its corners. He glanced into the bedroom, found it empty, and moved on to the round room. It was gloomy here too, the air carrying the faint scent of paint. Midge's drawing board was set at an angle, and he remembered she'd been painting. He set his coffee down on the small table beside her work, an old hard-learned rule, and turned to look. The painting stole his breath. It was Gramarye, seen from the gate, the garden a riot of color in the foreground, the cottage itself gleaming white, detailed, and worn in all the right places. The forest behind was a brooding presence, but the cottage was the vibrant heart of the image, full of a warm, invigorating energy. He felt his knees weaken just looking at it. Then the sun broke through the clouds outside, flooding the room with sudden, brilliant warmth. The colors on the board seemed to surge with light, dazzling, expanding, and the image in his head became the painting. It was as real as the original, a replica that had come alive. He remembered that first day at the cottage, the strange, delayed flashback. This was the same feeling, only stronger. The artboard seemed to move, the picture dancing in and out of focus, and the sun blazed on him, his head burning. He felt his knees buckle, and the image in his mind swelled, threatening to crack his skull. He became part of the painting. He could smell the flowers, the grass, the road, the sky itself. It was intoxicating. He was hallucinating, and he knew it, but he couldn't stop it. He cried out, scared. The world was a chromatic replica, an illustration made real. The sky, the forest, Gramarye all real, yet all paint. The clouds moved, birds arced across the sky. It was alive, breathing, and he was part of it. He saw the path leading to the cottage door. It was open, the cool darkness inside inviting. But the darkness wasn't empty. Someone was in there, sitting at the kitchen table, rising, a shadow moving among shadows, shuffling towards the open door, a hand raised, the fingers no more than bone with clinging rotted flesh. It was nearly at the door, almost in the light, but it lingered, as if afraid of the brightness. A finger curled, beckoning him. He found himself opening the garden gate, setting foot on the path. He was confused, wondering why he didn't resist. The flowers began to wilt as he passed, their petals browning, dying. The cottage walls became gray, the windows black, and the roof was a muddy dark, with black pits where tiles had fallen. Creatures fluttered out from those pits, circling the cottage, screeching, waiting. He was near the doorway, trying to hold himself back, his footsteps heavy, his shoulders leaning backwards. But he kept moving forward, impelled by what he knew was inside, watching, waiting. His foot was on the step. She was coming forward. She was almost faceless, a figure of decay. Her rotted hands reached for him, and he opened his mouth in a silent scream. Then a voice called him back. Her voice was the first thing sharp and clear, cutting through the fog. And then she was there, standing in the upstairs hallway, the door behind her open to the muted drizzle outside. She looked at him, as if he were a stranger, an intruder in her home. The hallucinated scene, the nightmare that had been more real than the room around him, was wrenched away, sucked back into the painting itself. The visions of reaching bones dissolved, swallowed by the vortex of his own mind. He staggered backward, released from the spiraling images, and his shoulder cracked against the window frame. The jolt of pain helped focus his eyes, and the world steadied. Midge's painting was before him again, a bright, idealized landscape, a pretty cottage in a pretty setting, but he had glimpsed something dark beneath its surface. She was asking what was wrong, concern in her voice, but he could only lean weakly against the frame, too confused to speak. She crossed the room quickly, rain wet and worried, and he nearly collapsed into her arms. She told him he looked dreadful, pale, his eyes wild. He managed to ask to sit down. She helped him to the sofa, lowering him onto the cushions. He sank back gratefully, his gaze drifting to the drawing board, the tainted picture now out of sight. She left and returned with brandy. He took the glass with trembling hands, the liquor harsh but warming. He tried to tell her how shaken he was, but she cut him off, asking how much he'd drunk the night before. He mentioned the picture, and she dismissed his reaction as an overreaction to not liking her work. He insisted it was no joke, and her voice dropped to a hushed query, asking what was really wrong. He blurted it out. It was this place. Something was going on here they didn't understand. She chided him, insisting it was perfect. He told her the picture had moved, that it had come alive. He'd seen things, smelled the flowers, felt the breeze, and there was someone inside the cottage. He expected disbelief, concern for his state of mind. Instead, her fury erupted. She accused him of breaking his promise, of taking drugs again. He denied it, but she wouldn't listen, screaming at him, her eyes blazing with tears and anger. She brought up the doctor's warnings, the point of moving here to escape that scene. He pleaded with her, told her to call Bob, but she rejected that idea too. He tried to reason with her, but she cut him off, accusing him of describing hallucinations. When he pointed out the unnatural things, the healed bird, the revived flowers, she demanded to know what he knew of anything beyond the city. He stared at her, aghast. She avoided his eyes, her chest heaving with barely contained rage. Then she apologized, her voice low and resentful, before pushing herself away and running from the room, slamming the bedroom door behind her. He heard her muffled sobs through the wood. He sat there, stunned and utterly confused. What had just happened? Elle to him? To her? He drained the brandy, nearly choking, then set the glass aside. He wiped his eyes and cheeks with his hands, unsure which were wetter. As he began to rise, a scrabbling sound from behind the sofa stopped him. He stood, still disoriented and vulnerable, and peered into the shadowy gap between the chair and the curved wall. He pulled the sofa aside and found the tiny, shivering figure of Rumbo, tail fluffed, paws digging nervously at the carpet. The squirrel shot him a startled look and bolted, streaking across the room and out through the open door, vanishing into the rain-soaked foliage beyond. A cold feeling settled in his gut. It felt like a sinking ship had just been deserted. He decided not to go to her right away. Giving her time to cool down seemed wiser, and besides, his own head was still reeling. Another drink might steady his nerves. He retrieved the glass and went down to the kitchen. The brandy bottle was still on the table, and he poured himself a measure before sitting, the chair scraping loudly against the tiles. The brandy didn't help much, but it gave his hands something to do while his thoughts churned. He reflected on how slow he'd been to realize things weren't normal here. At the time, none of it had seemed truly unnatural, unusual, yes, but not spectacular. The mind had a way of normalizing the abnormal. Even the moving painting could be dismissed as a hallucination, and he was convinced that was the case, though not from drugs as she'd accused. There was just so much nature here, and the atmosphere of the place seemed to sharpen their senses. Certain environments could bring out the best or worst in people, and Gramarye had done that for both of them. Maybe the dull weather had shifted the mood, something dark surfacing from within them. He'd never seen Midge act like that before. He sipped and brooded in the kitchen where Flora Chaldean had withered away. He hoped he hadn't scared off Rumbo for good. The look the squirrel had given him before bolting was one of pure terror, as if he were about to be turned into pie from the inside out. The glass was soon empty, and he resisted refilling it. He was still bewildered and upset, but sulking in the gloom wouldn't help. It was time to talk, time to make peace. He climbed the stairs, closing the hallway door against the drizzle. The doormat was sodden, and he felt a kinship with its wretchedness. Midge's anorak lay in a heap on the bedroom floor, and she was curled on the bed, futile and lonely. The room smelled musty with damp. He stood in the doorway, hesitant, a vague guilt churning in his gut. He called her name. She didn't respond at first. Then she rested on an elbow and looked at him. Her hands stretched out, and he hurried to lie beside her, wrapping his arms around her. She trembled against him, sniffling. He nuzzled her forehead, the scent of rain still in her hair, and asked her to believe him he'd stuck to alcohol, nothing else. She stiffened, then slumped against him. She asked what had happened in the round room. Why, he'd said her painting came alive. He tried to explain, the words halting. It had seemed so real, as if he were inside the picture itself, walking up the path, smelling the flowers, feeling everything around him, like that old film where the dancer moved with the cartoon, but without the black lines, more real and terrifying. He pulled back to look at her, pleading for her to believe him. She said she guessed she did. The doctors had warned about long-lasting after-effects, but after all these years, he suggested that had to be the answer, unless he was going crazy. She managed a feeble joke about him having been sane once, and he smiled. She urged him to get a checkup, but he dismissed the danger. He was just tired, he said, exhausted from the session and the night of drinking. He wanted to tell her the truth, that it could be the cottage itself, something beyond comprehension, a kind of magic that cured animals and people. He wanted to mention the bats, the watcher in the woods, the healing of his own arm, but it sounded ridiculous even in his own head, and he was afraid she'd think he'd really lost it. So he stayed quiet. She made him promise to see a doctor. He balked at being called a junkhead, but she reminded him he'd indulged. He admitted it, but insisted it was never a habit, and never since the bad time. She asked him not to get angry, and he agreed, not wanting to fight anymore. He kissed her, glad the tension had eased, at least partially. He asked about her day, and she told him she'd gone for a long walk in the rain, needing to clear her head after working on the painting. He asked if she'd gone into the forest, and she admitted she'd lost her way and found herself looking down on Crowton Hall again. He pressed her, asking if she'd gone down there. She said she just wanted to say hello, to let them know how his arm was. He asked who she'd seen Kinsella. Gilly? She said she'd seen Mycroft. He remarked that the mystery man was becoming pretty visible where she was concerned. She said she'd only met him twice. He pointed out that was twice more than the local vicar. They shared a dark joke about not wanting to avoid him. He suggested the vicar hadn't realized how his gruesome story would upset them. She admitted it had made her nervous going down to the kitchen, wondering what she'd find sitting at the table. He told her to put it out of her mind, that she didn't believe in ghosts anyway, but she countered that she didn't believe death was the end. There had to be something more, or else everything was pointless. He admitted he wasn't that curious. She told him Mycroft said they could glean some idea of their state after death. He scoffed, mocking the idea of spiritualism, but she insisted it wasn't that kind of nonsense. She explained that Mycroft taught that when the will is attuned to the divine spirit, the mind can achieve a higher perception, that their own spiritual force can be united with the essence of those who once lived. He decided to give her time to cool off, and his own head needed settling too. He went downstairs for another brandy, scraping the chair against the tiles as he sat. The liquor didn't help much, but it gave his hands something to do while his thoughts churned. He reflected on how slow he'd been to realize things weren't normal here. At the time, nothing had seemed truly unnatural, unusual, yes, but not spectacular. The mind had a way of normalizing the abnormal. Even the moving painting could be dismissed as a hallucination, and he was convinced that was the case, though not from drugs as she'd accused. There was just so much nature here, and the atmosphere sharpened their senses. Certain environments could bring out the best or worst in people, and Gramarye had done that for both of them. Maybe the dull weather had shifted the mood, something dark surfacing from within. He'd never seen Midge act like that before. He brooded in the kitchen where Flora Chaldean had died, hoping he hadn't scared off Rumble for good. The look the squirrel had given him before bolting was pure terror, as if he were about to be turned into pie from the inside out. The glass was soon empty, and he resisted refilling. He was still bewildered and upset, but sulking wouldn't help. Time to make peace. He climbed the stairs, closing the hallway door against the drizzle. The sodden doormat seemed to mirror his own wretchedness. Midge's anorak lay in a heap, and she was curled on the bed, futile and lonely. The room smelled musty with damp. He stood in the doorway, hesitant, a vague guilt churning in his gut. He called her name. She didn't respond, then rested on an elbow and looked at him. Her hands stretched out, and he hurried to lie beside her, wrapping his arms around her trembling body. He nuzzled her forehead, the scent of rain still in her hair, and asked her to believe him he'd stuck to alcohol, nothing else. She stiffened, then slumped. She asked what had happened, why he'd said her painting came alive. He tried to explain, the words halting. It had seemed so real, as if he were inside the picture, walking up the path, smelling the flowers, feeling everything. Like that old film where the dancer moved with the cartoon, but without the black lines. More real, and terrifying. He pleaded with her to believe him. She said she guessed she did. The doctors had warned about long-lasting after-effects, but after all these years, he suggested that had to be the answer, unless he was going crazy. She managed a feeble joke about him having been sane once, and he smiled. She urged him to get a checkup, but he dismissed the danger. He was just tired, he said, exhausted from the session and the night of drinking. He wanted to tell her the truth, that it could be the cottage itself, something beyond comprehension, a kind of magic that cured animals and people. He wanted to mention the bats, the watcher in the woods, the healing of his own arm, but it sounded ridiculous even in his own head, and he was afraid she'd think he'd really lost it. So he stayed quiet. She made him promise to see a doctor. He balked at being called a junkhead, But she reminded him he'd indulged. He admitted it, but insisted it was never a habit, and never since the bad time. She asked him not to get angry, and he agreed. He kissed her, glad the tension had eased. He asked about her day, and she told him she'd gone for a long walk in the rain, needing to clear her head after working on the painting. He asked if she'd gone into the forest, and she admitted she'd lost her way and found herself looking down on Croton Hall again. He pressed her, asking if she'd gone down there. She said she'd just wanted to say hello, to let them know how his arm was. He asked who she'd seen Kinsella. Gilly? She said she'd seen Mycroft. He remarked that the mystery man was becoming pretty visible where she was concerned. She said she'd only met him twice. He pointed out that was twice more than the local vicar. They shared a dark joke about not wanting to avoid him. He suggested the vicar hadn't realized how his gruesome story would upset them. She admitted it had made her nervous going down to the kitchen, wondering what she'd find sitting at the table. He told her to put it out of her mind, that she didn't believe in ghosts anyway, but she countered that she didn't believe death was the end. There had to be something more, or else everything was pointless. He admitted he wasn't that curious. She told him Mycroft said they could glean some idea of their state after death. He scoffed, mocking the idea of spiritualism, but she insisted it wasn't that kind of nonsense. She explained that Mycroft taught that when the will is attuned to the divine spirit, the mind can achieve a higher perception, that their own spiritual force can be united with the essence of those who once lived. He groaned, but she continued, insisting it wasn't through phony mediums, but through pure awareness, a mutual contact between psychic energies with Mycroft as guide and interpreter. She said he just had to believe. He asked how she could seriously consider what he was telling her. She said she never said she did, but his ideas were interesting to hear, and if you were open-minded enough, they made sense. He needed to listen for himself. He refused, saying he'd remain ignorant and unimpressed. She accused him of being a cynic, wrapped up in his own non-beliefs, and told him he needed to reach for something more. He realized Mycroft had really gotten to her. She turned away, and he regretted his scorn. He touched her shoulder and felt a sob jerk through her. He apologized, trying to joke about their biorhythms being out of sync, then spooned against her. He reminded her she was always willing to listen to new ideas without necessarily accepting them. That was one of her virtues. Maybe he had Mycroft all wrong. He couldn't expect an old cynic like him to swallow it. She sniffled, then told him Mycroft said he could help her reach her parents. He was stunned, then pulled her around to face him. This was something they really had to discuss. Later, he woke in the dark, the moonlight making a monochrome quilt of the bedsheet. Midge slept deeply beside him. He'd held back earlier, taking the coward's way to avoid more conflict, but she'd taken his silence as agreement and become even more enthused with the idea of reaching her parents through Mycroft. He'd tried to gently rein her in, but she was soon carried away, filled with the idea of laying their spirits to rest. Their deaths hadn't been easy, and she worried they wouldn't have peace in the afterlife. He shivered, pulling the sheet up. The damp mustiness in the bedroom was stronger. The clock read 22:26. They'd slept through the afternoon and evening. A shadow flitted past the window, a bat or owl on its nocturnal hunt. His throat was dry, and he was tempted to wake Midge so they could go downstairs for coffee and talk more. He'd never known her so gullible, but patient reasoning would win through. He kissed her exposed shoulder. She stirred, mumbled something, then turned onto her stomach, deep asleep. He nuzzled her neck, but she was completely out. He rested on his elbows, staring at the window, and recalled the love-making that had preceded their sleep. It hadn't been good. The effort had contributed to their mutual weariness, and he'd flaked out immediately afterwards. He mentally apologized to her, more for falling asleep so fast than for his poor performance. He tossed back the sheet, hoping to wake her, but she didn't stir. He slipped on his robe and crept to the door. His hand touched the wall for guidance and came away wet. He stroked the plaster, fingers sliding through a sheen of moisture. Condensation? In summer, it had been raining all day. He wondered what winter would bring. He went through to the hallway and flicked on the light, but the stairs still looked shadowy. He didn't fancy going down into the kitchen, but he convinced himself he was an unbeliever. He began the descent and stopped halfway, the dark kitchen looking uninviting. The hallucination with the picture had unnerved him more than he'd thought. Gritting his teeth, he continued, hands scrabbling for the light switch. The image of cold, bony fingers curling around his wrist was strong in his mind, almost sending him scurrying back upstairs, but he resisted. The light came on, and he was relieved to find the room empty. He went to the fridge, took out milk, and drank half standing at the sink. He found ham and was spreading butter on bread when he got the prickling feeling of not being alone. The window only showed his reflection. From where he stood, he couldn't see the table and chairs, but his mind could see someone sitting there. He turned to face the opening, not wanting to look. He wanted to bang on the ceiling and get Midge down for company, but he couldn't, and he had to poke his head through the doorway. He moved cautiously, like a Hitchcock tracking shot, the angle revealing more of the room as he approached. His own slow movement was giving him the creeps, but the feeling that someone was sitting there waiting, grinning with moldy tea untouched, was overwhelming. He took the last couple of feet at a rush. She wasn't there. Flora was lying in the village cemetery, not at Gramarye's kitchen table. Thank God. He leaned against the doorway, steadying his breathing. She wasn't there, but an atmosphere lingered, an old person smell, sweet and musty and ancient. He'd read that ghosts were the lingering dregs of a dead person's aura, and now that theory seemed to apply to Flora's psychic residue, permeating the cottage. She was gone, but part of her personality remained locked inside Gramarye, perhaps to fade to nothing. He shuddered at the idea, but it precluded any romantic notions of hauntings. He finished making the sandwich and took it and the milk to the stairway, unable to stop glancing at the table as he passed. The eidetic image was so strong, he felt he could reach out and touch her. It took effort to switch off the light. He went up the stairs faster than he'd come down, leaving the hall light on when he entered the round room. He didn't turn on the light there, not wanting to disturb Midge, and also not wanting to look at the painting again in full light, in case those colors worked their tricks. Hallway light and moonlight were enough to see by. He slumped onto the sofa, filling his mouth with ham and bread, his naked knees white before him like skulls, the milk glass held on his thigh. He sat on the sofa, finishing his sandwich, and his thoughts drifted back to Mycroft's promise that he could help Midge contact her dead parents. She was falling for it, actually believing this charlatan could converse with the departed. He might have entertained the possibility of life after death, but the idea of a direct line to that other realm was taking things too far. His heart ached for her, though. Part of her still grieved so deeply for her parents. She was searching for peace of mind, for some resolution. For most people, death's tragedy was its utter finality, and that hardship fell on those left behind. Midge had gone from having a family to being completely alone, with too little time between the losses to process the trauma. Her mother, in her mid-50s, had suffered from Parkinson's for years. Midge and her father had nursed her through each degenerative stage, but the drugs had severe side effects, causing her intense distress. Yet the mother worried constantly about being a burden, about hindering her daughter's artistic talent. Midge and her father had been willing to make any sacrifice to keep her comfortable. Until her father was fatally injured in a car crash. His skull was cracked open, and it took 5 torturous days for him to die. In his few coherent moments, his only concern was for Midge and her mother. His death broke his wife's remaining strength. She deteriorated rapidly over the next few days, unable to attend the funeral. When Midge returned home alone, she found her mother out of her sickbed, slumped in an armchair, holding a framed photograph of her late husband. An empty pill bottle and a spilled glass of water lay at her feet. A transparent plastic bag, tightened with a rubber band, covered her head. She'd left a note, begging her daughter's forgiveness. Life had become too hard to suffer, and by remaining alive, She was only marring her daughter's life. Her regret was that neither parent would witness the artistic success their daughter was bound to find, but at least she wouldn't hinder that talent. It was easy to see why Midge was so susceptible to Mycroft's phony promises. Her drawing board loomed in the semi-darkness, the painting held flat against it. He knew the moonlight was illuminating it in its own eerie fashion, but he wasn't curious enough to. Black shapes skittered across the floor, bats leaving their roost, their winged bodies caught in the moon's glare, their shadows cast into the room. He finished his sandwich, rose from the sofa, and wandered to one of the tall windows, carefully avoiding the painting. The landscape outside was washed in a brightness that had nothing to do with warmth, everything to do with ice. The grass appeared frosty, the shadows beneath bushes and trees like black voids. The forest top wore an undulating silver-gray cover. He scanned the dark boundary of woodland, looking for something he didn't want to find. He saw nothing, and a sigh of relief escaped him. It was premature. Something stood midway between the forest and the cottage, something he didn't remember being there before. It was so still. It could have been a tall bush, but a pallid blob at the top of the motionless shape could only be a face. And another smaller whitish shape slowly rose a hand. That hand beckoned him. He was terrified, but he was also hurt, confused by the afternoon's hallucination, and sick of being intimidated by this mystery onlooker. Anger boiled over, and when he dropped the glass of milk on his toes, the eruption was complete. With a shout of rage, he ran for the door, hopping on the painful foot. He shot back the bolts with as much noise as he could, yanked open the door, and raced around the cottage to where the figure waited, slipping on the wet grass, his robe flying open. He didn't care. Enough was enough. He was going to confront this watcher once and for all, forgetting all the supernatural nonsense. His fury overwhelmed his fear. He pounded across the open stretch, ignoring sharp stones and twigs that stuck to his bare feet. He ran to the precise spot where the figure had been, judging the position by the window and a clump of bushes. There was no one there. The figure couldn't have darted back into the woods or raced to the other side of the cottage. There wouldn't have been time, but it had disappeared into thin air. He kept running, trying to maintain his flagging bravado, scooting around trees and swiping at bushes. Something small and scurrying ran out, scaring him half to death. But it was just an animal more frightened than him. The shock cooled him down. He stood there, chest heaving, shoulders slumped, perspiration cold on his near-naked body. He drew the robe around him and sank to the ground. Squatting back on his heels, he howled in anguish at the moon. He and Bob sat side by side on the bench at the back of the cottage, a six-pack between them, the sun sinking into a red glow. The evening was warm, bumblebees still droning lazily. Inside, their partners were preparing a simple meal, though he suspected they were making more fuss over it than necessary. Bob poured another beer, surveying the darkening forest opposite, and voiced his opinion on its ruralness. He grinned, offering a walk in the woods the next morning, but Bob declined without a long string. His friend asked if the peace and quiet ever got aggravating, and he admitted you got used to it. Bob pressed, asking if he missed life meaning something to do. He countered that there was plenty of that around if you looked, and the city was close enough for a quick drive up when needed. Bob pointed out he hadn't done that yet, and he conceded they'd only just settled in. Bob joked about spending days listening to grass grow and weaving baskets for extra cash. He laughed, playing along. Bob slapped his thigh, saying he thought the move was good. Maybe he'd do the same one day. Then he spotted the squirrel. Rumbo had hopped into view, curious about the visitors. He'd been skittish when Bob arrived, but now he was approaching. Bob clucked his tongue, and Rumbo boldly leapt onto the table, licking beer residue from an empty can. Bob was delighted, calling him an alcoholic squirrel. He insisted Rumbo was family, not a pest. He'd considered confiding in Bob about the events of the previous Thursday, but knew his friend wouldn't take it seriously. He'd also kept it from Midge. She was too full of new expectations connected with Mycroft, and things between them were still strained. He was starting to doubt himself, wondering if he was suffering from some form of mental aberration. It all seemed unreal in the cold light of day. He decided to bide his time. Bob and Kiwi, along with Big Val, who arrived soon after, were their first invited guests, and he was relaxing now, the beer and his friends' company helping him settle. Rabbits kept their distance, birds flitted about, and the breeze was warm and minimal. They had drinks in the round room before dinner. Bob and Val's banter was jovially hostile, with jibes exchanged about brobes and pink ties. They toasted their guests and their future happiness. Val was eager to see Midge's latest work, and when she lifted the sheet covering the painting of the cottage, he watched her reaction closely. A frown flickered across her face, then quickly passed, replaced by a smile. She declared it splendid. Midge explained. It wasn't for sale, just a reminder of their first weeks at Gramarye. Bob and Kiwi crowded around, Bob expressing genuine admiration, then making a crude joke. Val dryly observed he knew what he liked, and he shot a meaningful look at her. He asked about the posters Midge had done, and Val said she had first proofs in the car for review tomorrow. She mentioned more work was lined up, and Midge warned she wasn't ready to take on too much. Val urged her not to enjoy country leisure for too long. Bob chimed in, joking about money and asking about dinner, waving his near-empty glass. He was used to Bob's obnoxiousness. It was an old habit. Part of his act was for Val's benefit, since he liked to rile people he couldn't quite figure out. Kiwi tutted at him, but he draped an arm around her and smiled. He took Bob's glass to refill it, sending a mental message to behave. Bob didn't really, but what happened later was only partly his fault. Dinner turned out to be a great success. They sat at the kitchen table, the evening growing warmer as the wine flowed, the outside door open to catch any breeze. Bob and Val's jibes became more humorous, less antagonistic as they got the measure of each other. He wasn't fond of salads, but the menu had to accommodate Val's vegetarianism, and there was plenty of cold meat for the carnivores. Kiwi proved sharper than she looked, regaling them without inhibition about her rock band groupie days. Bob hinted lasciviously about the origin of her nickname, but she refused to explain. Throughout the meal he found himself watching Midge. Candlelight transformed her small boned face, her eyes sparkling yet soft, and he was struck by her beauty, a feeling that was nothing new. He'd melted over that same quality many times before, in his most sober moments. He knew he put her on a pedestal, but he'd known her long enough for any cracks to appear. None had. He was aware of her faults and weaknesses, but they only made her more human, more accessible, and she saw some goodness in him which made him freer, allowed him to expose his feelings more easily. A romantic fool, perhaps. He realized he was a fool on another count that evening. Bob had popped upstairs to the bathroom a couple of times during dinner, and only on the second occasion did he notice his friend chewing on something when he returned. It didn't occur to him until later, when Bob was giggling over silly remarks, that he'd been cutting off segments of cannabis resin. Bob obviously needed a stimulant other than booze, and no wonder he was in such a hearty mood. He let it go, anxious that Midge shouldn't discover what he was up to, but she appeared oblivious, putting Bob's affable manner down to good wine and company. Late in the evening they closed the kitchen door against the cooling air and went upstairs. Midge stayed behind to make coffee. He'd bought brandy and poured for Val, Bob, and himself, while Kiwi settled for vodka with lemonade. He resisted bringing down the guitars, knowing Bob would play all night, and instead put on a tape at low volume. Val seemed mellowed and charming, and they had a good-natured debate about whether agents were parasites or providers. She came out ahead. The first yawn started around 1 in the morning, though Bob was ready to talk the night away. Midge arranged the bedding. Bob and Kiwi would sleep on the pull-out sofa in the round room, while Val would use the fold-away cot in the spare room. He and Midge went back downstairs to clear up, while their guests prepared for bed. He heard Bob through the ceiling, doing an impression of Michael Jackson. They stood on the doorstep, watching the stars, which looked unreal through unpolluted air. They kissed and fondled like teenagers, and he was glad he didn't have a last train to catch. When they looked up again, The stars had disappeared behind black clouds, as if there'd been a power cut in the sky. The screams woke them, both shooting upright in bed, Midge clutching at him. The screams came again, high-pitched and terrible. He scrambled for the lamp, nearly knocking it over, and they pulled on their nightclothes, reaching the door together. He hesitated, the screams sending an iciness through him before twisting the handle. In the round room, a lamp was on. Kiwi knelt on the floor, staring horror-struck at a crouching figure on the far side of the room. It was Bob, his face ugly and disfigured, like a stone gargoyle. What made his appearance shocking was that he was white, totally white, from his face down to his chest and stomach, down to his pajama waistband, even his arms. Not pale or ashen, but white. He was looking towards the open doorway to the stairs, his eyes wider than seemed possible, his jaw dropped almost to his throat, his mouth a gaping hole. His screams had become dry, scratchy sounds. He ran to Bob, calling his name, skidding to his knees. Bob's hands were like stiffened claws held to his face, but his eyes still stared insanely from behind bent fingers. He was trembling, his body brittle. He tried to calm him, but Bob didn't seem to hear, pushing himself into the curved wall. He pulled at Bob's wrists. They were like juddering steel rods. He heard sobbing from behind, hoping Midge was tending to Kiwi. He shook Bob's shoulders, almost afraid to touch their milky whiteness, but persisted, wrenching his hands down and forcing Bob to look at him. Maybe he should have realized the problem then. Despite the soft light, Bob's pupils were small and contracted, as though affected by bright sunshine, and there was a glassiness to his stare that overlaid the horror. The atmosphere was too charged for him to take cognizance of that right away. He kept his voice soothing, telling Bob it was just a bad dream, or maybe the bats they scared him sometimes, and he was used to them. He felt foolish, coaxing him like a terrified child, but it seemed to help. For a brief moment Bob's eyes focused on his. He looked away to see how the others were, and wished he hadn't. The round room wasn't the same. Everything was in place, but he was somewhere else. Everything was tomb-cold, and there were shadows where there shouldn't have been. The musty, damp smell was back. He thought he saw bubbling fungi on the curved walls, but the shadows were too deep. The room was growing smaller, the walls closing in slowly, though he couldn't be certain. The shrinkage had to be imaginary, but the mustiness clogged his throat. Kiwi was wailing, and Midge tried to calm her. He caught phrases about Bob being thirsty, going downstairs, screaming he saw someone down there. He guessed what had confronted Bob in the kitchen. Bob raked his chest with fingernails, and he grasped his wrist to stop the pain. Bob's head shook, and his other hand pointed towards the open doorway, his arm moving wildly. He followed Bob's gaze, rather than his pointing arm, mesmerized by the insanity in his eyes. There was no light in the hallway, but a pale glow came from the bend in the stairs, from the kitchen itself. Bob must have switched on the light down there. He nearly collapsed with relief when Midge's agent walked through the door. He thumped his fist on the floor, his exclamation a mixture of exasperation and sheer relief. She was genuinely surprised, explaining she'd gone down to investigate the fuss. She reached for the light switch, and the overhead light banished the shadows, the walls snapping back into place. Val strode into the room, her voluminous flannelette nightgown billowing, and she'd never looked so formidable or reassuring. She declared there was nothing downstairs, nothing at all, and demanded to know what the nonsense was about. He drew his robe around him and hauled himself to his feet. Together they looked at Bob, and he was relieved to see a glimmer of color returning to his friend's flesh, though he still looked far from healthy. They grasped Bob's arms and pulled him up, all but carrying him to the sofa bed, Val explained. Bob had been crawling across the room, screaming and pointing at the stairs, and she'd rushed down to investigate, thinking they'd had burglars. She found nothing, no signs of forced entry, and suggested Bob had woken from a bad nightmare. Kiwi, still sobbing, insisted he'd been awake. He'd needed a drink of water and had gone downstairs. He asked if she'd turned on the kitchen light, and Val said it was already on. They helped Kiwi sit on the edge of the sofa bed. Bob lay on his back, staring at the ceiling and murmuring. He lifted Kiwi's chin and pressed her about what Bob had taken. He knew he'd been on cannabis, but he'd taken something stronger when they turned in. He felt Midge's eyes on him and glanced at her, shaking his head slightly in apology. Kiwi admitted Bob had taken some Chinese heroin. He closed his eyes and silently swore. "The stupid bloody idiot," Kiwi added. He'd only sniffed a little, not much. Bob began to moan and writhe, then sat bolt upright, looking around the room. Still pallid, but less deathly white, he shook less spasmodically, the movement becoming a steady tremble. He stammered about this place. Midge came forward, putting a gentle hand on his neck. She told him there was nothing to harm him, her voice low and soothing. It took a while for his eyes to focus on her, and when they did, his chest slumped. He spoke cheerfully, insisting he had to get out of this place. He was angry at Bob, almost mad enough to choke him. Bob had no right to bring that stuff into their home, especially knowing Midge's feelings against drugs. It took restraint not to react. He told Bob to snap out of it, that he'd snorted bad shit, though he remembered the menace he himself had experienced. Bob seemed more in control, and Midge's soothings helped. She continued talking to him, her hand working softly on his stiffened neck and shoulder. When Bob spoke again, the hysteria was barely held in check. He insisted there was something down there in the kitchen, something waiting for him in the dark. He smelled it. He could smell it now. There was something terrible here. Midge calmly insisted Gramarye was a good place, but Bob refuted her, struggling to find the words. Kiwi sobbed aloud, and Bob turned to her, then to him, pleading. He wasn't staying. He told Bob to take it easy, that he was on a bad trip and it would pass. But Bob refused, saying there was no way. And the walls, he knew what he meant. Hadn't he been sure the walls were closing in? Had Bob's hallucination insinuated itself into his own mind? Not much was certain to him anymore inside the cottage. He told Bob he couldn't leave in the middle of the night, he couldn't drive in his state, and he needed to calm down and sleep it off. Bob recoiled at the thought of sleeping in this place. Val pointed out it was nearly 3 a.m, and they'd sit with him until light, then he could leave if he still wanted to. Everyone jumped back when Bob screamed, insisting he had to get out now. He threshed around on the bed like a spoiled kid, and he grabbed him, pulling him back, pinning him by the shoulders with all his strength. He was alarmed to see spittle glistening at the sides of Bob's mouth. Kiwi shouted at him to leave Bob alone, tugging at his arm and insisting she would drive him home. He protested that Bob was in no condition, but Midge surprised him by saying it would be for the best. He argued. It could be dangerous for both of them, but she insisted Bob would be better once away from here. He couldn't be sure of that, he countered, but she maintained it was more dangerous for him to stay. Bewildered, he turned back to Bob, who now had tears streaming down his face. Val agreed with Midge, telling him he should let Bob go. Uncertain, he relaxed his grip, but didn't release him, holding Bob's jaw to make him look at him. He told Bob they'd get him dressed and take him to the car Kiwi would drive. Bob responded with a curse, asking to be let up, but couldn't finish his sentence. He let go and rose from the sofa bed. Bob sat up, and Kiwi pushed past to throw her arms around his shoulders. He told her to help him get dressed, and that they'd wait downstairs. They lingered long enough to see Bob more in control, though still erratic and shivering, clearly still frightened. Midge offered to make coffee, and she and Val went downstairs. He returned to the bedroom to put on jeans and sneakers, keeping his robe wrapped around him. He checked on Bob again and found Kiwi already dressed, packing their things while Bob slowly buttoned his shirt, his gaze fearfully roaming the room, checking the walls. He felt sorry for Bob, angry at him and worried for him, but he was also becoming very afraid for Midge and himself. Kiwi helped Bob into his jacket, and he watched, ready to intervene if Bob's panic resurfaced. Bob looked at him, as if he were the one in need of treatment when he said he'd feel better if he didn't leave. Bob suddenly gripped his arms, his words forced and slurred, asking what this place was. That was all he said before letting go and grabbing Kiwi, pulling her towards the door. He stopped before the hallway, swaying, and Kiwi had to support him. He kept shaking his head, and for a moment, he thought Bob might faint. Kiwi called back that Bob didn't want to go down there again, asking him to let them out this way. He pushed past them and unbolted the door in the hallway. They were through before he could stop them. He called out a warning about the dark and the dangerous steps but got no reply. They were already on the top step, Kiwi struggling with Bob's arm in the overnight bag, tottering dangerously. He hurried after them. Taking Bob from her, he slipped Bob's arm around his neck and slid his other arm about his waist, starting the awkward descent. The stone was slippery despite the cleared moss, and the brickwork felt silky damp. Twice his feet slid, but he managed to keep upright, pushing Bob against the wall to steady them. He breathed a sigh of relief when they made it into the garden. The front door opened as they passed, throwing out light, and Val appeared on Bob's other side, helping guide him along the path. Kiwi ran ahead to open the car. At the gate, he turned back and saw Midge's black silhouette in the doorway, so still she could have been part of Gramarye's structure. They bundled Bob into the car, and Kiwi climbed into the driver's seat. Bob had his eyes closed. He tucked in his legs, and before he straightened, Bob opened his eyes and stared directly into his. He shuddered at the memory he saw not just fear, but an intense, wretched despair. Looking into Bob's eyes was like peering into a deep well where something indefinable writhed and reached up. The drugs had closed certain doors in Bob's mind, leaving exposed a passage towards other, more inward senses. Whatever he'd faced in the kitchen had been drawn from his own darker thoughts. He pushed himself away and closed the passenger door. Val advised Kiwi to drive carefully, and the car pulled away, speeding off. He wasn't sorry to see the red taillights disappear around the bend. None of them slept well that night. They sat and drank coffee too, shocked and embarrassed to discuss Bob's hysteria. Midge remained quiet while Val discoursed on the evils of drugs. He didn't add much, his head was buzzing with other thoughts. They turned in for a second time, and he held Midge close, but she was unresponsive, as if Bob's behavior was partly his fault. He felt a fool for not warning Bob off sooner. At least Midge wasn't scared, unlike him. He needed to get his head straight before telling her what he thought Bob had seen in the kitchen, and he wanted her in a more receptive state. He was aware she had a blind spot where Gramarye was concerned. He drifted off before dawn, waking once or twice, until he felt Midge rise. Grateful for the morning light, they went downstairs together. Val arrived soon after, dressed and businesslike, dismissing the previous night's events. She got breakfast organized, and he was surprisingly hungry, though Midge hardly touched anything. The meal was dismal, despite Val's efforts to spark conversation. Midge only brightened when Rumbo appeared in the open doorway, birds assembling behind him. Val watched with a bemused smile as Midge fed them, but Rumbo's cheek evoked rumbling chortles from her. The squirrel jumped onto the table and scooped bacon rind from his plate. He gave Rumbo a gentle poke, introducing him to Val, and warned her not to refer to him as an it. His presence revived his flagging spirits. Val asked how they'd managed to get so friendly with him, and Midge explained from the doorway that the animals trusted them from the start. Flora Chaldean had gained their trust. Val remarked, "She must have been quite a lady," and Midge agreed with such conviction that he turned towards her. The night had been restless for everyone. The silence around the coffee table thick with shock and something close to shame. Mike had sat with them, his own mind too cluttered with other concerns to contribute much to Val's lecture on the perils of drugs. Midge had stayed quiet throughout, and later, in bed, when he had tried to hold her close, she had remained distant, her body stiff against his. He felt the unspoken accusation in her silence, and privately, he admitted his own stupidity for not having found a way to warn Bob off the moment he'd realized what his old friend was doing. Still, at least Midge hadn't seemed afraid, unlike him. He needed to sort through his own thoughts before he could voice his suspicions about what Bob had seen in the kitchen, but he knew he had to choose the right moment, because Midge's willful blindness to Gramarye's strangeness was becoming harder to ignore. Sleep came fitfully, broken by brief awakenings, until the rustle of Midge getting up in the early light finally pulled him fully from the dark. They went downstairs together, and not long after Val arrived, businesslike and determined to move past the previous night's chaos. She took charge of breakfast, and though Mike found his appetite surprisingly intact, Midge barely ate. The meal was a grim affair, with Val gamely steering the conversation to safe, dull topics, but the tension of the night before hung over them all. Then Rumbo appeared in the open doorway, with birds gathering behind him, and the sight of them seemed to brighten Midge immediately. Val watched with amused disbelief as Midge scattered bread for the animals, and when the bold squirrel jumped onto the table and snatched bacon rind from Mike's plate, the agent's deep, rumbling laughter broke through the gloom. Mike gently poked the creature and explained that their guest hadn't met Val yet, teasing that Rumbo resented being called an it. Val was astonished at the animal's tameness, and Midge explained from the doorway that the trust had been immediate, all part of the legacy left by Flora Chaldean, who had tamed the wildlife generations ago. Mike, finishing his coffee, summarized what little they knew about Flora. She was old, she had lived most of her life alone at Gramarye, and she had been known as a healer who used potions and faith for minor ailments. Val was curious, and as she carried dishes to the sink and Mike followed, Midge hurried in to start washing up. The agent suggested he call Bob to check on him, and Mike grimly agreed, a mischievous satisfaction at the prospect of waking his friend. As he climbed the stairs to the phone, Mike caught a glimpse of Val's thoughtful, almost assessing frowns directed at Midge, and he suspected the agent was trying to get her alone for a private conversation. The phone rang for a long time before Kiwi answered, her voice flat and irritated. When he finally got Bob on the line, his friend's contrition was immediate, but also evasive. Bob seemed to have no clear memory of the worst of his hysteria, brushing it off as a bad nightmare, though he couldn't quite explain what he'd actually seen. Mike pressed him, asking if he remembered the walls closing in, the thing in the kitchen, but Bob dismissed it all as just a bad hit, insisting nothing weird had happened. He made a point of apologizing, but Mike was frustrated by his refusal to engage with what they'd both experienced. When Bob ended the call abruptly, citing exhaustion, Mike thought about calling back, but something held him back. Maybe he didn't want to force the issue. He went back to the kitchen, where he found Midge and Val sitting side by side on the doorstep. Birds were pecking unconcernedly at crumbs near Val's thick brogues. When he reported Bob's failure to remember anything, Val dryly noted that was typical for someone so far gone, but Mike wondered aloud if maybe Bob simply didn't want to remember. Midge stood and said she would tidy up, but when Mike offered to help, she told him to stay and talk with Val instead. He caught her arm before she could leave, passing on Bob's apology, but a thin smile acknowledged the gesture without softening. She made it clear she didn't want Bob back, and Mike understood why. He drew her into a brief, awkward hug, whispering his own regret, but her embrace was fleeting, and the old light was missing from her eyes when she looked at him. Then Val, standing in the doorway and brushing dust from her skirt, announced that Mike had a problem. She pointed through to the next room, and he was confused until she clarified she'd spotted a hairline crack in the lintel above the range. Mike went to examine it himself, and there it was, a thin line running the full length of the stone. Val's voice was serious behind him, advising he get it fixed immediately, warning that it could be deadly if it collapsed, especially when heated by winter fires. When he turned back to face her, his own dazed reaction must have been telling, because she urged him to sit down and tell her everything. So he did. From the first visit to Gramarye, through the unsettling details of the previous night, he unloaded every strange and inexplicable event, feeling foolish, and yet compelled to get it all out. It was only when Midge reappeared at the foot of the stairs that he stopped. Her face was a mess of tears and anguish, one hand clenched in her hair, and he assumed she had overheard his confession. But her other hand was raised, pointing with silent dread at something on the stairway behind her. Mike couldn't get a coherent word from Midge. He held her arms, trying to calm her, but she only shook her head, her sobs breaking into fragments of speech he couldn't decipher. Gently he moved her aside and took the stairs 2 at a time, bursting into the round room and spinning around, searching for whatever had upset her. The room was tidy now, the sofa bed folded back into place, the chaos of the previous night erased. Sunlight poured through the windows, warming the walls and furniture, and the forest outside looked peaceful and green through the glass. He found nothing out of place. He checked the bedroom, the bathroom, the spare room, all empty. Returning to the round room, he saw Midge now standing with Val's support, her hand gesturing not toward the window itself, but toward the drawing board set before it. She seemed reluctant to approach. Val strode over, and Mike followed, catching up just as they both looked down at the painting of Gramarye. The overlay paper had been folded back, and the picture beneath was a ruined color smeared into a chaotic, dull mess, every shape distorted and blurred. The vibrancy that had once made it sing was gone, replaced by a random, ugly mixture of pigments. Even the sunlight falling across its surface couldn't bring back any warmth. The next few days passed in a haze of tension. Kinsella's knock came at dusk. When Mike and Midge had just finished another melancholy meal, joy had been scarce at Gramarye since that disastrous weekend. Mike couldn't help imagining what Val must have thought of them: Bob's straitjacket freakout, his own Twilight Zone confessions, and Midge's eventual collapse into a weeping heap on the round room floor. She probably assumed the country air had addled their brains. He skipped over the recriminations and tearful scenes that followed. They'd barely held their relationship together. He tried desperately to make Midge acknowledge the inexplicable strangeness of the cottage, and though part of her seemed to agree, she would never admit it openly, as if doing so would shatter the dream she'd so desperately wanted to find. She blamed Bob for ruining her painting, but when Mike called his friend, Bob denied it vehemently, and Mike believed him, even if Midge didn't. He rehashed everything. The rapid healing of his scalded hand, which Midge still credited to Mycroft's powers, the strange events piling up around them. They'd reached an uneasy truce, neither willing to argue or reason further, and so they sat across the kitchen table in the fading light. The door kept closed against the encroaching dark when the knock came. They exchanged a surprised look, and Mike rose to answer it. Kinsella stood on the step, hands in his pockets, an easy grin on his handsome face. He greeted them both, asking if he was interrupting supper, and Midge, brightening at the sight of him, said they'd just finished. He asked about Mike's arm, and Mike held it up grudgingly. Kinsella was impressed by the lack of scarring and pain. Then the American mentioned there was someone outside who wanted to see them again. Mike groaned inwardly as Midge eagerly guessed who it was. She stood on tiptoe to peer over Kinsella's shoulder and confirmed that Mycroft himself had come. Kinsella explained that the leader was old-fashioned about privacy and would prefer to be invited in personally. Midge didn't hesitate, hurrying down the path to the gate. Kinsella leaned against the doorframe, commenting on what a fine lady Mike had, and then casually asked how things were at Gramarye. Mike's terse "wonderful" was met with an easy smile, but he couldn't shake the feeling that the American was mocking him. Kinsella pointed out the weeds beginning to overrun the garden, offering to bring helpers to clear them, but Mike declined, saying he'd deal with it tomorrow. When Kinsella asked if he wasn't writing, Mike admitted he'd had other things on his mind. Midge returned through the gate with Mycroft following Gillian Neal Joby behind him. The Synergist leader surveyed the cottage with an intense, almost predatory gaze, his eyes too active, never settling. When he shook hands, he couldn't stop looking past Mike into the cottage. He examined Mike's healed arm, turning it over, while the others gathered around with admiring murmurs. Mycroft explained the healing as the human will combined with the divine spirit, and Mike sarcastically suggested the green liquid they'd used had helped too. Mycroft dismissed it as merely a sterilizing fluid, asking if their intrusion was inconvenient. Mike shook his head, politeness overriding his unease. Kinsella's knock came at dusk, a few days after the disastrous weekend, when Mike and Midge were sitting across the kitchen table in the fading light. They'd been living under a cloud of tension, barely holding their relationship together through the recriminations and tearful scenes that followed Bob's meltdown. Mike had tried to make Midge acknowledge the strangeness of Gramarye, and though part of her seemed to agree, she wouldn't admit it openly, as if doing so would destroy the dream she'd clung to. She blamed Bob for ruining her painting, but when Mike called, his friend denied it vehemently, and Mike believed him, even if she didn't. They'd reached an uneasy truce, neither willing to argue further. Then the knock came, and Mike rose to answer. Kinsella stood on the step, hands in his pockets, that easy, handsome grin in place. He greeted them both, asked about Mike's arm, and then mentioned there was someone outside who wanted to see them. Mike's stomach sank as Midge eagerly guessed who it was, and she hurried down the path to the gate before he could object. Kinsella lingered in the doorway, making small talk about the weeds creeping through the garden and offering to send helpers, but Mike brushed him off. Midge returned with Mycroft, Gilly, and Neil Joby following behind. The synergist leader surveyed the cottage with an intense predatory gaze, his eyes darting restlessly, never settling. He examined Mike's healed arm, murmuring something about the human will and the divine spirit, but Mike deflected the praise, suggesting the green liquid they'd used had done the work. Mycroft dismissed it as sterilizing fluid and asked if their intrusion was inconvenient. Mike shook his head, politeness overriding his unease. Midge invited them in, her voice carrying a sharp edge that surprised Mike. She mentioned the wine Kinsella had brought last time, and her joke about them enjoying their own brew lightened the mood, though Mike's grin was strained. Mycroft made to follow her inside but faltered at the step, quickly suggesting he'd like to see the outside of the cottage first. He called the worn stone steps fascinating, and proposed using the other door, then clanged the old bell for amusement. His followers chuckled dutifully. Midge was flushed with pleasure, and Mycroft touched her shoulder, calling Gramarye a house of great joy. She warned him about the slippery steps, and he linked his arm in hers, saying they'd rely on each other. Mike muttered to himself that he'd take the less scenic route and bring the wine, but they were already ascending, Midge engrossed in pointing out the cottage's charms. Gilly stayed behind, offering to help with the wine. She seemed at home in the garden, her long skirt and shawl blending with the fading colors of the flowers. Mike led her inside, flicking on the kitchen light against the encroaching dark, and as he fetched the wine from the larder, he asked about the synergist's finances. Gilly explained that Mycroft was wealthy from a toy manufacturing empire, which he donated to the temple along with everything he owned, and that followers gave up their possessions to cleanse themselves. When Mike pressed her about what she herself had given up, her home, her family, she grew uncomfortable, explaining that outside influences had to be rejected for initiates to embrace the doctrine fully. He changed tack, asking about Kinsella, but she deflected, saying only Mycroft and his advisors knew what others brought to the temple. Her fingers brushed his wrist, and she asked if he was interested in joining, her eyes hopeful. He said he wasn't interested enough, and she moved closer, her touch more insistent, offering to be his spiritual companion, to meet and talk about matters beyond the essential doctrine. Mike felt the temptation, the soft pressure of her grip suggesting more than talk, but he gently turned her down, saying he could only handle one spiritual companion at a time. If she felt rejected, she didn't show it, and she left the offer hanging with a look that said she understood more than he did. Just as he was about to ask her another question, why Mycroft had chosen England for his temple, her head snapped around as if she'd been struck, cut off by Kinsella's calm voice calling her name from the stairs. Kinsella appeared at the bottom of the stairs, hands in his pockets, his smile amiable but with a flicker of irritation beneath it. He asked what had happened to them, and Mike answered that they were on their way, holding up the wine and glasses. He admitted he wasn't much wiser about the synergists despite Gilly's explanations, and Kinsella suggested Mycroft himself could explain better, though he emphasized they never pushed their beliefs on anyone. Mike dismissed his own curiosity as mere conversation, and Kinsella offered to help with the glasses, but Mike declined, telling him to lead the way. As the American turned, he glanced around the room as if searching for something, and Mike wondered again what it was about Gramarye that made him so nervous. Upstairs, Mycroft settled into the armchair with Midge and Gilly on the sofa, and Mike perched on its arm, while Kinsella and Joby lounged on the floor. The room was lit by a single lamp, the windows black with night. Mycroft began his sermon, claiming that civilization had dulled humanity's innate faculties, that children had greater psychic capability than adults. Mike interrupted, pointing out that the theory wasn't original and that knowledge of physical limits didn't change them. Mycroft countered that self-knowledge was about consciousness, not the body, and that psychic energy couldn't be bound by physical laws unless one allowed it. His face seemed less bland in the lamplight, shadows giving it depth, his eyes intense. Midge asked why they couldn't reach this inner energy, and Mycroft explained that it required discovery, awareness, and guidance to control irrelevant knowledge. His smile at her was indulgent, almost predatory, and Mike felt his natural antagonism toward fanaticism rising. Mycroft continued in increasingly lofty language, describing the Synergist Temple as a foundation for seeking truth, where conscious and subconscious minds combined with an omni-spirit that was both within and apart from the individual. Mike's attention wandered, but Midge was focused, asking how one achieved this combination. Mycroft said it took time and humility, requiring adoptives to surrender their thoughts and wills to the founder. Even Midge seemed taken aback by that, and Mike couldn't resist remarking that it was a lot to ask. Mycroft promised impressive rewards: oneness in spirit, regeneration of the mind's powers, a harnessing of earthly thaumaturgic potency. When Mike asked for clarification, Mycroft evaded, asking instead if Mike acknowledged the vast sources of power beneath their feet. Mike agreed, but Mycroft insisted he meant something more intangible, a force mankind had almost forgotten how to use. Mike admitted he was lost, and Mycroft seemed relieved to draw back from his over-revelation. But Midge pressed further, asking if that was how Mike's hand had been healed, through combining will with a special force. Mycroft patronized her, saying she was perceptive, but that the human will could be potent on its own. A sound at the window. A bird or a bat made Kinsella spill his drink, but Midge's attention remained fixed on the Synergist leader. She recalled their earlier conversation about spirits never losing potential, even after death, and asked if they could reach the dead. Mycroft confirmed it with guidance, and she asked if he would help her. Mike objected, but she insisted, turning back to Mycroft. He interrupted, saying Mike's concern was understandable, but that Midge needed to be reconciled with her parents. Mike demanded to know what he was talking about, and Midge confessed that she had known her mother would commit suicide the day of her father's funeral, but hadn't tried to stop her. Mike tried to reason with her, saying she couldn't have known for sure, and that her mother had made her own choice, but the revelation hung heavy in the room. Kinsella's visit came at dusk, a few days after the disastrous weekend, when Mike and Midge were sitting in heavy silence across the kitchen table. The tension between them had been building, fed by recriminations and the lingering shock of Bob's meltdown. Mike had tried to make Midge confront the strangeness of Gramarye, but she refused to admit it openly, as if acknowledging the cottage's mysteries would shatter the dream she'd clung to. She blamed Bob for ruining her painting, though Mike believed his denial. They'd reached an uneasy truce, neither willing to push further. Then the knock came. Kinsella stood on the step with his easy grin, asking about Mike's arm and mentioning that Mycroft was outside, wanting to see them. Midge brightened immediately, hurrying down the path to the gate before Mike could object. Kinsella lingered, making small talk about the weeds spreading through the garden, but his eyes kept darting toward the cottage. Mycroft approached with Gilly and Neil Joby, his gaze intense and predatory, examining the building like a surveyor. He shook Mike's hand but kept looking past him, then examined the healed arm, murmuring about the human will and divine spirit. Mike deflected the praise, suggesting the green liquid had done the work, but Mycroft dismissed it as sterilizing fluid. Midge invited them in, her voice carrying a sharp edge, and Mycroft accepted. But at the step he faltered, quickly suggesting he'd rather see the outside first, calling the worn steps fascinating. He clanged the old bell for amusement, and his followers chuckled. Midge was flushed with pleasure, and Mycroft touched her shoulder, calling Gramarye a house of great joy. He linked his arm with hers as they mounted the steps, and Mike muttered to himself about taking the less scenic route. Gilly stayed behind to help with the wine. In the kitchen, Mike asked about the Synergist's finances, and she explained that Mycroft had been wealthy from a toy empire, which he donated to the temple along with everything he owned. When Mike pressed her about what she'd given up, her family, her home, she grew uncomfortable, explaining that outside influences had to be rejected for initiates to fully embrace the doctrine. Her fingers brushed his wrist, and she offered to be his spiritual companion, her grip suggesting more than talk. Mike gently turned her down, saying he could only handle one companion at a time. Kinsella appeared at the bottom of the stairs, his smile carrying a flicker of irritation. He interrupted their conversation, and they all went upstairs, where Mycroft began his sermon in the round room. He spoke of civilization dulling the mind, of children's greater psychic capability, and of the need to discover and control inner energy through guidance. Mike grew bored, but Midge was captivated, asking how one achieved this combination. Mycroft explained that it required time and humility, that adoptives must surrender their thoughts and wills to the founder. Mike remarked that it was a lot to ask, and Mycroft promised rewards: oneness in spirit, regeneration of the mind's powers, a harnessing of earthly thaumaturgic potency. When Mike asked for clarification, Mycroft evaded, speaking of intangible power beneath their feet that mankind had almost forgotten. Midge pressed further, asking if that was how Mike's hand had been healed. Mycroft patronized her, saying the human will could be potent on its own. A sound at the window made Kinsella spill his drink, but Midge's attention remained fixed on Mycroft. She recalled their earlier conversation about spirits never losing potential after death, and asked if they could reach the dead. Mycroft confirmed it, with guidance, and she asked him to help her. Mike objected, but she insisted. Mycroft interrupted, saying Mike's concern was understandable, but that Midge needed to be reconciled with her parents. Mike demanded to know what he meant, and Midge confessed that she had known her mother would commit suicide the day of her father's funeral, but hadn't tried to stop her. Mike tried to reason with her, but the revelation hung heavy in the room. Mycroft seemed unsettled, but he pressed on, saying Midge needed their guidance. Mike retorted that any help she needed, she could get from him. The atmosphere grew stifling, and Neil Joby began struggling to breathe. The windows rattled, rafters creaked, and the front door shook. Mycroft rose to tend to Joby, muttering softly. The three young synergists grew pale and weak, and even Mycroft seemed to wilt under the heavy atmosphere. The bats in the attic stirred into a frenzy, and Mike told them he'd see them out. Mycroft paused at the door, turned back to Midge, and promised to be her ally whenever she needed him. Then he marched into the hall, yanked open the door, and stepped into the night. The others crowded behind him, and Mike watched them make an unsteady descent of the steps before closing the door. The wind had died completely, the air mild and still, and even the bats had settled. Only the strong, musty odor remained, unsettled. That night wasn't over yet. Mike woke later in the pitch-black bedroom, shadows bleeding into one another, and furniture warping into menacing shapes that seemed to lurk rather than stand. Midge was sitting up beside him, her stillness and tension rousing him more than any movement or word. When he touched her arm, it was stiff and cold, the skin rough with goosebumps. He asked what was wrong, his voice instinctively hushed, and reached for the lamp, but her breathless words stopped him. They had been there. She said she'd sensed them both, felt she could almost reach out and touch them. When he pressed her, she revealed she meant her mother and father. They had tried to speak to her, they needed to. He held her in the darkness, his own flesh prickling as much as hers. Morning came slowly. Mike turned over to snuggle up to Midge, but she was already gone. He lay on his back, staring at the ceiling, and the previous night's events felt unreal in the cold light of day. The synergist's menace now seemed almost farcical. They were adults, not impressionable kids, and yet Midge had clearly been spellbound by Mycroft. Mike realized there was more to the man than he'd first assumed. His very ordinariness was part of his allure, deflecting any suggestion of charlatanism. After Mycroft's ignominious departure, they'd been too wound up to talk sensibly. When Mike pointed out the strangeness of Gramarye, Midge had simply claimed exhaustion and gone to bed. He'd followed, trying to reason with her, but she'd called him blinkered. That sent him into a rage. She was the one turning a blind eye to the howling wind, the bats in the attic, the instant calm when Mycroft left, the effect the place had on the synergists. He went on and on, exhausting himself, dredging up everything: the ruined painting, Bob's hallucinations, the healing bird, the trust of animals, the regeneration of the garden, even their lovemaking and his guitar playing. It was like talking to a zombie. But she did get interested when he ventured the theory that maybe she had healed his scalded arm, not Mycroft, that she and whatever enchantment was contained within Gramarye had worked through her, just as Flora Chaldean had been a conduit before her. He was rambling, plucking notions out of the air, possibly driven by exhaustion and emotion into one of those rare states where the subconscious takes over. And maybe, just maybe, his subconscious was being prompted by something deeper, something outside him. When he finished, he was the one who couldn't keep his eyes open. He dragged off his clothes and collapsed into bed. His last glimpse of Midge was of her sitting on the corner of the bed, watching him with a peculiar glimmer in her eyes. Then he was out. But he woke again later to find Midge bolt upright, staring at the foot of the bed. He assumed it had been a nightmare, pulled her back down, and tried to convince her. She didn't argue, but he knew she hadn't accepted his words. She lay still and quiet, her cheek wet with tears. He tried to comfort her but fell asleep again, hoping tiredness had soon overcome her vigil as well. The thought of her lying there in the dark, believing she'd seen the ghosts of her parents, made him shudder with guilt. He woke properly around 10, pulling back the covers and swinging his legs off the bed. The musty smell still lingered, an odor of damp and old plaster. Then he gaped at the long crack running from floor to ceiling across the room. Somehow it hadn't registered at first. He swore, rose quickly, and something small and soft squelched under his bare foot. Hopping and swearing, he found a thorn-like projection in his soul and plucked it out with his fingernails. The squashed bee lay nearby, and he imagined its death rattle as a vengeful chuckle. He took it to the bathroom, flushed it away, and back in the bedroom examined the crack the new plaster had split into jagged edges. So much for O'Malley's craftsmanship. He found his robe and went in search of Midge. She was downstairs, sitting on the kitchen doorstep, chin on her knees looking out at the garden. He kissed her neck, but there was little response. The sun was out, playing on brilliant colors, the sky a washed-out blue, but the air was cool in the shade. He asked how she was feeling, keeping his voice light. She said she was confused. He said he was too, but not so confused. He couldn't see Mycroft for what he was. She asked him to drop it, and he said he couldn't. She'd become too enamored with them, and it scared him. She shrugged, almost flinched. When he asked if she'd thought about what he said last night, she asked if he even remembered. He couldn't. His head ached, his tongue felt thick, and he realized something was missing from the garden. The birds were gone, and when he asked about Rumbo, she said he hadn't shown up either. That bothered him. There was something wrong if even that greedy squirrel was absent. Bob's words came back. Bad vibes. Midge stood, saying she had to get dressed and go shopping, already turning away. He grabbed her arm, pulling her back, trying to reach her with words of reassurance and love. She was quiet, troubled. Then the tension seemed to leave her for a moment. She admitted. She loved him, but said she had to find out he cut her off, gripping her hard, insisting she'd done nothing to be ashamed of. She accused him of not listening. Mike forced himself to stay calm, trying to make her understand that her guilt was misplaced. She had done nothing wrong, and her current happiness didn't come at the cost of her mother's life. He accused her of feeling guilty about being happy, of thinking in some twisted way that her mother had to die so she could achieve freedom and success. She insisted her mother committed suicide, and he pressed on, arguing that she might have wondered what life would be like without ties or liabilities, but that was just wondering, she never wished it. He suspected Mycroft had planted that doubt in her mind, and asked if she wanted to beg for their forgiveness. He reminded her that when they first arrived, she'd wanted her parents to know how happy she was, but now that feeling had warped into wanting forgiveness for that happiness. She tried to pull away, but he held her firm, and she shouted that Mycroft made her understand, that Mike didn't know him. Mike retorted that he didn't need to. He just wanted to know why Mycroft was doing this to her. She broke free, blazing with anger, accusing him of implying she was part of Gramarye's strangeness, part of it. She insisted she wasn't a fool, that she'd noticed everything happening around them. He started to ask why she hadn't said anything, but she cut him off, saying it was too fragile to question, that she was afraid to lose something she couldn't name. She backed away, fists clenched, declaring that Mycroft was the only one who could help. Mike shouted his refusal, but she said Mycroft understood, then slipped past him and went upstairs, her bare feet creaking on the stairboard. He thought about following, but his head was too sore, and he didn't want to argue anymore. He called Mr. O'Malley, the builder, about the problems that had come back: the cracked bedroom wall, the warped doors, the crumbling pointing, and the dangerous lintel over the range. O'Malley was skeptical, insisting they'd done a thorough job and that many of the faults Mike mentioned weren't on his list. He suggested Mike might have confused the list with another property. Mike tried to insist on urgency, but O'Malley said he was too busy to send anyone until Tuesday week, advising Mike to prop up the lintel and stay away from it. The phone clicked dead. Then Mike heard the funny noise from upstairs again, and from below scraping and rustling. He hesitated, not wanting to investigate either. He called for Midge, but she didn't answer. A teacup rattled on the dresser. He marched down to the kitchen and found Rumbo, who chattered at him from the dresser shelf, a torn biscuit packet on the table. Mike was relieved to see the squirrel hadn't deserted them, but he wondered why the birds had stayed away. He talked to Rumbo, saying things weren't the same, that something was creeping up but ducking out of sight. Rumbo just nibbled, cocking his head but paying no mind. Mike went up to the attic room, the door stiff in its frame. Rumbo followed, curious about the odd sounds drifting down a musical thrum, a thumb playing across open guitar strings. The soft resonance of the guitar strings faded into silence, leaving a deep, brooding quiet that stretched for long moments before the vibration stirred again. Mike had already rationalized the sounds: a bird or bat brushing against the strings, or maybe mice nesting inside one of the acoustics, and he clung to these reasonable explanations despite everything that had happened. He pushed harder at the door, which gave a fraction, then butted it with his shoulder until it scraped open. The low-ceilinged room appeared empty, but he dropped to his knees with a wail of anguish when he saw his two acoustic guitars. The Martin's neck bent toward him as if bowing, and the Spanish concert lay toppled on the floor, its neck curved upward. Both had snapped their first and second strings, the rest stretched taut with incredible tension, pulling the necks out of shape. He couldn't understand how it had happened. They hadn't been left in direct sunlight, which would have loosened the strings, nor tuned to high pitch. Nylon strings could shrink in extreme temperatures, but the Martin steel strings? Unlikely. Bewildered and grief-stricken, he stared at the ruined instruments. A soft breeze from the open window played across the over-tightened strings, and the amplified vibrations groaned like a sigh. He swore, banging his thigh with a clenched fist, then loosened the remaining strings, knowing the guitars were irrevocably damaged. With nervousness, he opened the fender case and found his electric guitar intact, a small relief. He squatted on the floor, staring at his mortally wounded instruments, while Rumbo scampered around the room, oblivious to his misery. He sat there gloomily for some time, until the squirrel's shrieking chatter or a sense of movement overhead roused him. The bats were fidgety, but it wasn't curiosity about them that made him drag a chair to the center of the room to reach the hatch. He'd tossed Midge's ruined painting of Gramarye up there, and now he wanted to study it again, hoping it might have returned to normal and optimist's folly. He balanced on the chair, flashlight in hand, and heaved the hatch open with an eerie creak that sent Rumbo shrieking down the stairs. He hauled himself up onto the edge, cursing himself for having slung the painting with such force. Before reaching for it, he swung the light around the loft and shuddered. The black hanging shapes had become denser, filling every inch of space just like the first time. They were still and quiet, as if his intrusion had halted their activity. A tiny squeak drew his attention to a crossbeam. He spotlighted a thick cluster of bats, and one near the center was making small, juddering movements, its head arched upward. Jagged teeth glinted as it opened its mouth and emitted another faint squeak, answered by others from the darker regions. He drew his legs up and began crawling toward the painting, the joists hard against his knees, the smell of bat excrement stronger than before. He tried to keep his free hand out of the sludge, wiping his palm against his jeans when he couldn't avoid it. Deciding walking across the joists would be less of an ordeal, he rose, swaying awkwardly, and immediately brushed against one of the creatures. It squealed and flapped thin wings at him, and he recoiled, wobbling on unsteady legs. He stabilized and shone the torch at the offended bat, and what he saw made his chest tighten. Only inches from his head, the bat was jerking in small spasms, wings flexed inward. Something flushed, shiny, and repugnant was emerging from between its legs, a pink, hunched thing growing in size, glistening in the torchlight. The tiny body oozed out smoothly and wetly, discharging from the womb like an oval blob of pink, plopping onto the mother's stomach, and suspending there by its life cord. The mother wrapped her wings and pouched tail around the newborn, her tongue flickering to cleanse it. He tried to shuffle away, careful not to slip between the joists, but only succeeded in disturbing those behind him. As he turned, the light sweeping across the loft, he saw others giving birth, dozens of pink blobs surging forth, oozing out in waves. Everywhere he swung the flashlight, the same nauseating movement met his gaze, the shiny gooiness on the minute bodies reflecting the beam like transparent bags of pus. He scrambled toward the square patch of daylight, slipping off timbers and cracking his knees, collecting splinters in his hands as he crawled. The flashlight bobbed wildly, agitating the bats so they squealed in protest and alarm. One fluttered by his face, and something thumped softly against his back before dropping away. He almost screamed. Then he was at the opening, swinging his legs over and falling through, his hands and elbows saving him from a harder landing. His feet found the chair below, and he snatched at the hatch cover, ducking his head as a small body flew out of the darkness to skim against his arm. He pulled the cover shut, only just withdrawing his fingers before it slammed. Standing on the chair, hands on his knees, the flashlight rolling on the floor, he gasped, in a huge lungful of air, hoping it would bypass his breakfast, which was threatening to come up. The drive back from Bunbury left him stewing in a sour broth of anger, confusion, and a strange, hollow feeling of being used. He'd forced the meeting with old Ogborn, the solicitor, who had finally relented under pressure, perhaps out of a sense of duty, or maybe guilt. Mike had needed answers about Flora Chaldean and the cottage's connection to the synergists, and Ogborn had been the only link. He'd gotten answers, all right, but they weren't explanations. They just rearranged his confusion into a new, more unsettling shape. The estate agent, Bickleshift, had been his first choice, but the man was away, leaving him with no choice but to press the solicitor. The memory of the bats in the loft still made his skin crawl. He knew it wasn't just the sight of them giving birth that had sickened him. There was a wrongness to it, a propagation of something malign that felt like a physical symptom of Gramarye's slow corruption. He was beginning to understand that the cottage had two natures, a positive and a negative, and the balance had been tipping ever since the synergists first appeared. The thought nagged at him like a half-remembered dream. He'd kept all this from Midge, not mentioning the warped guitars or his suspicions, wanting solid facts before he presented his case. She was distant, lost in her own world, and their attempts to connect had been clumsy and unsuccessful. The drive had been a relief, a chance to finally think clearly. He'd sped through the quiet village and into the forest lanes, a strange nervousness tightening his chest as the trees closed in. Gramarye appeared, its white walls glowing in the fading sun, but as he drew closer, he saw the flowers look tired, and the brickwork held hidden blemishes. He parked and vaulted the fence, surprised to find the front door closed. Through the wood, he heard the phone ringing inside. He pushed the door open, meeting resistance before it gave way. The gloom inside clung stubbornly, refusing to yield to the light from outside. He called for Midge, but the silence and the coldness of her absence were tangible. The phone kept ringing, a lonely, insistent sound in the dank air. He hurried to the stairs, hoping it might be her calling. He grabbed the receiver just before it would have stopped, only to be met by a blast of static that made him jerk his head away. He could just make out a faint voice, distant as if from a battlefield. He slammed the earpiece against his palm, the impact clearing the worst of the interference. Her voice came through, asking if Midge was there. He told her no, that he'd just arrived and the cottage was empty. A cold prickle of apprehension ran down his neck as she said she'd wanted to speak to him anyway. The line crackled violently again, obscuring her words. He had to shout to be heard, his casual tone forced. She explained it was about Midge's ruined painting of Gramarye. Something had struck her when she first saw it, a nagging sense of familiarity that she'd initially dismissed as déjà vu, but now she was certain she'd seen that specific image somewhere before, in a book Midge had illustrated years ago called Sorcerer's Kingdom. He needed to look at page 27. The static roared back, drowning her out. He caught fragments. Look hard before the line became an unbearable shriek. He shouted that he'd call her back and slammed the receiver down, the silence a sudden relief. He didn't hesitate. He went straight to the round room, searching the bookcase for the title. Not finding it there, he tried the spare room, scanning the shelves until he spotted Sorcerer's Kingdom. He pulled it free and took it to the window, the dense, unmoving forest outside a dark mirror to his unease. He found page 27 and pressed it flat. The focal point was a white turreted castle, a detail he vaguely recalled from the story. He frowned, not making the connection. Then he looked closer. In the foreground was a village of pixies and red-capped toadstools. Further back the forest began, still and dense just like the real one outside the window, and nestled in a small glade within that forest, meticulously detailed, was a tiny cottage. There was no mistake. The cottage in the illustration was Gramarye. He pressed the page flat, his gaze sweeping over the illustration. A white, turreted castle dominated the scene, the home of an aging magician from the story's plot, a figure searching for a successor before darker forces could claim his realm. It took him a moment to see the connection, his brow furrowed as he looked closer. There in the foreground was a pixie village built from toadstools and bright stones. Beyond that, the forest began, dense and unnaturally still, mirroring the view from the window. The road wound past it, leading up to the castle on the hill, and tucked away in a small glade, meticulously rendered, was a tiny, rounded cottage. There was no doubt. The cottage in the illustration was Gramarye. The recognition hit him like a physical jolt, a confirmation of the strangeness that had been slowly curdling his reality. He left the cottage abruptly, grabbing a jacket against the evening chill, and plunged into the forest. The path was familiar, but the atmosphere had shifted. The gathering dusk made the woods feel more secretive, every rustle and snap magnified. The soft, mulched earth gave way beneath his feet, and a branch whipped back spitefully as he pushed past it. His anger at Midge, for sneaking off to the synergist while he was gone, was a hot coal in his chest. He'd tried calling the temple, but the line was a wall of static, confirming his instincts. He knew the cottage had been in that book years before Midge had ever seen it. She'd painted it from some deep, precognitive well. Val Harradine had been the one to make the connection, and now it made a terrible, impossible sense. The whole thing was insane. He was chasing through the woods to rescue his girlfriend from a cult leader who might as well be a fairy tale villain. The thought almost made him laugh, but he didn't slow his pace. He was learning to suspend his disbelief because he had no other choice. He spotted landmarks he recognized and soon emerged from the tree line, looking down at the gray house. Even in the low sun it looked decayed, its windows dark and unwelcoming. He crossed the meadow, noting the 4 cars parked in the turning area, and mounted the steps to the locked double doors. He hammered on the bell and pounded the wood, anger giving weight to his blows. Footsteps approached. A lock turned, and the door opened a crack. The gaunt man he remembered as the Bone Man peered out, feigning ignorance. Mike didn't bother with pleasantries, stating that Midge was inside and demanding to see her. The man denied everything, refusing to let him in, but Mike shoved the door open, knocking him aside and stepping through. The Bone Man protested, placing a thin hand against his chest, but Mike brushed it away and repeated his demand. The man offered a vague denial before Mike cut him off, insisting on seeing Mycroft. Their exchange was interrupted by a door opening down the hall, and Gilly Slade emerged, her curiosity playing. Mike strode toward her, the bone man trailing ineffectually behind. He demanded to know where Midge was. Gilly's protests were weak, and her eyes flickered away from his. When he pressed, she admitted Midge was there, but with Mycroft, and they couldn't be interrupted. The implication of what was happening fueled his alarm, and his demands grew sharper. Other doors opened, faces appearing to watch the confrontation. He pressed her for an answer, his voice hard and insistent, leaving her no room to maneuver. The forest at dusk felt like a living thing, its noises and movements becoming more pronounced and secretive as the light faded. He pushed through the familiar path, the soft earth muffling his footsteps, a branch whipping back behind him as if in protest. The line to the synergist's temple had been a wall of static, but he knew Midge was there. He was furious. She'd waited until he was gone. He'd already pieced together the book illustration, the strange familiarity he'd felt on first seeing the cottage, and now it all pointed to one thing, a fairy tale come to life, and he was the fool chasing through the woods to save his damsel. He kept moving, refusing to slow down. He emerged from the trees, looking down at the gray house. It seemed to decay as he approached, its windows dark and unwelcoming. He crossed the meadow, noting the cars, and mounted the steps. The door was locked. He hammered on the brass bell and pounded the wood, his anger building. The bone man answered, feigning ignorance. Mike pushed past him, demanding to see Midge and Mycroft. The man's protests were weak, and soon Gilly Slade appeared. He pressed her, and she admitted Midge was there, but she was with Mycroft and couldn't be interrupted. He searched the rooms, empty faces in stiff chairs, meditation rooms devoid of life, and found nothing. His frustration grew as he pushed open the door to a room filled with leather chairs, zodiac symbols, and a jackal mask, its contents burning into his mind. He turned away, the synergist watching him from the hallway with silent hostility. Gilly was near the front. He took her elbow, his voice low, asking for help. She wouldn't speak, but her eyes flicked upwards. He followed her gaze to the top of the stairs and strode toward them. Kinsella appeared, his smile reluctant. He tried to deter him, offering coffee, but Mike brushed him off. He stated his demand to see Midge, and Kinsella's answer was evasive, explaining Mycroft was helping her reach her parents. Alarm flared in him. He tried to push past, but Kinsella blocked him. A shove earned a harder response, and Mike was slammed against the wall, sliding to the floor. Gilly knelt beside him as he struggled to his feet. Kinsella was no longer smiling. He was ready to fight, but then he sensed a presence. Mycroft stood at the end of the corridor, a thin cane in his hand. Midge was behind him. He ducked past the men and hurried toward her. Her welcome was sharp with irritation. He told her she was leaving with him. Mycroft interjected, his voice smooth, explaining they had matters to discuss and that she would be driven back later. Mike shook his head. Midge stepped forward, defiant. He lowered his voice, telling her Mycroft wanted the cottage. She stared, disbelieving. He explained about the clause in Flora's will, the vetting, and how Ogborn had told him everything. She argued it couldn't be true. Mycroft shook his head sadly. Mike accused him of trying to frighten Flora out, pointing out the synergist's unease in the kitchen, linking it to Flora's death. Midge gasped, telling him he didn't know what he was saying. He insisted it was all connected, that the strangeness had started with the synergist's visits. She questioned why Flora hadn't gone to the police. He explained the synergists were too subtle, never stepping out of line. Mycroft dismissed his accusations, calling them wrong conclusions. He denied harassing Flora, claiming they only offered care. Mike spat back that they wanted the cottage. Mycroft responded with a benign smile, explaining it was a legal way to offer charity. Mike scoffed at his deviousness. Mycroft ended the exchange by stating his only wish was to help Midge with her grief. The forest felt more alive and secretive as dusk settled, its sounds and movements amplifying. He pushed through the familiar path, the soft earth muffling his steps, a branch snapping back in protest. His call to the synergist temple had been swallowed by static, but he knew Midge was there, and fury burned in him that she'd slipped away while he was gone. The book illustration had unlocked everything. The strange familiarity of the cottage, the connection to Midge's past work, and now he was chasing through the woods like a fool in a fairy tale, desperate to save her from a villain who might as well be a wizard. He refused to slow down. He emerged from the tree line to see the gray house below, its decay more apparent in the fading light. He crossed the meadow, noting the cars, and mounted the steps. The door was locked. He hammered on the bell and pounded the wood, his anger mounting. The bone man answered, feigning ignorance, but Mike pushed past, demanding to see Midge. The man's protests were weak, and soon Gilly Slade appeared. He pressed her, and she admitted Midge was with Mycroft. He searched the silent rooms filled with blank-faced synergists, finding nothing. He pushed open a door to a room of leather chairs and occult symbols, its contents searing into his mind. He turned away, the hall filled with hostile stares. Gilly was near the front. He took her arm, his voice low, asking for help. She wouldn't speak, but her eyes flicked upstairs. He strode toward the stairs, Kinsella appearing to block him. His demand to see Midge was met with a reluctant explanation. Mycroft was helping her reach her parents. Alarm flared. He tried to push past, but Kinsella slammed him against the wall. He struggled to his feet, ready to fight, until he sensed Mycroft's presence at the end of the corridor, Midge behind him. He ducked past and hurried to her, but her welcome was sharp with irritation. He told her she was leaving with him. Mycroft's voice was smooth, explaining they had matters to discuss, and she would be driven back later. Mike shook his head. Midge stepped forward, defiant. He lowered his voice, telling her Mycroft wanted the cottage. He explained the clause in Flora's will, the vetting, and Ogborn's revelations. She argued it couldn't be true. He accused Mycroft of trying to frighten Flora out, pointing out his unease in the kitchen. Midge gasped, saying he didn't know what he was saying. He insisted it was all connected, that the strangeness had started with the synergist's visits. She questioned why Flora hadn't gone to the police. He explained the synergists were too subtle. Mycroft dismissed his accusations, denying harassment, claiming they only offered care. Mike spat that they wanted the cottage. Mycroft smiled benignly, explaining it was a legal way to offer charity. Mike scoffed at his deviousness. Mycroft shifted his tone, offering to help Mike find his way, asking if he believed in magic. The question startled him. He tried to deflect, but Mycroft continued, explaining magic as the discovery of nature's forces through human will. Mike said they were leaving. Midge resisted, pleading. He called Mycroft a crank, but Midge revealed she'd just spoken with her parents, that Mycroft had helped her reach them, and they'd forgiven her. He dismissed it, insisting there was nothing to forgive. She demanded he listen. Mycroft calmed her, suggesting Mike be shown proof if he'd lay aside his distrust. Mike asked if his refusal would mean she'd leave with him. She admitted she couldn't. Defeated, he turned to Mycroft and agreed to talk. Mycroft's satisfaction was barely concealed. He gestured with his cane toward a room, an invitation. Midge entered eagerly. Mike followed with dread. The room was a black pyramid, its walls tapering to a point, recessed lights casting thin beams. Only a single chair sat in the center. Mike's quip about razor blades was met with a lecture on psychic energy, Mycroft explaining the pyramid's purpose. He took the chair, inviting them to sit. Mike lounged on the floor, observing Midge's intensity. Mycroft asked again if he believed in magic. Mike's flippant reply was cut short, as Mycroft launched into a lecture on human consciousness, the universe, and the power within. Mike feigned a yawn, but Mycroft pressed on, describing the need to cast off restraints, to become like children, to find the hidden links within themselves. He spoke of magicians seeking those links, and Mike's dry response about pulling a rabbit from a hat fell flat in the heavy incense-laden air. The room was a black pyramid, its walls steep and tapering to a point far above, with no ceiling in sight. Recessed lights on each angled wall cast thin beams through the dusty air, creating 4 soft moons on the smooth dark floor. The darkness beyond the pale glow felt infinite, and he realized the pyramid extended up through the house, maybe beyond. A single chair stood in the center, the light beams like posts around it. His flippant remark about razor blades was met with a lecture on psychic energy, Mycroft explaining the pyramid's purpose as he settled into the chair, his cane resting on his hands. He invited them to sit, and Mike lounged on the floor, observing Midge's intensity as she gazed up at the synergist. The smell of incense was thick. Mycroft leaned forward, asking again if he believed in magic. Mike's attempt at a joke was cut short as Mycroft launched into a lecture on human consciousness, the universe, and the power within. He pretended a yawn, but Mycroft pressed on, describing the need to cast off restraints and find the hidden links within themselves. He spoke of magicians seeking those links, and Mike's dry response about pulling a rabbit from a hat fell flat. Mycroft's cold smile was unnerving. He explained that with such knowledge, a man could access the limitless forces of his will, creating reality in the astral light. He pointed his cane at the floor, and a rabbit appeared. Mike jumped back, and Midge gasped. The rabbit twitched its nose. He reached toward it, disbelieving, but snatched his hand back when it turned into a black, wicked-toothed rat. Then it was gone, and Mycroft's smile was knowing. He dismissed it as a trivial example, a magic of sorts. He pointed his cane again, and a narrow table appeared with a bottle and glass. The bottle poured wine on its own. Mike turned to see Midge's face full of awed delight, and her innocence made him want to run. He refused the wine, and the image dissolved. He was certain it was all an illusion, a hypnotic trick, but he couldn't understand how it was done without verbal suggestion. Mycroft then bent the light beams. The pools of brightness moved inward, the rays curving toward his face like jointed pipes. His head was spotlighted, his skin glowing, and Mike sensed a new energy in him. The features of his face merged, his hair gleaming silver, then his head flared with a spectrum aura, filling the room with rainbow colors. Mike saw visions of floating planets, star systems, vast protoplasmic masses, a glimpse of the source of all things. A blinding whiteness forced him and Midge to cover their eyes. When the vision faded, darkness returned with a foul smell. Mike felt a strange warmth in his limbs, then it vanished. He moved to Midge, pulling her hands from her face. She blinked, looking past him at Mycroft with a tentative smile. Mycroft remained impassive. When she asked what it was, he only smiled enigmatically, calling them spectators to the mysteries. Midge described witnessing the source of all things, but incomplete. Mycroft nodded sagely, explaining it was only a glimpse, a vision their imagination had rendered. Mike demanded to know the purpose, if it was just to impress them. Midge leaned forward, asking Mycroft to find her parents again, to let Mike hear them. Mike touched her hand, telling her it was madness, that Mycroft was making them see things. But Mycroft interrupted, claiming their presence was in the room, that Midge could sense them. Midge agreed, her eyes closing. Mike felt something shift in the air, a faint breeze stirring. Midge whispered that they were speaking, but Mike heard nothing. He saw a shadow behind Mycroft, gray and wispy taking form. Another appeared beyond his shoulder. Thoughts, not voices, pressed into his mind. Midge called to her father, and one of the clouds shifted. A thought answered her. She pleaded for them to show Mike they were real. The nebula took on a vaporous head, features slowly forming, growing familiar. A word insinuated itself into his mind: trust. He didn't want to trust, knowing Mycroft was a charlatan with a purpose for Midge. He resisted. The second fluid shape, familiar from photographs, told him the same trust in him. The moment he saw Midge on her knees reaching toward the shimmering forms, he knew he had to act. She was moving forward, drawn toward Mycroft like a supplicant, and he held her back, his arm around her shoulder, his other hand gripping her wrist. For an instant Mycroft's mask slipped, and Mike caught the glint of triumph in his eyes. Something clicked in his mind, a warning that this was all a trick, that these ghosts were just vapors with no substance. He yelled at Midge, dragging her down, insisting it wasn't her parents, that Mycroft was making them see things. She cried out, struggling against him, but the gust of air had risen to a gale, dispersing the mists into nothing. Mycroft looked startled, confused, as if something had gone wrong. He half rose, but the wind tore at him, and he raised his cane to beat it back. Then Mike saw Mycroft's mouth drop open, staring at him in disbelief. He didn't understand why until he became aware of the cloud dribbling from his own mouth, snaking from his fingertips, drawn from him into the room. It felt as if his innards were burning, but there was no pain, only a feathery lightness. The mist gathered force, revolving into a miniature whirlwind, and in it, he heard other voices, mental sounds that had nothing to do with Mycroft, who was cowering behind his cane. The voices told him to leave this place, and they howled with the wind. Midge watched, her face wet with tears, calling out for her parents like a child. Mike scrambled to his feet, relieved that the cloud had stopped trailing from him. Mycroft was still crouching, his eyes wide with fear. Mike reached for Midge, and she focused on him, crying out that she was ready. As she rose, the winds died and the vapors dissolved. He didn't wait. He dragged her to the door, pushing it open to find Kinsella, the Bone Man, and other synergists waiting. He warned them to stay back. His fist clenched. Kinsella moved to crowd him, but Mycroft's voice from inside the pyramid room stopped them, ordering them to let them go. They fled. The sloping field felt steeper on the ascent, his thigh muscles aching, Midge's weight making it harder. They were frightened, and that drove them on. She stumbled halfway up, and as he hauled her to her feet, he glanced back at the gray house, a brooding monolith that seemed ready to uproot itself. He knew the synergists were watching from the dark windows. Midge was breathing hard, fragile, asking what had happened. He could only say Mycroft's name. He pulled her onward, needing to get under cover, away from the house. Progress felt dreamlike, the soil firm but the effort immense. He slipped an arm around her waist to support her. The sun was low, night closing in. He looked back, half expecting pursuit, but no figures were following. Still, he felt someone breathing down their necks. They reached the trees, and the relief was immediate, the coolness of the forest reviving them. Midge leaned against him, catching her breath, and he held her close, reassuring her. He knew they couldn't stay long. The dusk was becoming threatening, the shadows concealing. Branches seemed to reach down, and something slithered in the foliage. Other eyes were watching, uneasy at their presence. He told her they needed to keep moving before it got too dark. She asked to understand what had happened inside the temple. He stroked her cheek and began to explain. The sloping field was a cruel inversion of the earlier descent, each upward step feeling like a struggle against a downward pull. His thighs burned, and Midge's weight made the climb awkward, the tree line impossibly distant. Fear drove them, and they pushed on despite the effort. She stumbled halfway up, and as he hauled her upright, he glanced back at the gray house, a brooding monolith that seemed ready to uproot itself and follow. He knew the synergists were watching from those dark windows. Midge was breathing hard, fragile, asking what had happened. He could only say Mycroft's name. He gripped her elbow, pulling her onward, eager to reach cover. Progress felt dreamlike, the soil dry but the effort immense. He slipped an arm around her waist to support her. The sun was a fading dome on the horizon, night closing in. He looked back, half expecting pursuit, but no figures were there. Yet he still felt someone breathing down their necks. They reached the trees, and the relief was immediate, the coolness reviving them. Midge leaned against him, catching her breath, and he held her close, reassuring her. But he knew they couldn't stay. The dusk was threatening, the shadows concealing. Branches seemed to reach down, and something slithered in the foliage. Other eyes were watching. He told her they needed to keep moving. She asked to understand what had happened. He promised to talk as they went. She apologized for her behavior, blaming herself. He told her it wasn't her fault, that other influences were involved, that it had something to do with her and the cottage. He led her by the hand, explaining about the picture she'd painted years before, how Gramarye had been part of that illustration, locked away in her subconscious. She had ringed the ad alone, the union sealed the moment she arrived. Flora Chaldean solicitor had left instructions for someone special, someone like Midge. The cottage was meant for her. He pushed away branches, talking about the bird with the broken wing, the flowers, the animals, all the little things that weren't normal, that they'd adjusted themselves to accept. O'Malley hadn't fixed the warped doors, or the cracked lintel they had fixed themselves, because of her, and his arm Mycroft hadn't healed it. She and Gramarye She was a living example of human will and divine power. She shook her head, but her eyes told him she believed. A bird fluttered from a tree ahead, and they watched nervously. The forest grew still, the gloom heavier. He asked if they were on the right path. She was uncertain, then nodded, saying they needed to take the right-hand fork. They moved on, keeping to a fast walk, his voice low. He wondered aloud about Flora and Mycroft, why she'd put the clause in her will, why he'd lied about never being there. He thought they'd frightened her to death, using mental powers to make her imagine horrors. Midge argued she wasn't that helpless. He agreed, but age had been against her. They reached the fork, and he let her lead. She pointed out a fallen cedar ahead, and they broke into a trot, the dead tree a goal to reach. A tawny owl watched them from a branch. They collapsed against the rough bark, catching their breath. He told her to keep going. She asked if the voices at the end had been her parents or Mycroft's trickery. He admitted he wasn't sure, that it had begun as a fake, but he didn't know what happened later. She insisted it was her parents, that their warning had brought her to her senses. He slid over the trunk and helped her across, urging her to keep moving. The trail was dim, but she led on, stopping occasionally to check landmarks. His back was damp with sweat, his thighs stiff. She was beginning to falter. A huge badger blundered across the path, startling them both. He tripped over a root, sprawling on the earth. She helped him up, and he stood bent like an old man, asking how much further. She said it couldn't be far. He saw a shadow, just a bush shaped like a cowled figure. He admitted he had the jitters. She wondered if they were dreaming. He said his bruised knees said no. They continued, arm in arm, needing the closeness. Darkness settled like smoke. They hobbled, held each other steady, moved as fast as they could. Soon they saw gaps in the trees, the lighter grays of open space. Relief gave them strength, and they broke into a jog, then a run, bursting from the wood. Dusk had thickened into night. They sprinted toward Gramarye, eager for locked doors. But as they drew closer, something was wrong. He kicked a dead rabbit. A baby, a rictal smile of terror on its tiny face. Midge's fingers stiffened in his as she saw another rabbit, larger, its body raked from head to tail. They walked on, cautious, seeing more slumped bodies. They didn't speak. They guessed a fox might have killed them, but they didn't put the thought into words. They stood frozen, staring at the cottage. The walls, once white, were now only gray patches visible beneath a seething black mass. It took a moment to understand the walls were swollen with life. Bats, grossly larger than before, clung to every surface, their wings stretching and retracting, their bodies pulsating as they breathed. The sheer number was impossible. They couldn't all have come from the loft. They stared, flesh creeping, senses reeling. Questions raced through his mind. How could there be so many? Elle? How had they grown to monster size? Elle? What was their intent? He didn't voice them, afraid to disturb the creatures. The instinct was to flee, to reach the car and escape, but the keys were inside the cottage. He whispered for Midge to go to the car, but two bats detached from the wall and fluttered away, their wingspans huge in the moonlight. He urged her again, but she refused to let him go alone. He agreed, but made her promise to run for the car if the bats attacked. They skirted around the embankment, moving slowly, bent low, not wanting to draw attention. The wall rippled like an oil slick as they passed. They reached the short slope, and he slid down, helping Midge after him. The kitchen door was on the latch. His hand trembled as he pressed the catch, the click loud in the silence. He pushed the door open, and the smell of must and rot wafted out. The interior was menacing yet alluring, like a funfair ghost house. He stepped inside, pulling Midge with him, and reached for the light switch. As he turned to close the door, Midge caught his arm. She was staring at the doorstep. Rumbo lay there, his small body discolored with blood, his jaws locked open in shock, his eyes corpse's slits. They laid him on the kitchen table. Midge wept openly. He choked back tears, surprised at how fond he'd become of the little squirrel. The wounds on his back were vicious, deep grooves where bats had raked him. The gashes around his throat were deeper still, but he wondered if fear hadn't been the ultimate assassin. He checked for a heartbeat, knowing there was none, and stroked the still warm body, talking softly, as if encouraging his spirit to return. But Rumbo was gone. Midge took his hand, accepting the loss. He looked around the kitchen, hiding his fear from her. Gramarye's personality had altered. The disease that had been gnawing at its innards since Flora's death had been halted by their arrival, but now it was back, stronger. He understood that the cottage's life was an accumulation of all who had lived there, absorbed by the walls like energy in a battery. That life had been corrupted by other, less pure influences, and the degeneration had begun when the synergists first visited. He didn't know if he heard or imagined these thoughts, but the idea persisted. He stood in the kitchen, the weight of a terrible understanding pressing down on him. The life force of Gramarye, he was certain, had begun to decay the moment Flora Chaldean had died. That rot had only been stalled, briefly rejuvenated by their presence, particularly Midge's. A silent conviction whispered this to him, and he believed it, at least in part. Clearing the tightness from his throat, he asked where he had left the car keys. His voice strained. Midge, holding his hands tightly, suggested they might be upstairs and remarked on the bitter cold. She shivered, as if to prove her point, yet he felt feverishly hot, a clammy perspiration on his skin. The thought struck him that they were somehow sharing in Gramarye's own sickness. A thunderous crash from the next room silenced them. Midge was in his arms, her cry lost in the rain of falling masonry. A cloud of dust billowed into the kitchen. They edged towards the source, warily, like someone testing spoiled milk. The heavy stone lintel above the range had finally given way, bringing a section of the brickwork down with it. The jagged, soot-black hole in the chimney breast was like a wound in the cottage's flesh, revealing a dark, rotten core. Midge looked upon the ruin with a cry of denial, her face a mask of misery and revulsion, as if she'd been betrayed by something she trusted. He pulled her away. The urgency to escape was absolute. They had fled the Synergist Temple, only to find this place was now an ally of their enemy, a collaborator in the malevolent force that had taken hold. He didn't know if he was more confused or crazed, but he knew with certainty they had to get to the open road. They raced upstairs, the floorboards groaning and cracking beneath the carpet. One board snapped so loudly he felt his foot would go through, but the carpet held. They stumbled into the round room, which was now foul with a gangrenous odor, the walls weeping with moisture. He didn't pause to consider it. The car keys were on the coffee table, and he snatched them up. He told her to gather anything she needed from the bedroom, but quickly he wanted out. She left in a hurry. Alone for a moment, he took in the room's decay. Black mold clustered at the top of the walls like diseased blotches, and the carpet itself had become a bumpy, warped surface, as if the floorboards beneath were trying to push through. Her frantic call brought him to the bedroom in an instant. The hairline crack he'd noticed before had widened into a deep furrow, a dark 1-inch gap through which he imagined he could see the night itself. He told her to forget packing, they were leaving before the whole place collapsed. She hesitated, a visible turmoil twisting her features. He understood her shock. This had been her dream, now corrupted by forces neither of them could understand, and she felt responsible, even though she didn't know her part in it. He'd had only a glimmer of insight himself, but the one thing he was sure of was that Gramarye was now a death trap. He moved to take her arm, but her startled gaze flicked past him to the window. Headlights were sliding to a stop outside the garden fence. More lights illuminated the yellow Citroën. Swearing under his breath, he grabbed her wrist and strode to the hallway. He told her he was calling the police. though he had no idea what to say. Holding her against her will might be a good start. Even if it wasn't true they needed help. The phone receiver crackled with a burst of static. He dialed, but a terrible screeching sound erupted from the earpiece. He cursed, jiggled the cradle and tried again. The same piercing shriek filled his ear. He slammed the receiver down, then shouted that they'd go out the back and hide in the forest. She argued, insisting they were safer inside. He couldn't believe what he was hearing. The cottage was falling apart, condemned. He said she was crazy. That Flora Chaldean likely thought the same. He didn't know what Mycroft wanted, but he knew they were trapped here and had to get out. He threw open the door, and several bats, disturbed, beat against his head and arms before flying off into the dark. Then he saw lights emerging from the woods. They had been followed. He slammed the door shut and locked it, realizing Mycroft had split his forces, some by road, others through the forest, to trap them here. He watched the understanding dawn slowly on Midge's face. Then, to his surprise, she became calm and stopped trembling. He suddenly remembered the front door. He hadn't locked it. In his haste, he lost his footing on the stairs, sliding down and only saving himself by bracing against the walls. He reached the kitchen and shot both bolts, then rested his forehead against the wood, catching his breath. Peering out the window, he saw the car lights were off, and the moonlight revealed only the metal roofs. He saw no people, no synergists, and told Midge to call the vicar. Maybe they'd get lucky. He drew the curtains, then passed the table, his hand briefly touching Rumbo's still body, a silent farewell. He ran back upstairs, expecting to find her phoning, but the hallway was empty. She was in the round room silhouetted by the half-moon, watching the garden. She told him the vicar couldn't help them. He wouldn't understand, and it was already too late. He followed her gaze. Mycroft and his followers stood in the open, distinct black shapes against the moonlit grass, still as standing stones. They were a pack, united in a cause that terrified him. Midge spoke her fear, and he tried to laugh it off, saying they couldn't just murder people, but she reminded him of Flora. He argued that Flora was old and had a heart attack, but she pushed back, asking if he hadn't been terrified in the temple and the forest. He admitted he had, but they were on home ground now. He stood closer to her, his gaze locked on the eerie scene. The seconds stretched into silence. Nothing moved. The very air was still, the only thing filling the space a foul, pervasive stench. He couldn't look away from the mob outside, his skin feeling too tight, his breath shallow. Then one of the figures Mycroft raised a long cane. A muffled underwater roar sounded, followed by a frantic, irregular drumming. The moon vanished behind a dark cloud that wasn't a cloud. The bats had risen from the cottage, a mass of dark, erratic motion swarming into the sky. The bats ascended, climbing past the moon as if bound for the stars themselves, their wing beats fading into a distant, frantic whisper. Drawn by the sheer spectacle, he and Midge pressed closer to the windows, their dread momentarily eclipsed by wonder. Then the creatures vanished from sight and hearing, but only for a heartbeat. The drumming returned a hellish, accelerating tattoo that swelled until the very building trembled. They spun from the windows, eyes fixed on the ceiling, breath caught in their throats. The roaring sound coalesced, dropping into a low, grinding rumble that drew their gaze across the room to the dark mouth of the fireplace. They erupted from the chimney like a nightmare given flight, flooding the room with screeches and the terrible thrum of leathery wings. Midge's scream was swallowed as glass shattered behind them, spraying inward. They dropped by instinct, and not a moment too soon bats poured through the broken windows to join the cyclone already whirling around the curved walls. Something landed on his back, tiny claws sinking in. As he reached to dislodge it, another fastened onto his neck, its teeth pricking his skin. He rolled, crushing the one beneath him while tearing at the one at his throat. The sensation of small bones snapping under his weight was sickening, but the struggle to keep the wriggling thing from his jugular was worse. The air above was a turmoil of flapping wings, the draft ruffling his hair, the room a blur of frenzied motion. Through the chaos, he heard Midge screaming. More bats landed on his chest. He beat them away with one hand while the other tightened its grip on the creature at his neck, feeling its squeals vibrate against his palm. He ripped it free, his own flesh breaking without pain, and hurled the feebly struggling body into the swarm. He tore the others from his chest, their claws raking his shirt, but fresh ones immediately fastened to his arms and legs. In the dim light spilling from the hallway, he caught a glimpse of Midge, her body so covered in the creatures that she seemed to be transforming into some multi-winged horror from a grotesque comic. She was shrieking, flailing at herself in terror. He crawled toward her, ignoring the bats clinging to his own flesh. She collapsed to her knees, and he fell upon those clinging monsters in a blind fury, snapping wings and crushing bodies with a ferocity that even the relentless creatures could not endure. They fell away. He tore two from her hair, beat them from her shoulders, pulled them from her back. But to where could they flee? Every room had windows, and for every bat he stunned, 3 more took its place. His exertions were exhausting him, the combined weight of the creatures, slight though each was, slowly pressing him down. They sank together, their bodies enveloped by the black-winged vermin. He slumped over her, trying to shield her with his own body, though he knew it was useless. They were going to get them, just as they had gotten the rabbits, just as they had gotten Rumbo. He closed his eyes and waited. Then they were gone. The weight lifted. The air cleared. They lay still, listening to the retreating flutter fade into distance. Only when the sound had vanished completely did he raise his head to confirm they were alone. A weak fluttering nearby made him start a bat with a broken wing, rotating slowly on the floor, pushed by the tip of its good one. Another dark shape twitched feebly across the room. Others lay dead in silent heaps. The stench of them dead and living alike hung thick in the air, mingling with the musty damp and decay. Even the cool breeze from the shattered windows could not dispel the corruption. He eased his weight from Midge, murmuring that it was over. Her back shuddered. She was weeping. He knelt back on his haunches and drew her up against his chest, holding her, rocking her gently as one would a frightened child. Their clothes were torn, streaked with blood, but neither was seriously injured. Even the wound on his neck was superficial. He stroked her hair, her tears soaking into his ruined shirt. A soft click from the hallway froze him. The key impossibly was turning in the lock of the outside door. Midge, sensing his stillness, raised her head. They watched together as the key completed its rotation. The bolt at the foot of the door slid back, smoothly, as if drawn by an unseen hand. The door swung open. Mycroft stood in the shadows beyond. He stepped into the light, his smile a grotesque parody of welcome, and strolled into the cottage, his thin cane held before him like a blind man's staff. His plain gray suit did nothing to diminish the menace that now radiated from him. His very blandness had become something far more sinister. He paused at the threshold of the round room, his face shadowed, and drew in a long, slow breath, as if savoring the foul air. He had used the bats to break them. Now he was here in person. He stood there, bruised and bleeding, watching Mycroft the illusionist with a bitter, almost hysterical recognition. The bats had been all too real, the broken windows and torn clothes confirming it. The door had unlocked itself, Mycroft's presence a testament to that. He even wondered, in a flash of dark humor, if his car radiator's explosion had been part of the act, a way to lure them to the temple. Mycroft stepped fully into the room, flicking on the light, his smile as unpleasant as ever. His followers filed in behind him, spreading along the curved walls to form a tightening circle around them. A dozen or more, their faces impassive. Even Gilly showed no emotion, and Kinsella's usual leer was replaced by stone coldness. His voice cracked as he asked what they could do for Mycroft. The answer chilled in nothing. They were no longer of use. Mycroft pointed his cane at Midge, blaming Mike for her failure to help him. Mike protested, said they didn't understand. They didn't want to fight. They just wanted to be left out of it. But Mycroft told him it was too late. They had become part of Gramarye. Mike offered to sell the place, to give it to him if he wanted it. He truly didn't care. But Midge cried out, springing away from him, and explained what she had learned at the temple. Gramarye, or the ground it stood on, was a channel for Mycroft's power. Whoever lived there was its guardian, a line stretching back through Flora and others before her. Mycroft seemed amused by her understanding. He spoke of the magic that gave life to the earth, the sources within the planet that could never be comprehended. He laughed at the idea that the old legends were mere fairy tales. He called Flora a foolish hag who had prevented him from absorbing the ethereal vitality that leaked from that point in the earth's crust. He had cast her aside. Mike began to giggle, a hysterical release of tension and fear. He thought of how his friend Bob would have reacted to Mycroft's grand pronouncements. The laughter was uncontrollable. He fell back against the sofa, tears streaming from his eyes. He wanted to ask about the pointed hat and black robe, but he was too choked to speak. The laughter died when the sofa began to move beneath him. He watched in horror as the fabric frayed and black bugs emerged from holes that appeared in the surface. Hundreds, then thousands, scuttled toward his leg. His manic humor drained away. He remembered how terrified Bob had been in his very room. Midge screamed at Mycroft to stop. He only smiled. She raged that Gramarye was meant for good, not for his perversions. Mycroft responded that the power could be used however its receiver chose. He admitted with a grin that he had killed Flora, tempted her with the dark side, and she couldn't cope. She had withered and died, corrupted from within. The lights flickered, and Mycroft's poise wavered for a moment. He urged his followers to feel the surge of kinetic force, to blend their thoughts and absorb its strength. They closed their eyes, straining in concentration. Mike felt a tingling in his own fingers, a sensation rising from the floor. But when he looked, the bugs had vanished, an illusion. Midge declared she could stop him, that she had been chosen. Her defiance heartened him. She planted her feet, raised her hands in a desperate gesture of resistance, and focused her will on Mycroft. He saw her body tense, every muscle straining. He whispered encouragement, certain she could do it. She was the heir to Flora's power, the one who could prevent its perversion. Her arms extended, her fingers flat, and aimed at Mycroft. He watched his enemy's expression turn anxious, his eyes widening with white around the pupils. He was ready to tackle Kinsella, who had moved to interfere, but the American was frozen in place. Pressure drummed in his ears. Midge's fingers opened. She exhaled a squealing breath. Nothing happened. He lay there, battered and gasping, Mycroft's cackling laughter ringing in his ears. The synergists were amused too, except for Gilly, who had fainted. He knew they were finished. Mycroft would make their deaths look like an accident, a burglary gone wrong, a lover's quarrel. He raised himself on one elbow, ready to make a fight of it. Then the old bell downstairs clanged a harsh, urgent sound. The caller wouldn't go away. Mycroft nodded at Kinsella, who darted forward and locked his arm around Midge's throat. Mycroft ordered him to get rid of whoever was at the door. He threatened Midge's life if he failed. Kinsella squeezed her breast to prove his menace. The pressure on her throat made her eyes roll. He backed off, hands raised. The bell rang again, more insistent. He brushed past Mycroft and stomped down the stairs. A desperate plan forming, grab the caller's car, drive for help, but the keys were upstairs, and leaving Midge was unthinkable. A stairboard gave way beneath him, dumping him on the steps. He knew synergists were watching from above. The bell stopped, then the door was pounded. He knew who was out there. His fingers touched the cold metal bolt, and fear rose like a creature from a swamp. He was compelled to open it. Mycroft shouted from behind him, panicked. Mike grinned nervously and slid the bolt back, twisted the key and opened the door. Val Harradine marched past him, gruff and impatient. She had been ringing and pounding for ages. He croaked her name, relieved beyond measure. She noticed the cars outside and complained about the wait. The cool breeze from the open doorway was a relief. Then she saw Mycroft. Val demanded to know who he was. Mycroft, his composure cracking, ordered her to leave. She fixed him with a withering glare, asking him to inform this ill-mannered cretin what was going on. The situation was absurd. Midge and him sprawled on the floor, synergists closing in, and now the old kitchen bell clanging with desperate urgency. Mycroft nodded at Kinsella, who lunged forward and locked his arm around Midge's throat. Mycroft threatened him. Get rid of the collar, or she would die. Kinsella's grip tightened, his crazed smile making the threat real. He rose unsteadily, weighing his options. Rushing Kinsella was futile. The American was too quick, too strong. He backed off, hands raised as the bell rang again. Mycroft warned him not to be foolish. He brushed past the Synergist leader and stumbled down the stairs, a desperate plan forming to grab the caller's car and fetch help. But the car keys were upstairs, and leaving Midge was unthinkable. A stairboard gave way beneath him, dumping him on the steps. The bell stopped. Then the door was pounded with furious urgency. He knew who was out there. His fingers froze on the cold bolt. Fear rose like a creature from a swamp. He was compelled to open it despite Mycroft's panic shout from behind him. He slid the bolt back, twisted the key, and opened the door. Val Harradine marched past him, gruff and impatient, complaining about the wait. Relief flooded through him. She fixed Mycroft with a withering glare, demanding to know who he was and what was going on. Mycroft ordered her to leave. Val turned back to Mike, her indignation trailing off as she looked past him at the doorway. The breeze wafting in was colder, carrying a faint, sour-sweet fragrance. A hand touched his shoulder from behind. He twisted his head and saw the shadow. Her breath touched his cheek. He turned all the way. Flora Chaldean stood before him, small, frail, with the oldest and sweetest face he had ever seen. Her pale eyes held drifting clouds, her ancient thin lips forming a kind mouth. Wrinkles splayed around her features like words in a book, a face full of vibrancy and compassion. She wore a multicolored shawl and a long, high-necked gray dress. Both her hands rested on his shoulders. With that touch, he understood the extraordinary gathering of spiritual energy it had taken for her to reach this point. Her spectral appearances had been a struggle for materialization, and only the events inside Gramarye that night had breached the final barrier. Her presence was a warning. She drew close, her mouth opening. Whether he heard the word or sensed the thought, she spoke a single word. You? Then she began to decay before his eyes. The psychic energy that had brought her here was spent, the process reversed. Her wrinkles deepened, then dropped away, leaving loose flesh. Passion left her eyes, clouding over. Her skin became waxen, stretching paper-thin, tearing. Her decomposition was rapid, each second timeless. Where flies had once settled on her corpse, their spawn reappeared, white, rippling maggots that feasted and grew, disappearing into holes they themselves created. Her flesh sagged, exposing muscle and bone. Her eyes drifted from their sockets. One hand slid down his chest, its skeletal fingers snagging against his torn shirt. She shrank before him, becoming smaller. Her other hand fell away. Black things scuttled in her dark eye cavities. Her jaw gaped open, her blackened tongue joining the crawling beasts. The shawl slipped from her head, white hair hanging in sparse clusters. Her body collapsed, dissolving before it reached the floor, leaving only the smell. He staggered backwards, jolting against the doorframe. Val stared at the kitchen floor in disbelief. Mycroft had all but collapsed against the stairs, his eyes half closed, drained of strength. Yet Mike felt charged chemical energy sparking within him, blood pounding, nerve endings tingling. She had touched him, filled him with her eyes and thoughts, but still he didn't understand. Until he saw Mycroft watching him warily, and sensed the fear and respect in that gaze. Then he began to know. Mycroft vanished back up the stairs, other footsteps following. Mike held up his hands, studying their palpitation, feeling the prickling itch in his scalp and the brittleness of his hair. Was this the physical sensation of possessing magic? It couldn't be. Not him, the skeptic, the part-time infidel. But he was being carried along by something that had little regard for his self-doubt. Val rested against the table, clutching its edge, her shock giving way to curiosity. She sensed the change in him, even if it wasn't visible. He was afraid, but the fear didn't frighten him. It excited him. Like being born blind and suddenly seeing, There was awe in the newness of it, but he still wasn't certain. Flora's touch and thoughts had flicked the switch of awareness, but it could have been hallucination. There was only one way to find out. He headed for the stairs. Val reached for his arm but withdrew her hand before making contact. He ran up, ready for combat. The synergists were in disarray, but it wasn't just Mycroft's panic that had caused it. A blue-violet sheen emanated from every object in the round room: the sofa, chairs, books, pictures, the mantel-shelf, window frames, curtains bathing everything in eerie light. The same glow outlined the living bodies. The room throbbed with its own power. If someone had snapped their fingers, static would have thundered in the air. The round room was alive, thrumming with a silent, invisible power. He stood in the doorway, feeling it breathe on him. Gilly was being helped to her feet by Sandy. Others peered anxiously at the glowing, pulsing walls and furniture. Neil Joby looked ready to be sick. One man touched the drawing board easel and recoiled as the blue-violet glow spread up his arm. The Bone Man stood frozen, wanting out. Kinsella still held Midge, calm amidst the chaos. Mycroft's eyes were fixed on him alone. Now was the testing time. He hesitated, uncertain, but he focused his will on Kinsella. The American suddenly found himself holding a goat. The image was fleeting, but it happened. Kinsella blinked in astonishment, still gripping Midge. He tried again, this time transforming Kinsella's armlock into a grinning python. With a shriek, Kinsella let go. Midge collapsed to the floor and began crawling toward him. Mycroft's cane prodded her back, freezing her. He shouted, demanding to know if Mike thought he was a match for him. Mike chuckled, hysteria sweeping him along. Mycroft, enraged, aimed his cane at the doorframe. It burst into flames. Mike stumbled back, singed and frightened, but plunged back through the fire-filled doorway without hesitation. The flames snuffed out instantly, and he wasn't scorched. Now they faced each other across the room. The synergist moaned and groaned, the room itself descending into chaos. Everything, chairs, units, walls, was pulsing like beating hearts. The carpet undulated, as if strong hands pushed from beneath. Glass fragments oscillated inches above the floor. The Bone Man reached for a window catch and was shocked violently, his hair crackling. Joby vomited, but the mess clung to him, flowing down his neck and chest in a lumpy coating. Bricks and soot crashed into the fireplace, dust curling in the air. Fungus on the walls bubbled putrescence. Mycroft muttered an incantation. A silver web began raveling around Mike, pinning his arms and legs, tightening across his chest and shoulders. Tiny spiders darted among the strands. The cocoon grew rapidly, reaching his throat, constricting his breathing. Midge shrieked his name from where Kinsella held her. He forced calmness on himself. This was only trickery. He drew an invisible blade down the strands. They popped apart, and the entire web vanished. He taunted Mycroft, but an unseen sledgehammer punched him into the hallway. He lay against the back door, winded, then pushed himself up and ran back into the room, colliding with synergists trying to flee. They flinched away from him, as if he carried plague. The floorboards were ripping through the carpet, curling upward. The ceiling bowed. Dome-shaped jagged cracks striped the walls. Lightning streaked from Mycroft's cane toward his heart. He blocked it with a thought and sent it back. The cane exploded, burning shards flying. Mycroft staggered, recovering only to stare at him with astonishment and hatred. The apprentice had shaken the master. The nightmare Mycroft had unleashed receded, as Midge's voice pulled him back from that dark abyss. He had been somewhere else, a gloomy, limitless dimension where rot was fragrance and suffering was sustenance, a place of fused, burning bodies, of rivers teeming with half-formed creatures that devoured their own kind, of membrane sacs writhing with insects. He had been lost there until Midge shook him, pounded his chest, brought him back from that deep, dark place within himself. She buried her head against him, her relief palpable. He held her, elation washing through him. She had been the catalyst, the link between him and Flora, the intermediary, who had brought him to Gramarye. He moved her aside and faced Mycroft, who had backed against the mantel-shelf, dust billowing around him. The synergist leader was no longer bland. His face was etched with lines smeared with soot, his eyes baleful, his shoulders hunched like claws. He looked like a resident of the nightmare Mike had just escaped. Mycroft was failing, his tricks coming to nothing. He waved his hands, creating a wall of vermin between them, bristling rats piled 5 feet high. Mike toppled the wall with a thought, and the rats scurried away. He smiled. Mycroft split the air before him, a widening rent of nothingness, a fierce wind trying to suck him in. He sealed it with imaginary stitches. He taunted Mycroft, claiming his youth gave him an edge. But then the things from that nether region began crawling from holes in the floor. Carpet ripped explosively, slug-like monsters oozing over the edges, scabbed hands clawing to drag their forms into the open. Black smoke tendrils drifted up, full of diseased microorganisms. He sagged to his knees as their existence sapped his strength. Kinsella, on his knees nearby, was attacked by a glistening cord from one of the holes. He beat it away and fled across the room, blubbering. Shapes emerged that even Mycroft seemed to fear. Wind rushed by, furniture rose, books flew. Midge's drawing easel smashed itself and a synergist against a wall. The walls themselves were cracking apart. Midge pulled his face to hers, shouting that he could stop them, could make them go back, could stop Mycroft. He protested that he didn't know how, that he was the wrong person. She insisted it was simple, he just had to think it, to direct the forces. Gramarye would help. Voices, thoughts, told him she was right, not just Flora, but those who had lived here before her, guardians who had kept the power for good, stretching back to an age of legends, of dragons and wizards, to a time when this site was a circular clearing in a dense forest. He imagined those ancient times, and the imaginings expanded from his mind like ripples on a dark pond. He yelled at the rising obscenities, and they hesitated, began to slide back down to the slimy depths they'd climbed from. The drumming fluttering of wings grew beneath the tumult, the chimney breast throbbed, and once again the bats swept from the fireplace, swarming over Mycroft, beating him with their wings. In seconds, he was engulfed, driven against the mantel. They covered every inch of him. A brilliance filled his mind, subduing the darkness that had threatened to overwhelm. He struggled to his feet, Midge helping him. He and Mycroft gazed into each other's eyes one last time before his face was enveloped by the feasting monsters. Blood flowed between the frantic bodies, soaking them, trickling down to puddle the floor. They drained him while he stood there. The back door crashed open and shut, an enticing trap. Some synergists made it outside, others were crushed against the frame. Cracks in the curved walls widened, more bats squeezing through. Bricks dislodged themselves, hurtling across the room like missiles. Midge pointed upwards. The ceiling was rising in the middle, becoming more warped, more bowed. Floorboards ripped free and blasted up to the apex. The sofa spun in the air. Several synergists were flattened against the crumbling walls. Gravitational pressure pulled at him outward and upward. Gramarye was shuddering down to its roots. Midge shouted that they had to get out. Something even more terrible was going to happen. He knew she was right. Forces had been unleashed, pounding through like an oil gusher, and he didn't have the know-how to cap the flow. Gripping each other tightly, they staggered toward the stairway. Rough hands seized his throat from behind. He was hauled backwards, thrown to the roaring floor. Kinsella was on him, snarling, his face smeared red, a deep gash across his forehead. Midge attacked him, scoring his face, but he smacked her aside. Then Val stepped in. A thick hand grasped Kinsella's chin, jerked his head back, and chopped hard at his windpipe. She tossed him away and crunched a heavy brogue into his teeth. The room was exploding around them. The middle section of floor was gone, earth and mud spewing upward. Val propelled them toward the doorway. They rushed for the stairs, tumbling down in a rolling avalanche. They ran across the kitchen, floor tiles rattling like broken crockery. Something caught his eye, but he kept moving. Midge threw open the front door, and all three cleared the step with a jump. They raced down the path. He skidded to a halt halfway down. Midge and Val were at the gate, screaming for him. He shouted for them to keep going, then turned and ran back to Gramarye, plunging inside. He reflected on the impossibility of telling the truth. Who would have believed them? They had stuck to a story of complete ignorance. The synergists had paid a social visit. Disaster had struck. That was all they could say. Back in the city, Val kept a motherly eye on them. He had grown fond of her. After wrangling with the insurance company, they received a check that allowed them to set up an apartment again. He finished his rock musical, filled with wizards, pixies, and Magic Midge designed the breathtaking sets. It was playing in Manchester, with Bob looking for a London venue. He'd written chart-reaching numbers, and was about to embark on a second children's storybook for Midge to illustrate. Her career flourished, more work than she could handle. One-woman exhibitions, Sunday features, even breakfast TV. She was as pretty and modest as ever, and he loved her more than ever. It was mutual. Whatever power he'd derived from Gramarye wasn't with him now. Occasionally, in rare flashes, he'd do something that amazed them both, but he was still struggling with the 3-card trick. He supposed he needed to be near the source. Out of curiosity, they had visited the New Forest recently. All that remained of Gramarye was a perfectly round patch of black earth. The local pub landlord told them the council kept a close watch on the site. Magic mushrooms used to grow there in abundance, and it had taken a long time for them to stop growing. He had dashed back inside the cottage because he'd glimpsed Rumbo stirring on the kitchen table. He'd scooped him up moments before Gramarye disintegrated. The squirrel licked his face and hands like a puppy dog. He would never be handsome again. The scars on his neck and throat would never grow fur, but he didn't seem to care. They let him go, and he scampered into the darkness, jaunty as ever. That was the last they saw of him. Life was pretty good for them now. And yet, they both got restless now and then. Midge had ringed an ad in the newspaper today, a small, pretty house in a secluded spot in the Cotswolds. He thought maybe he'd give the agent a call tomorrow. Maybe. The end.